Chapter 51. Xiaoming chose to trust his intuition. However, Xiaoming was not stupid enough to directly question Qin Xian. After all this was just his intuition. There was no evidence. Qin family. Xiaoming's eyes were gloomy, and he made up his mind. After he cleared the dungeon of Shattered Heaven this time, he would quickly become stronger and investigate Qin Xian. If Qin Xian was really related to the void, then the Qin family behind him was. Is it also colluding with the void? If so, what would be the consequences of the empire's ruling Qin Ming colluding with the void? Xiaoming didn't even dare to think about it. While Xiaoming was thinking about Qin Xian was also paying attention to Xiaoming. Because when he just arrived here, he suddenly heard the system prompt. The villain system is activated and the second phase of the main mission begins. Mission: eliminate the threat of Xiaoming. Mission completion reward: 100 villain points. Although Xiaoming hid all his skills and attributes, his name panel and occupation were not hidden. So Qin Xian immediately confirmed Xiaoming's identity. The second son of destiny. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. After killing the first son of luck, Lin Feng, Qin Xian benefited greatly. Not only did he get the secret source, but he also got an extra 30 villain points which upgraded his villain level by 1 level and gave him a talent reborn from the ashes. Qin Xian was extremely eager for villain points. Unexpectedly, the second son of luck appeared now. And the reward provided was as many as 100 points. More than 3 times that of Lin Feng. Could it be that this is different from Xiaoming? While Qin Xian was thinking, suddenly, the entire Hengjiang area began to shake. Then, the portal of the Broken Kingdom of Heaven suddenly glowed with a large amount of purple light. The fog began to rise, spreading throughout the Hengshan area, and the visibility dropped directly to less than 50 meters. The space began to break, and countless strange and terrifying void monsters appeared from the space cracks, and the roars of void monsters were everywhere. Void invasion. Everyone was shocked. Some people couldn't help but scream. But most people were still relatively calm. It's not a void invasion, it's a prequel mission to the Broken Kingdom of Heaven. Someone shouted to maintain order. Soon, the reminder of the Apocalypse system sounded in the ears of all the professionals in the Hengjiang area. Apocalypse system, large special copy, Broken Heaven prequel mission released. The ancient royal court, once a brilliant and powerful civilization in the universe, flourished for thousands of years, but this brilliant pearl suffered from the decay and erosion of the void. Now, countless void monsters have appeared outside the ruins of the ancient royal court. Kill them and obtain their crystal cores. After the crystal core collection reaches 50W, the Broken Kingdom of Heaven copy is opened. Mission duration: 3 days. Seeing the prompt of the Apocalypse system, everyone was relieved. It was not originally a void invasion. It can only be said that humans are too sensitive to the void. Anything related to the void will arouse human vigilance. Some people who know about the Broken Kingdom of Heaven copy shouted team up to brush the void monsters. The more crystal cores you collect, the more buffs you can get when you enter the Broken Kingdom of Heaven copy. Hearing this, everyone formed teams and dispersed, and began to hunt and kill the void monsters. For a while, the entire Hengjiang area became a giant battlefield. The students of the Imperial Capital Academy around Qin Xian said goodbye to Qin Xian and disappeared in the mist to hunt the void monsters. However, Li Yang's eyes flashed, and he stayed calmly. He would not miss any opportunity to curry favor with Qin Xian. Seeing the void monster appear, Xiaoming's face lit up with joy. Although most of the void monsters that appeared in this prequel mission were ordinary monsters, there were also a few elites. If he could hunt down those elites, he could also immediately gain extra attribute points. The people from Jixia Academy looked at each other, and then prepared to leave, no longer entangled with the Imperial Capital Academy. In any case, their goal was still the Broken Heaven Kingdom copy, and they didn't want to cause trouble. Seeing that the people from Jixia Academy were about to leave, especially Xiaoming was about to disappear, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with coldness, and suddenly he said lightly, "Kill them." Qiu Bo and the other Qin family strongmen heard the words, without any hesitation, and attacked directly. Even if they were going to kill people from Jixia Academy. But for them, Qin Xian's words were an imperial decree. Not to mention killing people from Jixia Academy, even if they killed people from the regent government, they wouldn't frown. All kinds of terrifying skills, directly killing people from Jixia Academy. Qiu Bo was a level 58 warrior, and the other Qin family warriors were all above level 40. When they attacked, Jixia Academy suffered heavy losses, with casualties everywhere. Chapter 52. The people of Jixia Academy had never expected Qin Xian to attack. Jixia Academy had a feud with Imperial Capital Academy, but it was not a life and death feud. For these students, they just disliked the other party. As a result, Qin Xian attacked directly after a disagreement. They didn't even provoke Qin Xian. Under the attack of Qiu Bo and other Qin family strongmen, in just a dozen seconds, more than 20 students of Jixia Academy were killed and only 3 or 4 were left. "Qin Xian, what are you doing? Are you crazy?" The surviving students of Jixia Academy were shocked and angry, looking at Qin Xian in disbelief. It was as if they were looking at a madman. In their hearts, Qin Xian was indeed a madman. A complete madman. They were students of Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy was one of the 3 major academies. The current master, Xiaqian Cheng, was a level 79 expert, only 1 step away from the legendary level. Most of the graduates of Jixia Academy were high-level backbones of various departments of the empire, various military corps and some large guilds. As a result, Qin Xian actually ordered the killing of the students of Jixia Academy. No matter how powerful the Qin family was, Jixia Academy would never bear this breath, and would definitely ask the Qin family for an explanation. Li Yang was also stunned, with a look of shock on his face. Even if he had great malice towards Jixia Academy, he was just thinking about driving away the people of Jixia Academy. And Qin Xian directly killed people. But Li Yang was just shocked. Since Qin Xian had already made a move, Li Yang also made a move, and with a sneer on his face, he went to kill a student from Jixia Academy. Maybe he could get Qin Xian's favor and respect because of this. Become Qin Xian's follower. Li Yang's fighting power was not low, and he immediately forced a student from Jixia Academy into a desperate situation and disappeared into the mist. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Qin Xian had a blank expression on his face. He had always done things like this. If necessary, he would not look back and forth, and would just take action when it was time to take action. Xiaoming was from Jixia Academy, but the more this was the case, the more he had to take action directly. If this opportunity was missed, and Xiaoming returned to Jixia Academy, it would be really difficult to deal with. Now Xiaoming was right in front of him, and he was still in the wild. Qin Xian made a prompt decision and chose to take action directly. Kill him first and talk later. As for the consequences, Qin Xian's eyes were gloomy. He killed all the people from Jixia Academy. No one knew that he did it, so naturally there would be no consequences. Xiaoming was trembling all over, his face was pale. He had never thought that things would develop to this extent. Just now he was thinking that he could enter the Broken Heaven Kingdom copy and become stronger quickly, and he only needed a chance. But now, all his seniors died. He was also going to face death. Looking at the corpses on the ground, Xiaoming was filled with pain and anger. But in addition to anger, Xiaoming was more afraid. Could it be that he was going to die here? Xiaoming suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Death was still a very distant word for him. Although Xiaoming was an orphan, he had always been smooth sailing. He was bullied by a demon in high school, but he turned the tables and slapped his face. Then he was favored by several school beauties. In the college entrance examination, he awakened such a heaven-defying talent and career, and was valued by Jixia Academy. He was simply the protagonist of a cool article. As a result, he was going to die before it even started. Which cool article protagonist died at the beginning? Xiaoming looked at Qin Xian, who had an expressionless face, and felt cold all over. His body couldn't help but tremble violently. Of course he didn't want to die. But Xiaoming was also very confused. Why did Qin Xian kill people directly? No one in Jixia Academy had any conflict with Qin Xian. As a result, Qin Xian killed people directly. There was no reason or sign, just like a perverted killer. This was what made Xiaoming most depressed. It was as if he had won a 100 million lottery jackpot, and his life was about to soar, but when he went to redeem the prize, he was hit by a car and died as soon as he went out. Who can he go to for justice? Xiaoming just stood there. His real combat power was only level 6. Under the threat of Chu Bo's level 58 aura, he couldn't even move. He could only pray that a super strong man would appear and rescue him from the Qin family. Isn't the plot of a cool novel like this? But what made Xiaoming desperate was, now the entire Hengjiang area is in battle, and blocked by fog, no one is coming. Looking at the desperate Xiaoming, Qin Xian's eyes flashed with a strange color, and he directly started his second profession, Void Lord. A Eurovoid Devour, mark an area, all targets in the area will be marked. After the marked target dies, you will have a chance to randomly obtain the target's skills and talents. Qin Xian used Void Devour to mark Xiaoming. Xiaoming, the son of luck, might have some golden fingers. Looking at Qin Xian in the state of Lord of the Void, Xiaoming's eyes widened. He finally understood why he instinctively hated Qin Xian. Originally, Qin Xian was not only related to the Void. His second profession is the Void profession. But just as Xiaoming was about to say something, Qin Xian stretched out his hand and pointed, and the void fire appeared out of thin air and directly swallowed Xiaoming. Xiaoming screamed in pain, full of despair and unwillingness. He was so unwilling. His awakened profession and talent were so amazing, it was a golden finger given to him by God, but it ended before it even began. He only needed to pass the Broken Heaven dungeon, and when he came out, everything would be different. He could soar to the sky, he could become the strongest human being, and even create history. He only needed a chance. But Qin Xian didn't even give him a chance. Soon, Xiaoming was completely devoured by the void fire, leaving not even a trace. Chapter 53. As Xiaoming died, the panel of the villain system also appeared in Qin Xian's mind. The first main mission is completed, eliminate the threat of Xiaoming, 1/1, and get a reward, 100 villain points. Current villain level, 3. Current experience value, 30/150. Allocable additional attribute points, 100. Get additional talent Charming Eyes, charm the target and make it your slave. If the target's spirit value is above 300 points, it may wake up early. The duration is 3 hours and the cooldown time is 24 hours. This skill can be upgraded. Qin Xian frowned slightly. This Charming Eye is not too strong. But this is also a talent obtained randomly. And maybe, this Charming Eye will have a miraculous effect in certain situations. Moreover, this Charming Eye can be upgraded. What Qin Xian cares about is the talent skill he took from Xiaoming through the skill of Void Devouring. In his talent column, there is another talent. God-killing growth. After killing a void monster above an elite, you can devour its spirit and randomly gain 15 attribute points. Seeing this talent, even Qin Xian couldn't help but take a deep breath. This talent, it's so terrifying. This kind of talent with no upper limit of growth is equivalent to an invincible existence. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with a strange color. If Xiaoming was let go today, then when Xiaoming passed the Broken Heaven dungeon, I'm afraid his attributes would take off directly. Then he would soar into the sky and it would be unstoppable. If you want to deal with him at that time, it would cost a huge price. But Xiaoming was really unlucky to meet Qin Xian. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would be afraid of Jixia Academy and it would be impossible to kill them all. But Qin Xian took action directly, without giving Xiaoming the slightest chance. Qin Xian smiled. This talent was perfect for him. It was just an elite monster of the void system. With the power of the Qin family, they could collect all kinds of void copies for Qin Xian. They could even order several legions to practice with Qin Xian. Qin Xian put away the Void Lord form, but at the moment he put away the Void Lord, Li Yang came back. Mr. Qin, that man has been killed by me. Li Yang's words suddenly stopped, the smile on his face seemed to freeze, and a very terrifying look appeared on his face. Although Qin Xian has now recovered his first profession, Oracle Knight. But if he is not mistaken, the void aura on Qin Xian just now is obviously a void profession. Qin Xian, is it Lord Void? Li Yang turned pale with fear, but he was a smart man after all, so he immediately returned to normal and pretended to know nothing. He forced a smile on his face. The people in Jixia Academy really deserve to die, but rest assured, Mr. Qin, I will keep this matter a secret. After all, I also killed, hee. But he soon stopped laughing. Because Qin Xian and the other Qin family masters were looking at him quietly, expressionless, as if they were looking at a dead person. The atmosphere was so depressing that Li Yang's heart was filled with fear. Did you see it? Qin Xian suddenly smiled and looked at Li Yang with a smile. Li Yang could no longer bear such great pressure and knelt down with a plop. Master Qin. I swear, I will never tell anyone. I can sign the soul contract scroll. Master Qin, please let me go. Li Yang knelt on the ground, crying and looking miserable. He really didn't want to die. He is the eldest son of the Li family. He is destined to be a superior person in this life. There are countless wealth and beauties waiting for him to enjoy. He is really afraid of death. Qin Xian looked at Li Yang kneeling on the ground and sighed. Senior Li, you are a smart person. If it weren't for this incident, we could have been friends. Hearing this, Li Yang was filled with extreme regret. If he had known this, he would not have stayed with Qin Xian, or he would have come back later. Mr. Qin, I swear I will never tell anyone. Looking at Li Yang who was crying miserably, Qin Xian sighed and said, only the dead can keep secrets, right? Qin Xian nodded to Chu Bo who was standing beside him. Chu Bo had no expression on his face, and he made a direct move, killing Li Yang with one palm. From beginning to end, Li Yang was kneeling on the ground, not to mention resisting, he didn't even have the idea of escaping. Looking at Li Yang's body, Qin Xian shook his head. In fact, Li Yang was a talent. Although he also had the arrogance of the children of aristocratic families, he was a smart man. But unfortunately, he saw things he shouldn't have seen. How could Qin Xian let him go? Even if Li Yang was the young master of the Li family in the imperial capital, he had to die. Chapter 54. Qin Xian looked at the corpses of Jixia Academy students and smiled slightly. If these people die, Jixia Academy will definitely go crazy. Uncle Chu, ask the Transportation Bureau to close all the teleportation arrays in Tianlu province. Otherwise, people from Jixia Academy will come here and make a scene, which will cause some trouble. I will talk about everything after I clear the Broken Kingdom dungeon. The Empire, Jixia Academy. Jixia Academy is located in Tianlu City, the capital of the Tianlu province of the Empire. As one of the three major universities in the Empire, Jixia Academy is naturally the top in the human world in all aspects. The academy covers an area of hundreds of thousands of acres and has 10 colleges. Each college is a leader in its own field. As the base of Jixia Academy has a profound influence on Tianlu province. Many heads of key departments in Tianlu province are from Jixia Academy. Inside the Jixia Academy, there is a solemn atmosphere. Although the building is not very luxurious and spectacular, a sense of historical weight is overwhelming. It is enough to make any student feel awe. Who killed the students of my Jixia Academy? A voice that was extremely angry exploded in the sky of Jixia Academy like thunder. In the academic affairs department, a middle-aged man with a simple appearance had an angry look on his face. His aura was extremely terrifying, and he was a 59-level strong man. It was Mo Qian, the vice president of the Demon Hunting Academy, one of the top 10 students of Jixia Academy. Just now, in the academic affairs system of Jixia Academy, the information of more than 20 students suddenly turned grey. This means that these more than 20 students are dead. They have lost their life characteristics, so they turned grey in the academic affairs system. These more than 20 students are all the best sophomores and juniors of Jixia Academy, but they died just like that. And among them is a freshman named Xiaoming, who is the most valued genius of Jixia Academy. It is planned to be cultivated with all the strength of the academy. As a result, he died just after being admitted to Jixia Academy for less than a week. This is what Mo Qian is most worried about. He has already planned to accept Xiaoming as a disciple when he returns from the Broken Heaven Kingdom copy. But now, the entire Jixia Academy was in turmoil. Obviously, because of this incident, the entire academy was extremely shocked. The death of more than 20 geniuses was a tragedy that had never happened in the 1,000 years since the establishment of Jixia Academy. These students went to explore the Broken Kingdom of Heaven, and Jixia Academy did not send strong people to guard them. This is the tradition of Jixia Academy, or rather, it is the tradition of all academies. After all, if you take care of everything, how can students be tempered? Otherwise, they will only be flowers in a greenhouse. The consequence is that although the level is not low, they will be in a mess and confused as soon as they enter the battle. If they can't even exert 1/10 of their combat power, they will be a waste. Moreover, Jixia Academy is one of the 3 major academies in the empire. Under normal circumstances, no one dares to attack the students of Jixia Academy. The 4 words Jixia Academy are equivalent to a life-saving card. In fact, the death of students is not uncommon. Jixia Academy will not interfere too much with its students. Some students go to dangerous areas and unfortunately die. It is not uncommon even if they fight and kill others. After all, this world is not a utopia, but full of dangers. Every year, many students of Jixia Academy die outside. But this time is different. More than 20 students of Jixia Academy were wiped out in Hengzhong area. It is obvious that someone is massacring the students of Jixia Academy. Suddenly, a terrifying aura descended. Mo Qian's expression froze until all the senior members of the academy arrived. Starlight filled the air, and tall and majestic figures appeared one after another. Among them, an old man with white hair and a crane-like face stood with his hands behind his back. His eyes were vicissitudes, as if he had seen through everything in the world. Seeing the old man appear, Mo Qian looked in awe and bowed. Master. This old man was the master of the Jixia Academy, Xiaqian. A level 79 strong man, only 1 step away from the legendary level. Xiaqian looked calm and said softly what happened. Mo Qian did not dare to hesitate, and directly told them that more than 20 students had died in the Hengzhong area. Upon hearing this, many senior members of the academy, including the elders, showed angry expressions on their faces. Whoever dared to kill someone from my Jixia Academy, I must hold him accountable to the end no matter who he is. That's right, otherwise, where is the dignity of Jixia Academy? Xiaqian's eyes were deep, he stood with his hands behind his back, and suddenly said, Dean Mo, you personally lead people to the Hengzhong area and make sure to find out the truth. Yes. Mo Qian nodded immediately, turned around and left with several elders, heading directly to the teleportation array, preparing to head to the Hengzhong area. Chapter 55. Empire, Hengzhong area. Sword of Judgment, your sword energy is full of the power of judgment, causing 14,000 points of holy damage to all enemies within a 50-meter range of the target, and there is a 60% chance of causing a stun effect with a cooldown of 1 second. Qin Xian is wearing armor, and the sword in his hand is filled with terrifying power. Every sword has the breath of destroying the world. This is the horror of the SSS level profession. The skill of the Sword of Judgment, in other professions, is a big move with a cooldown of at least 3 hours. But for Qin Xian, it is just an ordinary filling skill. One after another, the void monsters fell under Qin Xian's sword. Even those elite monsters could not withstand Qin Xian for more than 3 seconds. God-killing growth, you hunted an elite void monster and gained 15 additional attribute points. God-killing growth, you hunted an elite void monster and gained 15 additional attribute points. God-killing growth, you hunted an elite void monster and gained 15 additional attribute points. In just a few hours, Qin Xian hunted 14 void elite monsters. He was given 210 extra attribute points. Moreover, these 210 extra attribute points can also be increased by the secret source. Even in the Oracle Knight state, the increase has reached 315 points. However, the only drawback is that these 315 extra attribute points are randomly allocated. But what else do you want? A bicycle? Qin Xian couldn't even think about it. Gradually, the fog dissipated. The prequel mission of the Broken Heaven has been completed. The void monsters that appeared have been almost hunted down. Although this is a large-scale mission, there are tens of thousands of void monsters, most of which are around level 25, and there are even many elite monsters. But don't forget that this Hengjiang area can gather hundreds of thousands of professionals. Too many monks, too little porridge. Ha ha ha, I killed 13 void monsters. Someone had an excited look on his face, and a buff appeared on his status bar. Power of the Crystal Core, your main attribute is increased by 6%, and your health and mana recovery speed is increased by 13%. A middle-aged man with a scar on his face laughed. I have waited for 20 years, and finally I have reached the Broken Heaven dungeon. This time, I will definitely take the lead and become the first in the Broken Heaven dungeon. He showed an extremely confident and even slightly arrogant look on his face. Crystal Core Power, your main attribute is increased by 20%, and the recovery speed of health and mana is increased by 40%. This means that this middle-aged man hunted 40 void monsters alone. The middle-aged man's name is Zhao Xiang, level 39, A-level Phoenix Warrior. When everyone heard Zhao Xiang's words, they all showed a look of shock on their faces. This Zhao Xiang has been stuck at level 39 for 20 years, just to wait for the Broken Heaven Kingdom copy. Zhao Xiang smiled. He was originally the president of a guild. Over the past few decades, he has been preparing for the Broken Heaven Kingdom. In fact, with his profession, plus the support of the guild behind him, he can at least reach level 45 or above. But he stuck at level 39, and after a lot of hard work, he collected a set of top-quality level 39 equipment and upgraded all the skills learned at level 30 to the highest level. He also knocked all the extra attribute points within his ability. It can be said that he is a top-quality level 39 stuck level account. In the Broken Heaven dungeon with entry levels 15 to 40, they are indeed the strongest group of fighters. Zhao Xiang had a determined look on his face. He knew very well that although his profession was not bad, it was not a rare S-level profession, and the upper limit was only around level 40. At most, he was at the City Lord level. But Zhao Xiang was not reconciled. He wanted to go further and climb higher. So he chose to stay at the level and wait for the Broken Heaven dungeon. With the blessing of the ancient gods of the Broken Heaven, he could break through the upper limit. This was a gamble. If the Broken Heaven had not appeared, maybe his life would have been ruined. And this wait lasted for 20 years. In the past 20 years, Zhao Xiang had been preparing all the time. He sold the guild's assets and collected a set of level 39 top-quality equipment and skills. Finally, he waited for this moment. In fact, there are many people like Zhao Xiang. In a sense, the broken heaven instance is indeed the second college entrance examination in life. Chapter 56. There was still a steady stream of professionals rushing towards the valley. The news of the annihilation of the students of Jixia Academy had already spread in Hengzhong area, including Li Yang, the eldest son of the Li family in the imperial capital. But not many people discussed it because everyone was not stupid and knew that there must be a lot of water in it, just ignore it and turn a blind eye. And no matter what happens to Jixia Academy, it doesn't care about its own business. The destruction of the kingdom of heaven is truly about itself. The teleportation array in the Hengzhong area kept flashing. A beautiful girl appeared, followed by a middle-aged beautiful woman with a dignified demeanor. Brother. After the girl appeared, she immediately found Qin Xian and rushed forward to him, throwing herself into his arms. This beautiful girl was naturally Qin Xian's sister, Qin Li. Qin Li buried her head deeply in Qin Xian's chest, breathing in her brother's breath almost greedily, with a look of relief on her face. The people around looked over here, with many strange expressions. After all, Qin Li's performance this is really beyond the scope of a sister's love for her brother. But Qin Li didn't care about other people's eyes. She only had eyes for Qin Xian. Qin Xian also showed a smile from the heart on his face. He stroked his sister's long hair and chuckled, "Leer, I haven't seen you for 2 months. You have become much stronger." Qin Li then raised her head, looked at Qin Xian's handsome face, and said seriously, "I can help you now, brother." Qin Xian smiled slightly and whispered, "You could have helped me a long time ago." The two separated and stood side by side. Standing next to Qin Xian, Qin Li's beautiful face was full of smiles, as if as long as she could stand with her brother, she would be satisfied. Qin Li looked at Qin Xian quietly and murmured in her heart, "Brother, whatever you want, I'll help you." In fact, Qin Li's situation in the Qin family is quite embarrassed. Qin Li actually knew that she was not Qin Ming's biological daughter, she was adopted. And she could also keenly perceive that her father Qin Ming did not love her. Or rather, Qin Ming did not love anyone except Qin Xian. It was as if Qin Ming, a legendary strongman, put all his feelings on his only son Qin Xian. As for Qin Li, she was dispensable like everyone else, and was an abandoned child who could be abandoned at any time. The other members of the Qin family were also polite to Qin Li with alienation and indifference. Only Qin Xian treated Qin Li, his sister, sincerely. They grew up together. When Qin Li was bullied by other children of the Qin family when she was a child, it was Qin Xian who came forward to protect Qin Li and asked those children to kneel on the ground and apologize. Until now, Qin Li still remembers the scene of that year. A teenager looked at the adults in front of him with a smile on his face, and said lightly, "If you don't apologize, you will be removed from the Qin family bastards and the Qin family genealogy tomorrow. I promise." Then, those adults pressed their children's heads and apologized and repented deeply to Qin Li. From then on, no one in the Qin family dared to bully Qin Li. This scene was deeply engraved in Qin Li's memory. Although Qin Ming didn't like Qin Li, he also gave Qin Li all the resources and treatment. So Qin Li and Qin Xian grew up together, almost inseparable, and the two siblings had a deep relationship. In fact, Qin Li had also thought about investigating her true identity and wanted to know who her biological parents were. But when Qin Xian found out, he said to her seriously, "You just need to know that you are my sister, you don't need to know anything else." Then, Qin Li never thought about the past again. Because she was afraid that if she found out the truth, her brother would not want her anymore. What should she do? Hengzhong area, teleportation array. A bright light flashed, and a handsome young man walked out of the teleportation array. The people around couldn't help but look at the young man a few more times, because they felt a faint pressure from the young man. A pressure that comes from the depths of the soul. Dragon professionals. But soon everyone shook their heads and laughed. Since the emperor came, there have been no dragon professionals in the Dragon Empire. How could there be a new dragon professional? If there is, I'm afraid it will be the most suitable heir to the throne of the emperor. Ye Xian saw the strangeness of others, his expression was calm. Although he hid his career panel, the pressure of the dragon professional could not be concealed. But fortunately, he can choose to hide his career, and others can't be sure. At this moment, the discussion of others came. Many important people came this time. The eldest son and daughter of the Qin family are here. Be careful. If you offend the Qin family, you will die without knowing how. Hearing the words Qin family, Ye Xian's eyes suddenly became sharp. With his sharp eyes, he immediately saw two young men and women surrounded by a group of powerful men with terrifying auras in the distance. Seeing the beautiful girl, Ye Xian's heart trembled. His face showed extreme excitement. Sister, I finally found you. Chapter 57. Ye Xian's eyes were filled with endless longing. Over the years, he has been missing his sister, his only relative in the world, all the time. But unfortunately, his sister was adopted by the Qin family and separated from him at both ends of the world. Let alone recognizing his sister, he couldn't even get close to her. Although they hadn't seen each other for 18 years, Ye Xian's heart was full of trembling. He could feel the closeness deep in his blood. Even Ye Xian wanted to rush to Qin Li now and tell her the truth. Then the brother and sister recognized each other and would never be separated again in this life. But reason still told Ye Xian that it was not the right time yet. The Qin family masters around Qin Li were very powerful. If they knew that he was the orphan of the Ye family, they would definitely hunt him down. Now, he did not have the ability to compete with the Qin family face to face. However, when Ye Xian saw his sister chatting and laughing with the young man next to him, his expression sank and his eyes were full of darkness. He looked at the young man. Qin Xian, the heir of the Qin family and the first genius of the empire. Ye Xian just stood in the crowd, silently looking at Qin Xian, who was the center of attention and high above. His heart was filled with hostility. The Qin family wiped out the Ye family, and he and everyone in the Qin family had an irreconcilable feud. He naturally hated Qin Xian, the eldest son of the Qin family. If there hadn't been that accident, he would now be the heir of the Ye family, a son of a famous family in the empire, and he would enjoy a perfect life like Qin Xian. But now, he can only be like a rat in the gutter, hiding here and there. Standing in a dark corner, unknown. All this was caused by the Qin family. Especially seeing Qin Xian in such a good position, Ye Xian felt unbalanced. Not to mention, Qin Xian has also stolen his sister for so many years. Thinking of this, in addition to the hatred and hostility towards Qin Xian, Ye Xian also felt a lot of jealousy. He was jealous that Qin Xian could occupy his sister for so many years in the name of his brother. Especially when he saw his sister Qin Li, the look in Qin Xian's eyes was full of tenderness, closeness, and admiration. Ye Xian was even more jealous and crazy. Qin Li's feelings should have been on him. He should have been Qin Li's support. Not Qin Xian. Qin Xian stole his sister. Ye Xian looked at Qin Li again, his eyes full of deep affection. And this hot look also attracted Qin Li's attention, so she couldn't help but turn her head and look at Ye Xian. In this way, the brother and sister looked at each other for the first time in 18 years. Seeing Qin Li's eyes, Ye Xian was extremely excited. It's rare to say that Qin Li also felt the connection between him and the blood relationship. He looked at Qin Li with affectionate eyes, hoping that Qin Li could understand his meaning and mood. After all, they are blood-related siblings. But to his disappointment, Qin Li quickly looked away, without any fluctuation in her eyes. Even, there is a hint of disgust. What's wrong? Feeling that his sister was different, Qin Xian couldn't help but look at Qin Li and asked. Nothing, just some annoying looks. Qin Li frowned slightly, as if she was a little nauseous. The burning gaze just now made her very uncomfortable. She hated other people looking at her like that. Unless it was her brother. In fact, Qin Li hated men. Or to put it more accurately, Qin Li hated all men except Qin Xian. Qin Xian smiled and said, "Sister, people like us are destined to be the center of attention and be watched by everyone. Don't worry about the eyes of those ants." A trace of pride that looked down on the world appeared on his face. This was the pride that came from his bones and from his noble blood. Our Qin family is destined to be the pinnacle of this world. Looking at the expression on Qin Xian's face, Qin Li's heart was full of admiration and fascination, and he nodded, "I will be with you forever, brother." As for the young man who made her uncomfortable just now, she had already forgotten about him. However, she also secretly thought that if she met that annoying person again, she will kill him. Chapter 58. Seeing Qin Li quickly turned away, without any reaction to him. It was like looking at a stranger. There was a hint of disgust in his eyes. Ye Xian couldn't help but feel very hurt. But soon, he regained his composure. He didn't blame Qin Li. After all, Qin Li didn't know the truth of the matter. To Qin Li, he was just a stranger, so naturally he couldn't feel his emotions all at once. Ye Xian took a deep breath and looked at the entrance to the Broken Heaven dungeon. Soon, the Broken Heaven would be opened. At that time, in the Broken Heaven dungeon, he would tell Qin Li all the truth. Qin Xian and Qin Li stood side by side, chatting while waiting for the Broken Kingdom dungeon to open. Most of the time, Qin Li was talking and Qin Xian was listening. In fact, Qin Li was not a talkative person. In front of other people, Qin Li was always taciturn and even a little indifferent. But in front of Qin Xian, Qin Li seemed to be a different person. It seemed that he had endless things to say. Aunt Mo, who was standing aside, looked at the smile on the girl's face and couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Perhaps only in front of the young master would the young lady be so happy. Only then will she really look like an 18-year-old girl. The teleportation array flickered continuously, and a steady stream of professionals came. It was estimated that nearly 1 million professionals gathered in the entire Hengjiang area. They all wanted to conquer the Broken Heaven Kingdom. Many of them were geniuses from major families and top guilds. At this time, a graceful figure appeared in the sky above Hengjiang. A beautiful woman appeared and immediately attracted everyone's attention. She had a beautiful face and delicate features, as if she had walked out of a painting. She wore a white long dress, but it couldn't hide her curvy figure. She had a very decent smile on her face, which perfectly matched the etiquette of a lady from a noble family. Her aura was very strong. It seemed that she was born to be noble and out of touch with the world. Everyone felt ashamed of themselves. It seems that taking a step closer to this beauty is a blasphemy. Qin Xian looked at the beautiful girl from a distance, his expression slightly changed, and a solemn look appeared on his face. He had obviously recognized her identity. "Junior Qin, long time no see." The beautiful woman's eyes seemed to contain stars, and she walked towards Qin Xian with a smile. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a smile appeared on his face. "Senior Chu. This gorgeous woman is named Chu Junior. She is a rare SS level Holy Temple Princess, level 31, and is also the Student Union President of the Imperial Capital Academy. She is 2 years older than Qin Xian. In the first year of her awakening career, she was promoted to level 20, in the second year she was promoted to level 27, and in the third year she was promoted to the current level 31. At that time, she directly refreshed the upgrade record of the Imperial Capital Academy. Of course, this record has now been broken by Qin Xian. More importantly, Chu Junior's background is also extremely terrifying. She was born in the Chu family, and the Chu family is the top family in the empire. The contemporary head of the Chu family, Chu Xishan, is one of the 5 legendary powerhouses in the empire, a level 85 god blood warlord. A super giant who has guarded Chongyuan for 300 years and made the abyss demons dare not take a step. And Chu Juner is the granddaughter of Chu Cixin and also his favorite descendant. In terms of identity and background, even if Chu Juner is not as good as Qin Xian, she is not much different. Qin Xian and Chu Juner didn't socialize much in the Imperial Capital Academy, but they were both quite wary of each other. Chu Juner was one of the few people who made Qin Xian feel a little pressured. Of course, it was only a little pressure. Mr. President. Senior Chu. Some of the children from the Imperial Academy's families came out to greet her. But Chu Juner ignored them and just looked at Qin Xian. At this moment, it seemed that only she and Qin Xian were left between heaven and earth. It seemed that in her eyes, only Qin Xian was qualified to talk to her and was from the same world. As for the others, they are all ants. Qin Suidi, you have become stronger again. Chu Juner looked at Qin Xian carefully, her beautiful eyes flashed, and the smile on her face seemed to be brighter. She could feel that although Qin Xian's level had not improved in just a few days, he gave her the feeling that he was several times stronger than before. Qin Xian smiled without saying anything, and no one could tell what he was thinking behind his smile. Senior Sister Chu came to see me, she shouldn't just tell me this, right? Qin Li looked at Chu Juner, a hint of hostility flashed in her eyes. She didn't like this Chu Juner. I don't like it. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 59. For some reason, Qin Li felt a sense of crisis when she saw Chu Juner. It was as if this woman would snatch her brother away. She actually knew that Qin Xian had had many women, many of whom were just for fun, and some were female stars. But Qin Li didn't care. Because she knew that those women were just her brother's playthings. In Qin Li's eyes, those women were not human, but toys. They couldn't even enter the Qin family's door. But Chu Juner was different. Whether it was her appearance or her talent and background, Chu Juner was qualified to be the future mistress of the Qin family. Chu Juner smiled slightly, and her smile was so breathtaking and charming. Even Qin Li seemed to be a little eclipsed. In fact, in terms of appearance and facial features alone, Qin Li was no worse than Chu Juner, both were very perfect and exquisite. Chu Juner and Qin Li's temperaments were also noble ladies from aristocratic families, and they were noble and compelling. But compared with Chu Juner, Qin Li still had a hint of immaturity belonging to a girl. Chu Juner's temperament is more elegant and noble. Xiangxiudi, I just want to make a deal with you. Chu Juner stared at Qin Xian's handsome face with burning eyes and smiled softly. What deal? Chu Juner simply stretched out her hand and waved it. A scroll flashed, and a light curtain enveloped her and Qin Xian. Chu Bo narrowed his eyes and did not make a move. Because this scroll is a soundproof scroll, it can block out the sound from the outside world for 5 minutes. After the soundproofing, Chu Juner smiled and said, Junior Qin Xian, you should have heard of the Kingdom of Decay, right? Qin Xian nodded. The Kingdom of Decay is a dead place discovered by the human world. It is a dead country, corroded and decayed by a terrifying force. The whole continent is filled with the power of decay. Any creature that enters the Kingdom of Decay will be corroded by the breath of decay. The richness of this Kingdom of Decay is amazing. There are many precious secret realms just in the periphery. If it is in the periphery, it is okay. You can rely on various equipment and props to resist the breath of decay. But the closer to the King's City of the Kingdom of Decay, the stronger the breath of decay. And in the King's City of the Kingdom of Decay, the breath of decay can almost condense into substance. Once a level 69 strongman went to the King's City of the Kingdom of Decay, and was eventually corroded by the breath of decay. Although he did not fall, he was tortured by the breath of decay and was seriously injured. It took more than 10 years of recuperation to recover. But because of the serious injury of the level 69 strongman, the pattern of many guilds has also changed. My profession is the Holy Temple Princess. When I was level 30, I received a professional task that required me to go to the royal city of the Decayed Kingdom to obtain something. After clearing the broken kingdom of heaven, I will be blessed by the ancient gods. With the blessing buff, going to the royal city of the Decayed Kingdom within 1 month can protect us from the erosion of the decaying atmosphere. So I would like to ask you, Qin Xian, to go to the decayed royal city with me after clearing the broken kingdom of heaven. If it were another man, facing the request of a peerless beauty like Chu Juner, I'm afraid he would agree without hesitation. But Qin Xian was unmoved, his expression was very calm, and he just smiled and said, "Since it's a deal, what can I get?" Seeing that Qin Xian did not agree directly, Chu Juner was not angry at all. Instead, she had a hint of appreciation. What she despised most was the kind of man who was dizzy for beauty and agreed to everything. Such a man is destined to be nothing. Alas, junior brother Qin Xian, you really stumped me. Chu Juner sighed lightly. You are the eldest son of the Qin family. With the power and status of the Qin family, what else can make you excited? The Qin family in the imperial capital can be said to be the most famous family in the empire. It can even be said to be the most powerful and profound ancient family in the entire human world. What kind of treasures and props does the Qin family not have? Although Chu Juner was born extraordinary and had no shortage of treasures, Qin Xian would definitely not look down on them. Chu Juner looked at Qin Xian and said seriously, as long as you help me complete my professional tasks, I can give you a promise. If you have any requests in the future, as long as it does not harm the interests of the Chu family, I will agree to you unconditionally. Even if you want to deal with Lord Lug, I will take action. If others heard this, they would be extremely shocked. Lug, the regent of the empire, is a supreme existence in the hearts of the people of the empire. But Chu Juner didn't seem to have much respect for Lug. This is quite similar to Qin Xian. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, as if considering Chu Juner's proposal. After a moment, he nodded slowly and smiled. Make a deal. Chapter 60. After getting Qin Xian's response, Chu Juner showed a satisfied smile on her face. Unlike Qin Xian's position in the Qin family is unshakable and extremely stable. First, it is because Qin Xian is Qin Ming's only son. Second, Qin Xian's talent and strength are enough to suppress those cousins. So Qin Xian is the well-deserved heir of the Qin family. No one has the ability and courage to challenge Qin Xian's position. Chu Juner is different. As the eldest daughter of the Chu family, Chu Juner can actually use the resources of the Chu family to help her complete this professional task. But unfortunately, Chu Juner is the eldest daughter of the Chu family, but not the heir of the Chu family. The Chu family is a big family, and Chu Juner has many brothers. Although Chu Xishan likes Chu Juner, the legitimate granddaughter, very much, he even intends to make Chu Juner the heir of the Chu family. But Chu Juner's brothers are also capable. More importantly, they are ambitious. They have been eyeing Chu Juner's position. Therefore, on this trip to the Decayed King City, Chu Juner did not intend to use the power of the Chu family, but chose to cooperate with Qin Xian. After all, Qin Xian is very powerful and will be a very useful helper. In that case, we will contact each other later. Chu Junyi said to Qin Xian with a smile, I wish you, my junior brother Qin Xian, can receive the highest level of blessing from the ancient gods. Then she glanced at Qin Li, who was standing beside her. As if she saw the hostility in Qin Li's eyes, Chu Junyi smiled at Qin Li but didn't say a word. She just left leisurely, leaving only the fragrant wind. Qin Li's pretty face was cold, and she said nothing, but moved closer to Qin Xian. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched Chu Juner leave. He agreed to Chu Juner's request because she was indeed worth his effort. If he could influence the Chu family through Chu Juner. Soon, it was finally time to open the Broken Heaven dungeon. Large special dungeon, Broken Heaven. Entry level, level 15 to level 40. Maximum number of team members, 25 people. Number of boss, 7. Introduction. As the crystallization of the wisdom of the ancient gods, the ancient empire of Saint Nermen was once the greatest empire in ancient civilization. The territory of the Saint Nermen Empire spreads all over the universe. The gods bless its abundance, which means the land of stars, and has hundreds of demigods. There are thousands of vassal races, which have been as bright as stars for tens of thousands of years and are also called the Kingdom of Heaven. But the terrible void has set its sights on this fertile land. The Saint Nermen Empire resisted fiercely for 300 years, and finally the entire territory fell and was swallowed by the void. Today, in the broken old land of the Kingdom of Heaven, countless void monsters are still abusing, and those knights who are loyal to the empire have now become terrible void black knights. There is only killing and abuse in the mind. The emperors of the ancient empire, their souls are still being tortured by the void, and the ancient gods have been trapped in the holy temple palace. Warriors, march to the broken kingdom of heaven, destroy those terrible void monsters, and save the souls of the emperors. Let the light of the ancient gods bloom again in the broken kingdom of heaven. Maybe one day, the broken heaven will revive again, and the Holy Nermen Empire will once again descend upon this world and become the beacon of civilization. Qin Xian looked at the introduction of the Broken Kingdom dungeon, his face slightly solemn. In this world of universal dataization, most of the dungeons are those cold mechanical reincarnation spaces, and the monsters and bosses have no emotions. But the large special dungeons are different. The monsters inside all have a certain degree of wisdom, and even the bosses are more dangerous and cunning. The final boss of the Broken Kingdom, the Void Warlord Crocodile, is a dangerous elite boss of level 40. No one has been able to completely defeat it until now. And the ancient gods who finally descended are real gods. It's just that they are willing to be sealed in this dungeon by apocalypse. Moreover, the Broken Kingdom instance is different from other instances. In other instances, each team enters a different plane. But in a large special instance, all teams are in the same plane. However, there is no need to worry about it being too crowded, because the Broken Kingdom instance is extremely large, almost the size of a province of the empire. After entering the instance, all teams will be teleported to different areas. This means that the dangers faced by teams entering the instance are not only the monsters in the instance, but also there are also people from other teams. Sometimes, the same kind is much scarier than monsters. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Chapter 61. Qin Xian said to Qin Li, let's team up and go in together. Qin Li nodded happily and said okay. Then he asked Qin Xian to team up. After the team was successfully formed, both of them could see each other's information on the team panel. Name, Qin Xian. Occupation, Oracle Knight. Level, LV21. HP, 45200/MP43600. Looking at Qin Xian's panel, although there is not much information, the health column alone makes Qin Li's face show an expression of amazement. 43600 health points. You know, the health points of ordinary professionals of the same level are about 10,000. Qin Xian's health points are almost comparable to those of level 45 plus strong men. Name, Qin Li. Occupation, Angel of Death. Level, LV15. HP, 22450/MP23100. At this time, Chu Bo's voice came, Master, Miss, they have arrived. As soon as Chu Bo finished speaking, a strong breath came, attracting the attention of everyone in the valley. A group of strong people with a strong breath appeared in the teleportation array. They were all level 39, all A level or even S level professions, wearing top quality level 39 equipment, and the combat power of each of them could be compared with Zhao Xiang. So many top quality 39s. Everyone was shocked, and then they looked at this group of people and came to Qin Xian with awe. Young Master. Then, these level 39 warriors joined Qin Xian's team. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost popped out. One Zhao Xiang was already shocking. Not to mention a group of Zhao Xiangs. Qin Xian had no expression on his face, just nodded lightly. As the heir of the Qin family, he naturally enjoyed all the resources of the Qin family. The Broken Heaven Kingdom can be blessed by the ancient gods, which can directly improve the attributes of the professionals by one level. The Qin family naturally has to prepare for Qin Xian. So after Qin Xian was born, the Qin family directly used resources, spent countless money, and selected and screened hundreds of professionals. Finally, a team of professionals was selected. These 20-odd strong men, arranged by the Qin family, are stuck at level 39, and have a full set of level 39 top-grade equipment. They have also learned special skills specifically for the monsters in the Broken Heaven dungeon. Their lives have been bought out by the Qin family. It can be said that they were born to clear the Broken Heaven dungeon. They are the tools created by the Qin family for Qin Xian. Just for this copy of Broken Heaven. So that Qin Xian can be blessed by the gods. But they are lucky, they have been waiting for 20 years. Finally, the Broken Heaven dungeon was reopened. If the Broken Heaven dungeon had not been opened, Qin Xian would naturally become stronger according to his own trajectory. But they can only be stuck at the same level until they die of old age. However, even after they cleared the Broken Kingdom dungeon, they were basically useless. Because they had wasted 20 years, their future limit was basically here. Their purpose was to serve Qin Xian and clear the Broken Kingdom dungeon. They concentrated all resources on Qin Xian and let Qin Xian receive the highest blessing from the ancient gods. However, they did not resent it. They had been loyal to the Qin family for generations. In their minds, serving the Qin family was their supreme honor. And although they had become Qin Xian's tool to clear the Broken Heaven, and their lives were just for a copy, they were also well paid. Their families would be well developed under the Qin family. Qin Xian looked at his subordinates, level 39 tools, with an indifferent expression. Of course, he understood the sacrifices of these subordinates, but he was calm in his heart. Because as the heir of the Qin family, he was not afraid of these. He's already used to it. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, and their hearts could not calm down for a long time. They could not even feel jealousy towards Qin Xian, only shock. This is the strength and foundation of the top families. In order for Qin Xian to pass a dungeon, more than 20 powerful people who originally had great prospects were forced to waste decades in their lives and become tools. With a group of top-notch 39 professionals, Qin Xian was basically guaranteed to pass the Broken Heaven dungeon perfectly. And ordinary people like them can only form a team honestly, and then successfully defeat a boss and get rewards. It would be a blessing for their ancestors. The greater possibility is that many of them will die in the dungeon. Life is so unfair. Chapter 62. Chu Juner also showed a shocked look on her face, and she couldn't help but look at Qin Xian deeply. As the eldest lady of the Chu family, she would naturally not enter the Broken Heaven Kingdom alone. Under her command, there is also a team of strong men under the Chu family. However, these strong men of the Chu family are randomly selected professionals below level 40. Although their strength is not bad. But they are all strong men who have grown normally. They are completely incomparable with those top level 39 professionals of the Qin family, who are specially trained for the Broken Heaven Kingdom dungeon. In this dungeon of the Broken Heaven Kingdom, I am afraid that the combat power of a top level 39 professional of the Qin family can reach that of most of the strong men under her command. It's the difference in background. Chu Jun's eyes could not help but be a little complicated. Although the Chu family is the top family of the empire, the Chu family only rose after Chu Xishan entered the legendary realm, that is, 300 years. The Qin family, on the other hand, was already the top family of the empire in the early days of the founding of the empire, and has been passed down for thousands of years. Whether it is background or strength, the Chu family is much worse than the Qin family. Apart from anything else, these more than 20 A-level and S-level powerhouses originally had a good chance to grow to level 50. As a result, the upper limit is now useless. In other words, the Qin family used more than 20 powerhouses around level 50 to exchange for Qin Xian's chance to be blessed by the gods. This kind of courage, the Chu family can't do it. She once heard her grandfather say that in fact, the emperors of all dynasties were quite afraid of the Qin family. But the emperors of all dynasties, but they can't do without the support of the Qin family. They can only constantly appease the Qin family and appease the Qin family. Apart from anything else, the Qin family has occupied the position of ruling the Imperial Cardinal Council for hundreds of years. The head of the Qin family in every generation is almost the second emperor of the empire. Qin Xian. Chu Junior murmured softly, and suddenly a meaningless smile appeared on her face. Among the crowd, Ye Xian saw that scene, without the shock and envy of others. He only felt hatred in his heart, and disdain. Others were just envious that the Qin family could produce more than 20 top-level 39 strong men for Qin Xian. But Ye Xian just felt sad. He felt sad for those more than 20 strong men. These people were all high-level professionals of A and S levels. They could have had a bright future and could at least be promoted to level 40 or even 50. But because the Qin family wanted to train Qin Xian, they killed their lives. Whether they were willing or not, Ye Xian felt that this was a kind of sadness. Ye Xian clenched his fists tightly, his eyes determined. Although Qin Xian's lineup was so luxurious, he firmly believed that he was the strongest. This time, the broken kingdom of heaven copy would be the first step for him to become a dragon. Suddenly, the entire Hengzhong area began to tremble. The huge portal suddenly rang with a magnificent bell. It was like the wail of the end of the world. Then the countless runes on the portal began to flicker, and the dreamlike light enveloped the entire Hengzhong area. In the portal, the huge vortex kept stirring, and from the depths of the vortex, one could vaguely see a broken but extremely spectacular world. Seeing this scene, everyone's face was lifted. The Broken Heaven dungeon was finally opened. Enter the dungeon. Check the team panel again and don't a Euro trademark T fall behind. After entering the dungeon, you will be teleported randomly according to the team. Everyone check your tools and potions. Nearly 1 million professionals and tens of thousands of teams in Hengzhong area were in a commotion and began to pass through the portal to enter the Broken Heaven dungeon. Master, Miss, I wish you all the best. Chu Bo bowed slightly to Qin Xian and Qin Li. He was already level 58, which was higher than the entry level of the Broken Heaven. He could only wait outside. However, he was not worried about Qin Xian's safety. With such a luxurious team lineup, Qin Xian didn't have to do many dangerous things. He only needed his strong men to do it. Qin Xian smiled at Chu Bo and nodded. Although many people think that Qin Xian is quite cold and will do anything to become stronger, in fact, Qin Xian is very tolerant to the people around him. He is not a cruel, capricious, mean, and ungrateful master. Let's go. Qin Xian looked at his sister, and Qin Li smiled warmly. The brother and sister, surrounded by a group of powerful men, passed through the portal and entered the Broken Heaven Kingdom. It was as if they had passed through a long tunnel. Countless fragments of time flashed before Qin Xian and others' eyes. The next moment, they appeared on a huge plain. It is indeed a broken heaven. Qin Xian looked at the surrounding scenery and couldn't help but sigh. This was a magical world, but also a broken world. Their plain was more like a huge floating island than a plain, and in the distance, there were also countless cities, mountains, and even oceans floating. This world was torn apart by an inexplicable force and shattered into countless areas. Chapter 63. Standing on this plain, looking far into the distance, you can't see the end at a glance. This broken world is divided into countless areas, scattered in the void. This place is simply a part of the void. Master, there are 7 bosses in the Broken Heaven dungeon. They are Oathbreaker Knight Abel Bloody Priest Lia I of the Void Twin Sons Baron of the North Wind Valkyrie Angelina Void Warlord Crocodile. A Qin family warrior looked respectful as he introduced the Broken Kingdom dungeon to Qin Xian. His name was Fan Xing, and he had been studying various Broken Kingdom materials for decades. He could be said to be a humanoid strategy machine. This alone was something that other teams could not even dream of. The Broken Heaven dungeon is a linear dungeon world, full of void monsters. Hunting void monsters in the dungeon can gain world purification. When the purification reaches 30%, the boss will wake up. Each boss will drop void crystals, which will be distributed according to the performance of each team. After defeating 5 bosses, you can go to the Holy City to defeat Empress Angelina. After the successful crusade against the Empress Angelina, the final boss Void Warlord Crocodile will appear. It is a genuine level 40 Void Warlord. No one has ever been able to truly kill Void Warlord Crocodile. When its health is less than 20%, it will open a void portal and escape. It only takes 1 minute. But it is almost impossible to kill it within 1 minute. After defeating the Void Warlord, you can go to the ancient temple and receive the blessing of the ancient gods according to the number of void crystal sources. The rules of the Broken Heaven dungeon are not complicated, but they are very cumbersome. On everyone's panel, there is an additional ranking list, which shows everyone's ranking. Generally speaking, the higher the ranking points, the more likely they are to be recognized by the gods. Can I snatch the void crystal source dropped by the boss? Qin Li, who was standing by, suddenly asked. Qin Xian couldn't help but smile knowingly when he heard this. This was his sister, who had grown up with him and whose way of thinking was the same as his. It can be snatched, miss. Fan Xing responded hastily. Every time the Broken Heaven dungeon is opened, 60% of the team dies in the dungeon, most of which, all of them died at the hands of other teams. Qin Xian nodded. He thought for a moment, looking at the countless void monsters entrenched not far away. He ordered, in this case, we will hunt down the elite void monsters first, and let other teams fight the boss first. When we reach the gate of the King's City, we will directly hunt down other teams. Now Qin Xian's top priority is to continue hunting down elite void monsters to improve his attribute points. Yes. The Qin family's strong men immediately stepped forward and began to sweep away all the void monsters. The void monsters in this area are corrupted demonic wolves, level 20 void monsters. Although the combat power of a single monster is not strong, there are estimated to be thousands of monsters in this plane. And they are very dense. If you attract one, it is equivalent to dozens of monsters entering the battle at the same time. Even a level 35 professional can't afford to offend. However, the strong men under Qin Xian are all specialized in dealing with the Broken Kingdom of Heaven. Each of them has a set of equipment with an entry. Sacred, increases damage to void monsters, undead monsters, and demon monsters by 35%. So when the Qin family's strong men took action, they almost swept away and destroyed everything in their path. Qin Xian and Qin Li gained experience points by lying down. Hunted the corrupted wolf, experience plus 1544. Hunted the corrupted wolf, experience plus 1544. Hunt down the elite corrupted wolf, experience plus 4547. Hunted the corrupted wolf, experience plus 1544. Although the experience points gained will be diluted by the team, the efficiency is extremely high. Qin Xian's experience points can be seen to rise rapidly. And Qin Li is about to level up. However, at this moment, Qin Xian frowned slightly. His second profession is the Lord of the Void. He is very sensitive to the breath of the void. And he also felt that this copy. Something seems wrong. Chapter 64. It stands to reason that after the death of a monster, it will either become a corpse that can be transformed into various materials by some manufacturing skills, or it will directly drop spoils of war, and the corpse will be directly digitized and disappear. But after the death of these corrupted demon wolves, although they directly dropped spoils of war, their corpses also disappeared directly. But Qin Xian keenly noticed that after their death, the aura of the void did not disappear, but gathered together and gathered towards a certain place. Basically no one could notice this. Only Qin Xian, whose second profession was the Lord of the Void and whose control over the void was terrifying, could slightly perceive some of it. Moreover, Qin Xian could also feel that somewhere in the broken heaven, a terror from the void seemed to be awakening. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that humans may not have a deep enough understanding of the copy of the broken heaven. However, Qin Xian is not going to pursue this matter now. Moreover, as long as it is a void monster, he is almost invincible. The Lord of the Void is the top existence in the food chain of the Void system. The Void Warlord and even the Void Lord are all his food. Only the Great Terror in the Void is at the same level as him. Although his level is not high now, he can only be regarded as a juvenile Lord of the Void. But even a juvenile Lord of the Void has blood suppression on other Void monsters. What Qin Xian really cares about now is to become stronger. It has to be said that the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon has caused a sensation in the entire human world. Because there are too many monster experiences here. In just a few hours, Qin Xian has already upgraded one level to 22. And Qin Li has even upgraded 2 levels. Not to mention the blue and purple materials that fell on the ground. However, Qin Xian doesn't like these materials and distributes them to the strong men under his command. Moreover, there are about 20 elite void monsters, elite corrupted demon wolves, all of which have been killed by Qin Xian. This gives Qin Xian 300 extra talent points. In other words, in the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon, these elite corrupted demon wolves are only level 25. If it is on the void front, it is not so easy to hunt 20 elite void monsters. In just a few hours, Qin Xian hurried to see that his strength has become stronger with the naked eye. His strength attribute is almost doubled. But the more this happens, the more Qin Xian wants to continue to become stronger. For Qin Xian, power and beauty are just pastimes. What really fascinated him was the feeling of becoming stronger, watching his attribute points increase little by little. The void monsters on this plane have been cleared out. On the ranking list, the World Purification degree has also reached 14%. It seems that all teams are frantically fighting monsters. Deep in the broken heaven, there is a strange space and time. This space is full of holy and glorious breath. Majestic temples stand in the air, magnificent and magnificent. Full of divine brilliance. In the temple, majestic figures gathered in front of a round mirror. On that round mirror, all the teams that entered the Broken Heaven dungeon appeared. The leading god is a female god with a beautiful appearance and a look of pity on her face, which makes people unable to help but worship her. She is the eternal goddess Marika, the head of the ancient gods in the Broken Heaven. Behind her, the gods are different, but each god has a frightening majesty. This batch of human professionals seems to be stronger than before. It seems that after 20 years, humans are still getting stronger. Marika said softly, with a look of emotion on her face. Apocalypse chose this world, and humans started to digitize, which is an advantage that other races cannot match. They directly have the most efficient and perfect evolutionary system in the universe. Next to Marika, a shirtless war god with explosive muscular body said in a muffled voice, Apocalypse abandoned us and chose humans. Marika shook her head and said lightly, if there was no apocalypse, our world would have been completely shattered. It is because of Apocalypse that we are still alive now, and our world at least retains the last glimmer of hope. Her eyes were full of sadness as she looked at this broken world. This world is the world she created with her own hands, and this empire is the empire established by her believers. But when the void invaded, she was powerless and could not stop the void at all. She could only watch the void erode the entire world. If it were not for the will of Apocalypse to appear at the last moment, I am afraid she would have been a false god enslaved by the void. But even so, she had lost most of her divine power and could only survive in this dungeon world. The appearance of the child of prophecy. Chapter 65. The void is still entrenched in this world, Marika. The god with explosive muscles said in a deep voice. He is the god of war Kenshi, and in this world, his divine power is second only to Marika. When the void invaded, he killed 13 void lords. However, facing the great terror in the void, he was directly deprived of his godhood. At the end of the world, the will of apocalypse appeared, forced back the great terror of the void, guarded the origin of this world, digitized this broken world, and formulated the rules of apocalypse. For thousands of years, they have been in this space. Watching batches of human strongmen come to attack the copy, using divine power, and through the origin of the world, bestowing one blessing buff after another on humans. The reason why they voluntarily were sealed by Apocalypse and became the arbitrators of this copy was because of the deal with the will of Apocalypse. Apocalypse asked them to help human evolution. Secondly, they were also waiting for the son of prophecy. Although the emergence of the will of Apocalypse forced the void back, the great terror of the void was also unwilling. Failed. It left behind its most loyal servant, the void warlord Ka Crocodile, who has been entrenched in this world. Although the void warlord Ka Crocodile was also suppressed by the rules of Apocalypse, his body was semi-digitalized, his strength was suppressed to level 40, and he became the final boss of the copy. But he is the servant of the Great Terror, and he has the blessing of the Great Terror. For thousands of years, the void warlord Ka Crocodile has been trying to make the Great Terror return to this world and take away the origin of the world. For humans, this broken kingdom is just a copy and a way to become stronger. But for these gods, this is their home and the battlefield where they play against the void. The son of prophecy is their last hope. As a sign of the origin of the world, they will eventually wait for a son of prophecy, who will be recognized by the origin of the world and become the new emperor of the Holy Nurmen Empire. At that time, the origin of the world will revive again, and the copy of the broken kingdom of heaven will disappear. The Holy Nurmen Empire will reappear on earth. Malika, there is a human, very strong, could he be the son of prophecy? The god of war Kenshi looked solemn, looking at a handsome young man in the round mirror, wearing glorious armor, holding a big sword, and shrouded in holy light. He was like a wolf among a flock of sheep, looking down on everyone. Although he was only level 22, those level 35 elite monsters were vulnerable in front of him. This person was Qin Xian, who was hunting elite monsters in the void. And his performance attracted the attention of all the gods. So strong. His combat power is completely beyond the scope of this level, it is at least level 40. He is the most powerful human professional I have ever seen. The gods showed excitement on their faces and talked about it. It's rare to say that the son of prophecy has appeared. But Marika frowned tightly, staring at Qin Xian for a long time, and then shook her head. Kenshi, if he is not strong, he will be the son of prophecy. Marika stared at Qin Xian with a look of scrutiny. Strong physical strength is not the real strength. The strength of the heart is the real strength. I can feel that this human has no warmth and kindness in his heart, and no mercy for the weak. He is not the son of prophecy. Marika's eyes were a little fearful, even alert. But there was one more thing Marika didn't say. She felt something bad in this human, something very dangerous. This feeling was similar to the one she had when she faced the great terror of the void. However, this feeling was absurd even for Marika herself. Marika whispered to the gods, the son of prophecy who has a kind, good, and resolute heart is the one who can truly save our world. I have a feeling that the day when we meet the child of prophecy is coming soon. Marika's heart moved slightly, and she stretched out her hand and drew a picture, and another picture appeared in the round mirror. In the broken heaven instance, in a deep abyss filled with molten flames. Yeshyen raised his head and looked at the countless floating islands in the distance. Under his feet, the corpses of void monsters lay on the ground, almost piled up into a small mountain. Brother Yet, thank you. Thank you, big boss. Several professionals on the side were grateful. The people in their team had just been in a tough battle. If Ye Xian hadn't come to their aid, they would have probably died here. We are from the Huhan Guild, I am the Guild Master Wang Meng, today's great kindness, our Huhan Guild will never forget it. A middle-aged man looked grateful and bowed deeply. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 66. No need to be polite. Ye Xian smiled, and exchanged greetings with several people for a while, looking at the satisfied expressions on their faces. His heart was full of a sense of accomplishment. He had saved too many people along the way. And these people were also submissive to his personal charm, and they all vied to make friends with him and were willing to die for him. Ye Xian knew deeply that if he wanted to overthrow the Qin family for revenge, it would not be enough to rely solely on those old members of the Ye family. Although those old members of the Ye family were also a huge force. But over the years, because they were old members of the Ye family, they were suspected and suppressed by the Qin family, and their strength was not that strong. Compared with the Qin family, it was far from enough. So he had to unite all the forces that could be united. These people he saved, although they were not from aristocratic families, they were all from common people, or from small guilds and small forces. But Ye Xian believed that the righteous will have many supporters, while the unrighteous will have few supporters. Although these small forces and small guilds are inconspicuous, if they are gathered together, they are also a huge force. They are the foundation of this country. The aristocratic families of the Qin family are too far away from the bottom. They forgot that water can carry a boat but can also overturn it. Ye Xian looked at the ranking list. In terms of the progress of hunting void monsters, Qin Xian's name is the first by a large margin, reaching a terrifying 70,000. This means that Qin Xian has hunted nearly 10,000 void monsters. The second place is Chu Juner, with a score of over 40,000, almost half of Qin Xian's. As for the third place, it was even lower, only 20,000. The rest were densely packed guilds, with thousands of points, and the competition was very fierce. Ye Xian's points were only more than 6,000. But this was already very difficult. After all, Qin Xian had an excellent 39 team under his command. And Ye Xian was alone, and he wasted a lot of time saving people. At this time, the sky of the entire broken heaven was shining with extremely dazzling light. Above the sky, a crystal-clear ancient holy tree was looming. The degree of purification has reached 30%, someone shouted. Then, 5 terrifying rays of light shot up from every corner of the broken heaven. These 5 auras were so terrifying. The early bosses have all appeared. Someone looked delighted and immediately rushed towards the nearest knight's base. Above the knight's base, a huge holy sword slowly descended and eventually turned into an extremely powerful knight. His body was huge, several meters tall, and his armor was filled with a frightening aura of the void. The original style of the armor was mighty and sacred, but now it gave people a sense of tyranny and distortion. Oathbreaker Abel, Elite Boss. Level, LV35. HP, 48W. Skills, Corrupted Chains, Void Greatsword, Knight's Word of Justice, Summon the Armies. Introduction: Abel was once the strongest knight in the empire. When the Void invaded, he led his royal knights to fight bravely. But when he faced the great terror of the Void, he betrayed his oath before he died. He chose to surrender to the Void, and was willing to be corrupted by the Void, becoming a forsworn knight. After becoming a forsworn knight, he has been wandering around his knight's station, waiting for the master of the Void to come again. Boom! Countless teams headed for the knight's station. The forsworn knight Abel is one of the 5 early bosses in the Broken Heaven. He not only drops void crystal sources, but also many rare equipment and materials. For example, the Abel suit. This suit is plate armor, a level 40 purple top grade equipment. Not only does it provide a large number of strength and system attribute points, but after the suit is collected, the term Abel's resentment can be activated. Abel's grudge: every time you are attacked, there is a 25% chance of rebounding 16,000 points of magic damage, and reducing the opponent's attribute points by 20% for 20 seconds. It is simply the best equipment for the main tank. Basically, if you own a set of Abel suits, you can directly graduate from the equipment and use it as an heirloom. This can be said to be the most powerful equipment that small and medium-sized forces, as well as ordinary people, can obtain. So when they saw the Oathbreaker Knight Abel appear, all the plate armor professions came out in full force, ready to defeat this boss. Ye Xian also went to the knight's headquarters. His profession is the Apostle of the Dragon God, and he came to the Broken Heaven dungeon. In addition to looking for his sister. It is also because of the blessing of Transformation Blessing. Transformation Blessing is one of the blessings of the gods, the top one. It can directly make the profession evolve, so the skill level cap is increased by 3 levels. But Ye Xian is the Apostle of the Dragon God. The biggest difference between dragon professionals and other professions is that dragon professionals have the best affinity for the godhead. If he can get the transformation blessing among the blessings of the gods, then he can only become an SSS level dragon god. And Ye Xian always has a feeling that he is being watched by someone. However, he did not feel any malice, but a sense of expectation. Inside the pantheon, all the gods were looking at Ye Xian in the round mirror. Now the battle to conquer the Oathbreaker Knight Abel has begun. The scene was extremely chaotic. Although Abel was digitized by Apocalypse and lost all his intelligence, he was just a monster without thoughts. But his strength was still very terrifying. Every attack could be said to be destroying the world. But this crusade was different from what the gods had seen at other times. In every previous crusade, human warriors suffered heavy casualties. But this time, there were basically no casualties among human professionals. One of the reasons was the appearance of Ye Xian. He stood in the air, taking the lead, almost single-handedly challenging Oathbreaker Knight Abel. The remaining many professionals were behind Ye Xian, obeying Ye Xian's command and carrying out the crusade in an orderly manner. And the blood volume of Oathbreaker Knight Abel continued to decrease, and finally reached 0. The Oathbreaker Knight Abel roared, his body collapsed, turned into starlight and disappeared, leaving the spoils on the ground. This human, it is indeed unusual. A god's face was somewhat surprised, even shocked. At the beginning of the crusade against Broken Knight Abel, human professionals suffered heavy losses, but Ye Xian stood up at the critical moment. He not only contained most of Abel's hatred, but also commanded the entire situation. What's more amazing is that those human professionals actually listened to his wisdom after their initial hesitation and finally successfully crusaded Broken Knight Abel. Marika, is he the son of prophecy? A god asked. Marika shook her head. I don't know, the origin of the world has not responded yet, but I have a hunch and intuition. He is that person. The name Ye Xian was mentioned more and more in the dungeons. No one knew his origins, or even his specific occupation. But more and more teams were willing to follow his command. Under his command, the major guilds defeated Oathbreaker Abel with very low casualties. Eye of the Void Twin Sons. The rewards dropped were distributed fairly by Ye Xian, and no one complained. It seemed that the human professionals who had entered the dungeon had never seen such a harmonious scene. A withered abyss, looking around, all dead void monsters. After 3 days of continuous monster hunting, Qin Xian's level has reached 25. Qin Li has also reached level 19. And the number of elite monsters hunted by Qin Xian has reached 100. In other words, with the increase in the power of the secret source, Qin Xian has gained an additional 2,250 attributes. Name, Qin Xian. Occupation, Oracle Knight. HP, 63100/MP62600. Level, LV25. Strength, 1145. Agility, 720. Physical fitness, 831. Spirit, 732. Intelligence, 826. Qin Xian's strength attribute even directly exceeded 1000. You know, many level 50 masters have strength attributes that are not even 1000. Qin Xian has 1145 points of strength at level 25. It's simply cheating. However, the skill god-killing growth itself is a bug in the apocalypse system. I have almost reached my limit. Qin Xian thought to himself. He had been stacking passive skills these days and had almost killed all the void monsters in the dungeon. After all, the Broken Kingdom dungeon was not full of void monsters, but also many other monsters. However, those did not mean much to Qin Xian. He could almost defeat the boss. Qin Xian looked at the leaderboard. Now, his ranking on the leaderboard had dropped. After all, he had not fought any of the 5 bosses, and the one who contributed the most points was defeating the boss. But even so, Qin Xian's ranking is still second. Ye Xian. Qin Xian looked at the name at the top of the list and narrowed his eyes slightly. It suddenly reminded him of something. The bastard that escaped from the Ye family seemed to be named Ye Xian. Although the name Ye Xian was very common, there were at least 800 people named Ye Xian in the entire empire. But Qin Xian had a hunch. This Ye Xian? Maybe it was Ye Xian. Thinking of this, Qin Xian frowned slightly and looked at his sister. He knew the truth of the matter. Qin Li's real name was Ye Li. Qin Xian looked calm, and took a deep look at his sister Qin Li, but he didn't have any worries. If Ye Xian wasn't the bastard of the Ye family, it would be fine. Even if he was, he wouldn't be able to cause any trouble. Qin Xian had no expression on his face, and looked down at his right hand. After stacking more than 200 layers of passive, Qin Xian felt that he was so powerful. Even gods would have to crawl at his feet. Because the blood of the Qin family was born to rule the world. Chapter 68. After the 5 bosses were successfully defeated, plus the wild monsters defeated by the major guilds, the world's purification degree has reached 60%. In the center of the Broken Heaven dungeon is the royal city of the ancient empire. Although the royal city is in ruins, one can still vaguely see its former grandeur and majesty. In front of the royal city, countless teams gathered, waiting for the awakening of Empress Angelina. After the 5 bosses are defeated, Empress Angelina will awaken in the royal city. After defeating Empress Angelina, the final boss Void Warlord Crocodile will appear. The last 2 difficult battles are all in the royal city. In front of the royal city, Ye Xian stood with his hands behind his back. Behind him, the guild presidents and team leaders looked at him with conviction. Although it was only 3 days, they were already completely convinced by this mysterious young man. For some reason, they just felt that Ye Xian had a leadership temperament that made them want to submit. Qin Xian. Ye Xian looked at himself, who was ranked first with 7 void crystal sources on the leaderboard, and a confident smile flashed in his eyes. These 5 bosses dropped a total of 50 void crystal sources. Ye Xian had 10 void crystal sources on him, and he was tied for first place with Chu Junwei, the eldest lady of the Chu family. The reason why he took action and risked his identity being exposed to become the first on the list. It was not only because he wanted to get the support of all large, medium, and small forces and unite all forces. There was another more important reason. He wanted to target Qin Xian. Since the first boss, Qin Xian has not appeared. Qin Xian has missed 5 bosses and has no void crystal source on him. Without the void crystal source, he cannot go to the ancient temple and receive the blessing of the ancient gods. Ye Xian does not believe that Qin Xian would not want the blessing of the gods. Then there is only one possibility. That is, Qin Xian wants to directly rob the void crystal source of other teams. That's why he has not shown up until the end, and directly robbed the void crystal source, so that he can go to the temple of the gods for blessing. According to common sense, these guild teams will fight on their own, and even be hostile to each other because of the crusade against the boss. Naturally, they will be defeated one by the Qin family. But now, these guild teams have been condensed into a rope and are extremely united. Although Qin Xian has a team of top-level 39 professionals under his command. But Ye Xian doesn't believe that the Qin family can still defeat dozens or hundreds of their teams together. Thinking of this, Ye Xian couldn't help but feel happy. At this moment, someone exclaimed, "The Qin family is here." Everyone looked over and saw Qin Xian leading a group of Qin family warriors and appearing in front of the royal city square. When they saw Qin Xian appear, the children of the noble families and the students of the Imperial Capital Academy immediately came forward to salute him. Young Master Qin. Seeing Qin Xian appear, Ye Xian secretly clenched his fists, his heart full of anticipation. He was looking forward to Qin Xian's expression when he was shocked to find that most of the team guilds were united and he could not plunder the void crystal source. Even if Qin Xian defeated the last two bosses, he would not have much void crystal source and the blessing he received would only be the lowest level. Qin Xian looked calm, and saw many guild teams standing together at this moment, as if they were from the same force. And he also saw the high-spirited Ye Xian. The two young men looked at each other from a distance. They were very similar, both of them were surrounded by many people, and were the center of attention. But they were completely different. Around Ye Xian, there were people from small and medium-sized guilds, or ordinary people. Around Qin Xian, there were children from aristocratic families. They seemed to be representatives of two classes. Qin Xian looked expressionless as he looked at the guild leaders and team leaders standing next to Ye Xian, who seemed to be as close as a family. He had to admit that he was a little surprised. He had never expected that in just 3 days, this young man named Ye Xian had brought together so many guild teams. In this way, it would be difficult to snatch the void crystal source from them. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian, and Ye Xian still had that charming smile on his face. It seemed that everything was under his control. Qin Xian smiled, with a hint of sarcasm in his smile. This Ye Xian was really naive. Some things were as simple as imagined. Just like the things in this copy, in fact, they were still in the real world outside the copy. Do these so-called guild leaders really dare to go against the will of the eldest son of the Qin family? Qin Xian smiled at the guild leaders around Ye Xian and said, "Each of you can leave a void crystal source." Ye Xian sneered when he heard this, and felt that Qin Xian was really arrogant. Even arrogant to the point of stupidity. Do you really think that the Qin family can cover the sky with one hand in the dungeon? But soon, a guild leader next to Ye Xian looked uncertain, but he gritted his teeth and walked out, respectfully offering 2 void crystal sources. Soon after, more guild leaders came forward and handed over their void crystal sources. A minute later, the ranking list was updated. The first place was Qin Xian, who had the void crystal source, 21. Reading during Dragon Boat Festival. Top up 100 and get 500 VIP points. Top up now, activity time, June 8 to June 10. Chapter 69. The smile on Ye Xian's face froze. He had never thought that the guild leaders around him would honestly hand over the void crystal source just because of Qin Xian's words. That was the certificate for going to the temple of the gods to receive blessings. He looked at a middle-aged man in disbelief and couldn't help asking, why? The middle-aged man's name was Song Kai, a level 38 strongman, the president of the Hushan Guild, and the guild leader who respected Ye Xian the most. They fought side by side for 3 days. Song Kai almost regarded every word of Ye Xian as an imperial decree. But when Qin Xian wanted the void crystal source, Song Kai was the first to stand up and hand it in. Ye Xian didn't understand why it turned out like this. They joined forces, and no matter how strong the Qin family was, they could not plunder their void crystal source. Looking at the shock and confusion on Ye Xian's face, as well as a trace of anger, Song Kai smiled bitterly in his heart. However, he admired Ye Xian, a young man, and knew that if they joined forces in the dungeon, they could fight even against the Qin family. But the problem is, they can't stay in the dungeon forever. More than 2,000 people from the Hushan Guild are all outside. His relatives and friends are also outside. In the outside world, the Qin family can cover the sky with one hand. If they are tough and leave these void crystal sources, they can get the blessing of the gods. But if they disobey the will of the Qin family, their guild and group will suffer the revenge of the Qin family. For the sake of their brothers in the guild, their family and friends, they had no choice but to accept Qin Xian's request. Besides, Qin Xian didn't kill them all, and let them keep one. At least they could still receive the blessing of the gods, that's how they comforted themselves. After getting the void crystal source, Qin Xian had 21 crystal sources on him, ranking first. Now Qin Xian's points have returned to first place. Even if Qin Xian didn't get the crystal source in the next two bosses, he could still get the top blessing of the heavenly god temple. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian, the second-ranked one. He was now basically certain that this Ye Xian should be the orphan of the Ye family. Qin Xian also heard the system's prompting voice. The villain system is activated and the third phase of the main mission begins. Mission: eliminate the threat of Ye Xian. Mission completion reward: 200 villain points. Another Son of Luck. Unexpectedly, he met two Sons of Luck in a row during this trip to the Broken Kingdom of Heaven. That Xiaoming had already died in the light. Now another Ye Xian has appeared. Ye Xian's expression was even more gloomy, and a trace of regret arose in his heart. The reason why he risked exposing his identity was to make Qin Xian miss the blessing of the gods. But now, not only would his plan fail, but his identity might also be exposed. After all, in a dungeon, the name panel cannot be faked. But now, Ye Xian was calm. He took a deep breath and suddenly attacked. Without any warning. Transform into a dragon god. As soon as Ye Xian made a move, he used his strongest skill. Since he might have been exposed, he would just take action and rescue his sister. At worst, he would not need the blessing of the gods. For Ye Xian, his sister, his only relative, was the thing he valued the most. Even if he did not have the blessing of transformation and could not become a dragon god, it did not matter. He wanted to rescue his sister Ye Li immediately. Boom! A terrifying dragon roar resounded through the sky, and extremely terrifying dragon patterns emerged from Ye Xian's body. His body became extremely tall and stood in the air. The whole body was filled with blazing heat that could destroy everything. After entering the dragon god state, Ye Xian's occupation at the moment was also revealed. Dragon god. Seeing this scene, everyone's face showed an extremely shocked expression, as if they had seen a ghost. Impossible! Dragon god! Everyone was shocked. After the advent of the apocalypse, the only person who had the dragon god profession in the human world was the founding emperor Yingxiu. Since then, no dragon god has appeared in the human world. Especially after the emperor disappeared, there was no dragon professional in the empire. Unexpectedly, they saw the dragon god profession again here. After entering the dragon god state, Ye Xian's skills were all replaced with dragon god skills. Dragon body. Body of the dragon god, immune to all control, damage received is reduced by 80%, and maximum health is increased by 1000%, which lasts for 20 seconds. Ye Xian did not use any damaging skills, but directly used his life-saving trump card. Although he entered the dragon god state, it only lasted for 5 minutes. If he got into a fight, as soon as the 5 minutes were over, facing a group of Qin family strongmen, he probably wouldn't be able to get away. So he directly used the body of the dragon god, ready to take all attacks. Rush to Qin Li and take his sister away. Ye Xian's whole body was shrouded in flames, and he rushed towards Qin Xian and Qin Li. Seeing Ye Xian rushing over, Qin Li's eyes flashed a chill. Dead silence winter. Qin Li shouted, and a pair of death wings spread out behind her. Then a terrifying death aura appeared, directly covering everyone within 100 meters. Except for the Qin family's strong men, the other professionals were caught off guard. They were directly corroded by the death aura and turned into skeletons. After these professionals died, countless death auras gathered towards Qin Li, making her look like a goddess of death. Death premonition. The next moment, Qin Li gathered all the aura of death into one point, turning it into a strange pattern and sweeping it towards Ye Xian. Death premonition, consume all the death aura, mark the target whose level is not higher than 10, cause 5000 magic damage, and have a 30% chance of instant death. Ye Xian's expression changed drastically, he felt the strong aura of death coming. And he never thought that his careful planning would suddenly explode. It was actually ruined by his sister. Chapter 70. The feature of instant death is too overbearing. No matter how much defense you have or how much blood volume you have, once the instant death is triggered, you will only die. There is no reason at all. So Ye Xian, who activated the body of the dragon god, did not dare to resist. He could only avoid it. What made Ye Xian even more unacceptable was the cruelty of his sister Qin Li. Qin Li just killed hundreds of innocent professionals directly to obtain the breath of death and use death notice. Even those professionals killed by Qin Li, many of them were people Ye Xian knew, and they were people he had personally rescued from various monster bosses before. As a result, the people he rescued died at the hands of his own sister. It has to be said. This is really a huge irony. And when Ye Xian avoided, the other strong men under the Qin family immediately reacted and took action one after another. Looking for death. Various terrifying attack skills were launched at Ye Xian. Even if Ye Xian was a dragon god, so what? Dragon? It's not like the Qin family hasn't killed dragons before. Boom! More than 20 top-level 39 strongmen attacked, and even though Ye Xian had entered the dragon god state, he was still a little overwhelmed. Most of his blood volume dropped in an instant. But this also shows the horror of the dragon god profession. Ye Xian is now level 28, but he can still withstand the siege of more than 20 city lord level strongmen. If he changed to another profession, he would probably be seriously injured if not dead. At this time, Qin Xian suddenly made a move. His body suddenly disappeared, and the next moment he appeared in front of Ye Xian. Although Qin Xian's body looked quite small under Ye Xian's majestic body in the dragon god state, it gave people the feeling that his momentum suppressed Ye Xian. Qin Xian's body exuded a dazzling sacred light, and with the bright armor and the huge sword in hand, he looked like an angel war god who had descended to the earth. With his sword, the entire royal city trembled a little. All the professionals retreated with shocked expressions on their faces. SSS level Oracle Knight, and SSS level Dragon God. The two SSS level hidden professions were fighting at this moment, and everyone was looking forward to it. Who was stronger, the Dragon God or the Oracle Knight? Endless sword. Qin Xian's sword fell, and this sword was like a punishment from heaven. The terrifying giant sword suppressed, and the ground around Ye Xian was instantly shattered. The terrifying air wave surged directly, blowing away the city wall and palace. Endless sword, level 2 causes 40,000 physical damage to the target, adds 40,000 magic damage, and creates an endless sword domain around the target, performing 50 strikes within 3 seconds, with each public attack causing 500 to 1000 points of sacred damage. Settlement is made after 3 seconds. If the endless sword domain damage exceeds 35,000, the target will fall into a weakened state, with the main attribute reduced by 30% for 120 seconds. Cooldown time, 5 minutes. Seeing this terrifying sword, Ye Xian showed no fear on his face. He is still in the Dragon God state, and his level is higher than Qin Xian. How could he lose? Ye Xian roared and rushed towards Qin Xian. The next moment, his expression changed drastically, the Dragon God's body was directly shattered, the Dharma body was broken, and the whole person crashed into the ground, trampling countless palaces. Ye Xian's entire body bones were almost broken. Seeing this scene, Everyone's eyes almost popped out. I thought it was a strong confrontation, but how could the dragon god break at the touch? Ye Xian also showed a look of shock on his face. The power of that sword was not level 20 or 30, but level 50. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian expressionlessly. His strength attribute was already over 1,100 points. Even if Ye Xian was a dragon god, he would be directly broken. Ye Xian gritted his teeth, and the whole person turned into a translucent state and disappeared into nothingness. Wandering in the void, enter the void state, the dodge chance increases to 99%, lasts for 15 seconds, and the movement speed increases by 500%. The reason why the dragon god is so powerful is that the dragon god has many life-saving skills. The next moment, Ye Xian's body almost disappeared, at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a beautiful woman appeared. She lightly tapped her hand, and the space around Ye Xian suddenly solidified. A huge black coffin directly imprisoned Ye Xian. Qin Xian, did this person make you angry? Chu Junyu stepped on the stars and came over with a smile, as if the move he just made was just a casual move. Qin Xian looked at Chu Junyu quietly. Death Emperor Coffin is one of Chu Junyu's skills. As long as it is not an invincible skill, it can suppress the target in the black coffin for 5 minutes. Qin Xian looked at Chu Junyu with a smile on his face, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Because he found that Chu Junyu's level had risen from level 31 to level 38. At level 30, each level up requires millions of experience points. As a result, Chu Junyu was able to level up 7 times in a row. Moreover, Qin Xian could feel that Chu Junyu's combat power was far above the level 38. He has become much stronger in the past 3 days. And Chu Junyu has also become stronger. It seems, this eldest daughter of the Chu family also has some unknown secrets. Qin Xian smiled slightly and chatted with Chu Junyu privately. He should be the orphan of the Ye family. Chu Junyu's face changed slightly when he heard this, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Although the Qin family is the murderer behind the scenes, the Chu family, it was also not clean. At this moment, the entire royal city suddenly began to tremble. The next moment, a magical light suddenly enveloped the black coffin and cracked it. Then Ye Xian's figure also disappeared in the light. This scene made Chu Junwei's expression suddenly gloomy. Qin Xian was much calmer, just frowning slightly. He could feel that the power just now, full of the breath of law. In other words, the ancient gods of the broken heaven saved Ye Xian. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with sarcasm. Interesting. Did the gods break the rules of the dungeon? Although Ye Xian was rescued, Qin Xian was not worried. Because he knew that as long as Qin Li was still there, Ye Xian would come back sooner or later. Thinking of this, Qin Xian glanced at Qin Li. Qin Li was distracted at the moment, and he didn't know what he was thinking about. Perhaps Qin Li also felt the difference in Ye Xian. Noticing Qin Xian's gaze, Qin Li looked at Qin Xian with a smile on his face. Brother. Qin Xian also showed a gentle smile as before. He seemed to be the brother who loved his sister very much. But in the depths of Qin Xian's eyes, there was indifference. Indifferent without any emotion. He and Qin Li grew up together, so naturally he had a lot of feelings for Qin Li. But this kind of feeling would not affect any of Qin Xian's decisions. In his heart, interests always come first. If Qin Li knew the truth and chose to betray the Qin family, then Qin Xian would suppress it without hesitation. Qin Xian even now had a plan to use Qin Li as bait to lure out Ye Xian and the old members of the Ye family behind him. In his mind, everyone can be sacrificed and used as a pawn when necessary. Even Qin Li is no exception. Chapter 71. The Imperial Capital, the Zhou family. The Zhou family is one of the top families in the empire. The head of the Zhou family, Zhou Xingkong, is a level 78 warrior. Although he has not yet entered the legendary level, he is also considered a top warrior in the human world. He is also the chairman of the Imperial Security Committee, and the security committees of the major provinces of the empire are all under his control. Other members of the Zhou family also hold high positions in various departments and have deep roots. But now, the powerful circles in the imperial capital are discussing something about the Zhou family. It is a gossip of some size. After Chairman Zhou inspected the security committees of various provinces a few days ago, he actually brought back an 18-year-old boy, one of his illegitimate children. This incident immediately set off a huge wave in the Zhou family, making a mess. The Zhou family mistress, who was also from a famous and aristocratic family, was extremely angry. In fact, she also understood that with Zhou Xingkong's status, he must have many women and even many illegitimate children. But having an illegitimate child is one thing, and bringing an illegitimate child back is another. Bringing an illegitimate child back to the head of the family is tantamount to humiliating her. However, Zhou Xingkong used an unquestionable tough attitude to forcibly suppress all the discordant voices in the family. In this way, the illegitimate son of the Zhou family had a place in the Zhou family. It also aroused a lot of interest and topics in the circles of the powerful in the imperial capital. However, people only knew that the illegitimate son was named Zhou Nan, and it seemed that he was just an A-level professional. Imperial capital, Zhou family. As a famous family in the empire, the Zhou family mansion is naturally not small, covering an area of dozens of miles in radius, with gardens and rockery inside, and an elegant environment. In a remote place of the Zhou family mansion, there is a two-story villa. A young man with a decent appearance was lying on his bed. He is Zhou Nan, the illegitimate son of Zhou Xingkong. Of course, a few days ago, he had recognized his ancestors under the guidance of Zhou Xingkong, and now he is the real young master of the Zhou family. However, the other children of the Zhou family had a very bad attitude towards this sudden brother. Some of them ignored him directly, thinking that an illegitimate child of an A-level profession had no future. But more of them were hostile. After all, if there is one more brother, the Zhou family will have one more share of the resources in the future, which will naturally harm their interests. Now, Zhou Nan already has a private butler by his side, and he has a lot more authority in his hands. He picked a good set of equipment from the Zhou family's inventory. But at this moment, Zhou Nan's face was full of excitement. Or ecstasy. It seems that this talent is real, I can really copy other people's skills and talents. Ha ha ha, I'm invincible. Zhou Nan clenched his fists tightly. He just copied a full set of skills from his nominal brother, Zhou Jianzhong, the eldest son of the Zhou family. Zhou Jianzhong is the eldest son of the Zhou family, a famous top genius, who awakened the SS-level undead high priest profession. He is only in his early 30s this year, and he is already level 41. He is highly expected by everyone. Maybe he can become the first legendary powerhouse in the Zhou family. And Zhou Nan, the illegitimate son, awakened an A-level magic pattern mage. Although he is good among ordinary people and is enough to bring honor to the family. But in the Zhou family, he can only be regarded as average and has no sense of existence. But Zhou Nan knows that he and others are different. Different. Because when he awakened his profession, during the apocalypse ceremony, he found that he actually had an extra talent copy. A talent that can copy the skills of any target. But the conditions for copying are a bit harsh. You have to shake hands with the other party for 30 seconds and then look at the other party. Just now, Zhou Nan forcibly shook hands with his cheap elder brother Zhou Jianzhong for 30 seconds, and then said a lot of nonsense to him. Zhou Jianzhong hated him very much and thought that Zhou Nan was deliberately provoking him. He almost beat Zhou Nan to death. Fortunately, there were other elders of the Zhou family present at the time, so Zhou Nan barely completed the copy. Then he left immediately and returned to his residence. Skeleton C summons dead flame corruption death bells. Zhou Nan was in a very good mood looking at this series of powerful skills. These skills are all the skills of the High Priest of the Dead, and more importantly, they can be upgraded. In other words, although Zhou is only an A-level magic pattern mage, all his skills are those of the High Priest of the Dead. Zhou was extremely excited. With this skill, he is truly invincible. Zhou stood up excitedly and shouted loudly, "Uncle Sun!" Soon, an expressionless middle-aged man appeared and bowed to him slightly. "Master Nan." This Uncle Sun is Zhou personal butler. A level 42 professional. In fact, Zhou knew that Uncle Sun didn't like him, and he should even be the mistress's man, secretly monitoring him. But he didn't care. Sun Bo, who is the #1 genius in our empire. Sun Bo heard this and said calmly, "It is naturally the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Xian. He is an SSS-level Oracle Knight, and a dual professional, the most openly talented person in the country." Speaking of Qin Xian, Sun Bo's face also showed a trace of awe. SSS level. Zhou had been living in a small town before and knew very little about these things. But he also understood what SSS level meant. "Then can I meet him?" Sun Bo's eyes were somewhat sarcastic, but he still nodded. "Master Nan, you are the young master of the Zhou family, so you naturally have the opportunity to meet Master Qin. But it depends on the opportunity, after all, it's not like you can meet him just by saying so. Besides, young Master Qin should still be fighting in the Broken Kingdom dungeon in Hengzhong area, and he will return to the capital in a few days." Zhou nodded. "Then tell me when he returns to the capital." Zhou made up his mind. SSS level. He must steal Qin Xian's skills. Chinese novel audio wave. Chapter 73. But there is always a gain. Although it is impossible to complete the game perfectly, the skill void assimilation is easy to handle. It is basically a free gift. As long as you break the shield of the Empress and interrupt her chanting within 30 seconds, the Empress will fall into a state of silence and vulnerability for up to 2 minutes. Focus on her shield and interrupt her. Immediately, a guild master began to command, and everyone focused on the Empress, preparing to interrupt this skill. Seeing that the Empress did not cast the skill Filthy Pillar, Qin Xian's expression suddenly darkened. This means that he can't achieve a perfect clearance with 100% purification, nor can he obtain the top-level blessing of the gods. The time of each appearance of the Broken Heaven is not fixed. The last time it appeared was 20 years ago. He is now close to level 30, and it will take 2 years to reach level 40. Unless the Broken Heaven appears again within 2 years, it is almost his plan to receive the perfect blessing of the gods this time. This time, he must get the most perfect reward for the Broken Heaven. Qin Xian's eyes were cold, looking at the void gate behind the Empress. The void breath inside was extremely dense, which could assimilate thousands of professionals into void monsters. Qin Xian's eyes flashed with indifference. In this case, Qin Xian suddenly attacked, but this time his target was no longer the Empress. Instead, it was other professionals. Boom! With one strike of Qin Xian's sword, hundreds of professionals were cut in half, with many dead and wounded. The crowd's attack on the Empress also stagnated. How could they have thought that Qin Xian would actually attack them? "What are you doing? Quickly interrupt the void assimilation." Several guild leaders looked anxious and shouted at Qin Xian. 30 seconds passed in a flash. Once the void assimilation skill was released, half of them would be transformed into void monsters and lose all their intelligence. Qin Xian looked at the angry crowd, a cruel smile appeared on his face, and he said lightly, "Don't you think it's a pity that we only lack 20% of the purification degree to pass the level perfectly?" Everyone was stunned, and their bodies began to tremble violently. They understood what Qin Xian meant. He wanted to make the skill void assimilation release successfully. Since there was still 20% less purification. Then assimilate these countless professionals into void monsters, and then he will kill these professionals who have become void monsters. Isn't it possible to obtain the world's purification? In Qin Xian's eyes, everyone is a discarded child who can be sacrificed and used. These professionals are naturally no exception. In the distance, Chu Junyu on the side was also stunned, and then he understood what Qin Xian meant. Chu Junyu looked at Qin Xian deeply, his eyes full of complexity. There was fear and vigilance. But more, it's appreciation. Chu Junyu is completely different from other women. She doesn't like those kind and gentle men at all. This is a cruel world. Only by being more cruel than this world can you go further. How can a man who accomplishes great things have a woman's kindness? This Qin Xian will definitely be as good as his father Qin Ming in the future. He said lightly, let the Empress release this skill. There were still a few Chu family strongmen under his command who hesitated a little, but when they saw the young lady's cold eyes, they immediately got excited and agreed. With the addition of the Chu family strongmen, a group of professionals could not attack the Empress at all. They could only watch the Empress finish chanting. Void assimilation. This skill has basically never been read out, after all, it is a free skill. But now, void assimilation is really going to be read out. The Qin family, the Chu family, and some powerful people from aristocratic families are naturally not afraid. The equipment they carry is luxurious and can resist the erosion of the void aura. But what about these civilians? Many people want to leave the dungeon directly, but in combat, they can't teleport away at all. Some people turned around and ran away, wanting to escape. But where can they escape to? Finally, the void gate on the Empress's body materialized, and the terrifying void aura suddenly enveloped the entire royal city, as if the world was about to end. Countless professionals were enveloped by the void aura and directly corroded by the void. Their bodies began to mutate and turned into various strange shapes. After being assimilated by the void aura, all their name panels were removed. They completely became void monsters without intelligence and only knew how to kill and abuse. The entire royal city, almost hundreds of thousands of people, were transformed into void monsters. Although they did not die, it was more terrifying than death. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Some survivors looked at this scene with despair and shock, tears streaming down their faces. Many of their companions had become void monsters. They looked at Qin Xian with indescribable eyes. This young man! How cruel! Before this, they thought Qin Xian was quite kind. After all, unlike those children of aristocratic families who oppressed the common people, Qin Xian would not attack the common people for no reason. But now they know. If interests are involved, Qin Xian is even more cruel than those children of aristocratic families. Hundreds of thousands of people. Kill them if you say so. But Qin Xian still had a calm expression on his face, as if the corruption of hundreds of thousands of people did not cause any ripples in his heart. It was like hundreds of thousands of insects had died. Qin Xian gave a cold order, go. The Qin family warriors behind him immediately stepped forward and began to sweep away these void monsters. These void monsters had just been corrupted and had no intelligence. Their strength was very low. In a short moment, tens of thousands of them were killed. The world's purification level was also raised to 82%. Qin Xian took a step forward, and his entire body seemed to be emitting endless holy light, covering the entire royal city. At this moment, he seemed to be the incarnation of a god. His body rose step by step, turning into a giant. The giant sword in his hand fiercely stabbed into the ground. The next moment, the ground in the royal city was full of complex and mysterious holy light runes. Judgment Sermon, God-given skill, insert your holy sword into the ground, and create a field within a range of 30,000 meters. Cause 50,000 points of holy light damage to all targets, and cause an additional 300% damage to undead, demon, and void monsters, and create a holy light pool. Every target killed by you will contribute 300 points of energy to the holy light pool, and the energy of the holy light pool will be kept at 500,000 points. At the time of settlement, all the energy of the holy light pool will be concentrated at one point, and 500,000 points of holy damage can be caused to the main target again. Cooling time, 7 days. Boom! All the void monsters in the entire royal city, more than 100,000 void monsters, were swallowed and purified by the holy light. At the same time, the Empress Angelina was also killed by this blow. At the same time, the copy system displays World Purification Degree 100%. Chapter 74. Qin Xian's body trembled slightly. It was a great burden for him to release this skill. Qin Xian's mana was directly emptied. And the skill judgment sermon directly entered a 7-day cooldown period. However, this skill is indeed powerful, almost at the level of a nuclear bomb, and now it has the power to destroy a city. When Qin Xian's level is high, he will be able to destroy a country with one skill. This is the horror of SSS level professions. Although the world's purification degree has reached 100%, and although the Empress was successfully defeated, but there is no joy on people's faces. The entire royal city is filled with decay and desolation. Before this, there were hundreds of thousands of professionals and countless teams in the royal city. These teams were bustling, united, and full of confidence in the future. But now, there are only tens of thousands of people left. The surviving professionals looked at Qin Xian with more fear than when they looked at a boss. Perhaps from now on, in their hearts, Qin Xian was a boss. Many people looked at Qin Xian deeply and turned away. They even didn't fight the last boss, Void Warlord Crocodile. Who knows if something will happen again? They didn't die at the hands of the boss, but died at the hands of Qin Xian. However, more people chose to stay. The dungeon is inherently very dangerous. Apart from the safety nets of the main city, the wild and the dungeon are dangerous areas, full of dangers. The Broken Heaven dungeon is a rare opportunity. If you miss this time, you don't know when the next time will be. Where is it? Ye Xian looked at the surrounding scenery, his face still a little confused. He still remembered that he was trapped in the Emperor's coffin and thought he would die there, but suddenly a force teleported him to this space. This space seemed to be on a hill, lush and green, with green grass under his feet. From a distance, it seemed that the whole world was plains and hills, and there was no end in sight. This is the space of God. A gentle and sacred voice suddenly sounded behind Ye Xian. Ye Xian turned around hurriedly and saw an extremely beautiful and sacred goddess appear. He felt a hesitant and holy breath from the goddess. Who are you? I am the eternal Queen Marika, the god who created this world. Marika smiled and looked at Ye Xian. Upon hearing this, Ye Xian showed a trace of respect on his face and slowly lowered his head. Thank you for saving me, eternal queen. Seeing Ye Xian so respectful, Marika's smile became even brighter. Because I feel that you are different. Marika whispered, let me tell you, you saved so many human professionals in the copy. But when you were in danger, no one saved you. Do you regret saving them? Ye Xian shook his head without any hesitation. No regrets, I saved them just because I wanted to, not because I wanted them to repay me. Give me another 100 chances, I will still choose to save them. Marika looked carefully into Ye Xian's eyes. She could see that these words were all Ye Xian's thoughts from the bottom of his heart. Marika smiled. She smiled at Ye Xian and said, it seems that you are the son of language we are waiting for. I will take you to the temple of the gods to receive the blessing of the gods. But before that, you still need to accept a test. In the royal city, when the Empress fell, a terrifying aura slowly appeared, and the ground of the entire royal city began to break apart. Boom! A huge demonic hand slapped the ground. Just one hand was as tall as a hill. Then, an extremely huge monster appeared in front of everyone. It was dozens of meters tall, covered with terrifying molten flames, and its eyes were like the eyes of hell, full of tyranny and madness. There was also a pair of wings behind it, covering the sky and the sun, so that the entire royal city was shrouded in its shadow. Void Warlord Crocodile, Elite Rare Boss. Level, LV40. HP, 99W. Skills: Martial's Mark, Void Decay, Blaze, Death Announcement, Reincarnation Cage. Introduction: Void Warlord Ka Crocodile is a loyal servant of the Void Great Terror. The Void is unwilling to fail, so it sends Ka Crocodile to guard the deep underground of the King's city, ruling his underground kingdom, waiting for his master's return. This final boss is a genuine Void Warlord who has seen the Great Terror. His cunning and cruelty are beyond any boss. Void Warlord Ka Crocodile, holding a whip in his hand, showed a cruel smile on his face. He looked at Qin Xian with an interested look on his face. Human, I saw you underground. You are very strong. You are less than level 30, but you have the combat power comparable to that of level 45 or above. The next moment, he and Qin Xian's bodies suddenly disappeared and appeared in another space. Reincarnation Cage: banish the target and yourself in the Void Cage. The target's main attribute is reduced by 50%, and the speed of all skills is increased by 200%, which lasts for 5 minutes. Void Warlord Ka Crocodile looked at Qin Xian with a grim smile. You are the strongest combat force. As long as you die, the remaining, Zhao's good, people are only a little threatening to that woman. It is your honor to face the great Void Warlord Ka Crocodile alone. But I can still give you a way out. Void Warlord Ka Crocodile looked down at Qin Xian, as if he was looking at an ant that made him a little interested. Your methods are very cruel, I like them very much, and your talent is also the strongest I have ever seen. If you are willing to submit to me, I can recommend you to Allah. We are in need of talents like you. Qin Xian just looked around at this space. This was another time and space, and no one could see what was inside. When he heard the Void Warlord Ka Crocodile asking him to surrender, he couldn't help but shout, laughing, as if hearing a funny joke. You want me to submit to you, a Void Warlord? Chapter 75. The smile on Crocodile Ka's face suddenly darkened. This human actually looked down on him and thought he was just a small Void Warlord. You know, in the world of the Void Warlord can be considered a high level. Second only to the Void Lord. Not to mention that he is a Void Warlord who has seen the Great Terror of the Void. Crocodile Ka stared at Qin Xian with a violent look in his eyes, and roared, I will torture you bit by bit, human. Crocodile Ka held a long whip and rushed towards Qin Xian like a mountain. Qin Xian looked at Crocodile Ka coldly with cold eyes, and directly activated his second profession. Lord of the Void. An extremely oppressive and grim aura emanated from Qin Xian's body, and his eyes ignited blue flames, full of emotionless indifference. Seeing this scene, the face of the Void Warlord Crocodile Ka was filled with extreme shock and fear. What? The Void Warlord Ka Crocodile knelt down directly. He felt the extreme fear. The fear from the depths of his blood made his soul tremble. Not to mention attacking Qin Xian. He didn't even have the courage to look at Qin Xian. Lord of the Void? Ka Crocodile knelt on the ground. The powerful blood pressure made him unable to lift his head. He asked in an unbelievable panic tone, You, how could you be the Lord of the Void? How is this possible? At this moment, Ka Crocodile became extremely humble. The world of the Void is very hierarchical. Deep in the blood of every Void creature, the fear of the superior has long been engraved. The Lord of the Void is the noblest existence in the Void world. Every Lord of the Void is a great terror. He has supreme authority over the Void creatures. But Ka Crocodile couldn't figure it out. How could a Lord of the Void appear in human beings? It is hard to say that this human is the offspring of a certain god. As far as Ka Crocodile knows, there are a total of 7 royal courts in the Void, and his master is the god of one of the royal courts. Whose offspring is this adult in front of him? Until now, Ka Crocodile has finally understood. Why did he feel that Qin Xian's personality and methods were very consistent with the Void world? It was not because Qin Xian was cold and ruthless, but because Qin Xian originally had the blood of the Void. But no matter what, Ka, BBCG, Crocodile's heart was full of panic and regret. It just treated the adults with that attitude. If his master knew, he would kill him directly. Qin Xian looked at the crocodile crawling at his feet with a sarcastic look. If it was outside, it might take him a few minutes to deal with this void warlord. But in this space, he directly activated the Lord of the Void, and the crocodile who could be suppressed by his blood had no power to resist. Crocodile, who is your master? Qin Xian asked calmly with a blank expression. The Lord of Qin of the Third Court, Crocodile responded cautiously. I don't know, sir. Qin Xian looked at Kai coldly, and the warlord was so frightened that he trembled all over and dared not say another word. Even so, there was still a hint of mystery in Qin Xian's eyes. Everyone knew that his father was Qin Ming, the ruler of the empire. But no one knew who his mother was. Why did Qin keep you here? Although Qin Xian's tone was very impolite, he directly called Qin instead of the Lord of Qin. But Crocodile didn't think it was a big deal. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Xian is also the Lord of the Void, just like his master. They are of the same class. My master left me here and made me the boss of the dungeon. For thousands of years, I have been collecting information about the rules of the Apocalypse dungeon, waiting for my master's call. And over the years, every time a dungeon is opened, Apocalypse will refresh the void monsters, and after the void monsters die, I will collect these void breaths to create void anchor points, so that I can welcome the army of the Third King's Court under my master in the future. Give me the void anchor point. Crocodile was a little confused when he heard this. This was a task assigned to him by his master, Lord Qin. But facing Qin Xian, he did not dare to refuse. He had no choice but to take out a crystal-like object and handed it to Qin Xian. Void Anchor Point, a legendary item that marks a world and can cast a portal to connect to the void world. This thing can be said to be extremely important. The great terror of the void is extremely powerful. But precisely because it is too terrifying, ordinary portals cannot bear their energy at all and will collapse directly. But Void Anchor Point is different. Placing a Void Anchor Point somewhere can create a portal that can bear the energy of the Great Terror. The Great Terror of the Void can pass through the portal and come to Blue Star in person. After putting away the Void Anchor Point, Qin Xian looked at the Void Warlord Crocodile again. I could have let you go. Qin Xian said expressionlessly, but your previous attitude offended me, Crocodile, you know the consequences. Upon hearing this, the body of the Void Marshal Crocodile trembled violently. It was a tremor of fear. But a fierce light appeared in its eyes. Although Qin Xian was the Lord of the Void, the fear in his blood made him dare not disobey Qin Xian's will. But he was a servant of the Lord of Qin after all, and the void monsters under the command of the Qin royal court were extremely tyrannical. So the Void Marshal Crocodile suddenly stood up, turned around and fled. He didn't dare to attack Qin Xian, but his tyrannical character still gave him a little courage to escape. Qin Xian sneered, stupid. Void strangling. Strangling a void creature that is no higher than 20 levels and 2 levels lower than you. The cooldown time is 2 hours. The next moment, the body of the Void Warlord Crocodile completely collapsed, and its vitality was directly emptied, and it died completely. There was still a look of fear on its face. With the death of Crocodile, Qin Xian also returned to the royal city. Brother. Seeing Qin Xian appear, Qin Li immediately rushed over, her face full of excitement. Qin Xian was just dragged into the prison of reincarnation by Void Warlord Crocodile, and she was very worried. Although she was very confident in her brother Qin Xian, Void Warlord Crocodile was a level 40 elite boss after all, and it would still be dangerous for Qin Xian to face it alone. Now seeing Qin Xian return safely, Qin Li also put down her heart hanging in the air. Chapter 76. Along with Qin Xian, the corpse of Void Commander Crocodile appeared. The whole city was silent. Everyone was shocked. In less than 5 minutes, Qin Xian had solved the final boss Crocodile by himself. Although Qin Xian had shocked people many times, they still felt extremely shocked this time. Void Warlord Ka Crocodile is the final boss of the broken heavenly kingdom. The real Void Warlord, not the one simulated by the Apocalypse system. For thousands of years, in so many broken heavenly kingdom copies, no one or team has ever been able to defeat Void Warlord Ka Crocodile successfully. The highest record is to let Void Warlord Ka Crocodile escape with 18% of his health. They were originally prepared for a fierce battle, and it was expected that it would take several hours or even a night. As a result, Qin Xian solved the battle alone in 5 minutes. They couldn't help but feel a little desperate in their hearts. Is the gap between people really that big? At this time, everyone received the perfect clearance reward. Although they did not defeat the final boss Void Warlord Ka Crocodile, after all, the world purification degree was 100%, plus the previous 6 boss. Everyone got a lot of experience. Many people directly upgraded several levels. One broken heavenly kingdom copy is equivalent to several years of hard work outside. Then they also received many gems and material rewards from the Apocalypse system. If it is cashed out, basically everyone can get millions. Qin Xian's system panel also showed a system prompt. Completed the Broken Heaven dungeon perfectly, system rating, SSS. Rewards, experience value 66W, Broken Heaven set, purple quality, Rift Summoning Skill Book Void Mastery Skill Book. Clang, lang, lang. Qin Xian's level went directly from level 25 to level 30. After reaching level 30, Qin Xian's Oracle Knight also unlocked the first fragment of the Godhead. Punishment of Oracle, Godhead Fragment, all main attributes increased by 10%, all skill levels increased by 1 level, Godhood progress plus 10%, immune to any god's deterrent skills, obtain Punishment Order. Punishment Order, causes true damage of 50% of the target's maximum health, which is guaranteed to hit, and reduces the target's skill hit rate by 30%, and main attribute by 30%. The duration is 240 seconds, and the cooldown is 24 hours. Looking at the fragment of the Godhead obtained, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and couldn't help but feel a little shocked. This punishment order. It's a bit too much. Because this skill is guaranteed to hit. In other words, Qin Xian can even use the skill punishment order directly on a legendary strongman, directly evaporating half of the target's health. You know, the health of a legendary strongman is in the millions. Even tens of millions. Qin Xian can directly hit 500W. It can directly make a legendary strongman fall into a weak state. Godhead fragments. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and he was looking forward to the fragment of the Godhead even more. Under normal circumstances, he could only obtain a fragment of the Godhead every 30 levels, and he could only become a god at level 300. But this was almost impossible. He could only become a demigod at best. But he knew that there were other fragments of the Godhead in the Temple of the Gods. When Void Warlord Ka Crocodile fell, the world changed, all the void evil energy disappeared, and the broken world was slowly recovering. The royal city was shrouded in golden light, sacred and incomparable. Although it was just an illusion, everyone could also see a glimpse of the prosperity of the ancient empire. At this time, the souls of ancient emperors recovered from pain and wailing and appeared in front of everyone. They said to everyone in a magnificent voice, the kings passed away, the empire reincarnated, the gods revived, and all things rose. A huge portal appeared in the square of the royal city. There was a staircase inside. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. Through the stairs to heaven. Qin Xian knew that this was the staircase to the Temple of the Gods, where he could receive the blessings of the ancient gods. After killing Empress Angelina and Void Warlord Ka Crocodile, he gave 20 void crystal sources to his sister Qin Li. Even so, Qin Xian possessed 40 void crystal sources, which had already exceeded the limit of receiving the highest level of blessing. Let's go and see what the gods look like. Qin Xian smiled at Qin Li, with only a hint of curiosity on his face, but without any awe or worship. To him, the gods were just more powerful beings. What's more, these gods were incomplete gods, and their godhood was taken away by the great terror of the void, the Lord of Qin of the Third Royal Court. All those who possessed the void crystal source entered the portal and headed for the Pantheon. The rest left the dungeon. No matter what, Qin Xian's name would surely resound throughout the empire. Whether he single-handedly killed the Void Warlord Crocodile or killed more than 100,000 people in the crusade against the Empress Angelina, it was enough to make this young man the hottest and most controversial figure in the empire, and even in the human world. When Qin Xian passed through the portal, he found that he seemed to have come to a whole new world. One dream after another. In the dream, Qin Xian saw many scenes, and he seemed to have traveled through time and space to become the emperor of the ancient empire. The void had just invaded, and the empire was crumbling. This dream was so real that Qin Xian almost forgot his original identity and really regarded himself as the emperor of the ancient empire. In this dream, countless people of the empire were in a panic. The ministers of the empire were also caught off guard and at a loss. At a critical moment, Qin Xian stood up. With extremely tough means, he concentrated all the military forces, lined up on the front line, and forcibly recruited any men of appropriate age. Regardless of any casualties, the power of the void was blocked at the forefront. Next, Qin Xian used all the knowledge of the ancient empire, including those forbidden spells. He began to do human experiments to experiment with forbidden spells. Even held a sacrificial ceremony to get more powerful power. In the end, Qin Xian transformed all the people of the empire into existences similar to the void monsters. Even directly using the empire's people to mate with the void monsters to give birth to a whole new species. Powerful, brave, but without any emotions. As if they were all robots. The entire empire only had the will of Qin Xian. Finally, under the leadership of Qin Xian, the ancient empire repelled the void invasion. P.S. There will be 5 more scoops of updates today. Chapter 77. After repelling the void invasion, Qin Xian's eyes were a little dazed, and then he found that he had come to an extremely magnificent palace. Other people who were qualified to enter the temple of the gods also had a dazed look on their faces. It seemed that they had all experienced a dream similar to his. In the depths of the palace, majestic figures were scattered all around, staring at this group of humans. One of the majestic and solemn goddesses, with her eyebrows slightly furrowed, was staring at Qin Xian. Her eyes were full of complexity. There was shock, emotion, but more of it was vigilance. She saw that everyone had regained consciousness, and the sound floated in the palace, deafening and extremely holy. It made everyone want to worship. I am the eternal Queen Marika, the Lord of the Pantheon, and the God of this world. After she spoke, the other gods also spoke. My name is Kenchi, the god of war worshipped by the ancient empire. My name is Ilun, goddess of the moon. My name is Manduz, the god of the forest. One god after another spoke, and the entire pantheon was reverberating with the ethereal divine voice. For humans, the divine voice is so beautiful and so holy. So many people couldn't help but kneel down. Only Qin Xian, Qin Li, and Chu Junwei did not kneel down, and they still stood quietly with calm expressions. Marika looked at Qin Xian and the other 2 who did not kneel down, and her eyebrows couldn't help but frowned again, and then stretched out, saying lightly, you have passed the Broken Heaven Kingdom copy and defeated the Void Warlord Crocodile. You can get the blessing of the Pantheon. But you still need to be tested to get which blessing. The dream you just experienced is a test. A trace of sadness appeared on her face. This world has been broken, and we are all waiting for the appearance of the Son of Prophecy. Legend has it that only the Son of Prophecy can save our world. And those who can stop the invasion of the void and save the empire in dreams are qualified to become the Son of Prophecy. As soon as these words came out, most people showed regret on their faces. Because they all failed in their dreams. The ancient empire invaded by the void was shattered, just like in reality. Marika said in a deep voice, for thousands of years, countless people have accepted the test, but no one has been able to pass the test and repel the void in the dream. Until this time. Marika looked at Qin Xian with a complicated look. This time, 2 people passed the test. They saved and repelled the void in their dreams. The next moment, Qin Xian suddenly appeared in the center of the pantheon. At the same time, opposite Qin Xian, Ye Xian's figure slowly appeared. Seeing Ye Xian appear, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. He guessed correctly, it was indeed the gods who rescued Ye Xian. And let Ye Xian take the test and receive the blessing of the gods. Ye Xian also watched quietly. They have all passed the test of the pantheon. Marika said loudly. Then, in the center of the pantheon, the round mirror also showed the choices made by Qin Xian and Ye Xian in the dream. Qin Xian became the emperor in the dream. He was cold and ruthless, and extremely calm. Every choice seemed to be the most beneficial choice. It was the most reasonable choice. And the facts proved that he was indeed successful. Under his leadership, the empire repelled the void in just 100 years. After repelling the void, under the governance of Qin Xian, the ancient empire became more and more powerful and began to expand rapidly. It also invaded other worlds and launched many tragic wars. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Cruelly suppress the races of other worlds. Let the glory of the ancient empire shine on all worlds. Became the most powerful empire in the universe. Seeing this scene, everyone was silent and felt Qin Xian's extremely cold wrist. It has to be admitted that perhaps from the position of emperor, Qin Xian is extremely suitable. He is simply a machine without emotions. On Ye Xian's side, it was a completely different scene. In Ye Xian's dream, after the void invasion, he led the way and went to the front line in person, eating and living with the soldiers. He was loved by the soldiers. He loved the people. Even the poor people in the slums, he could treat them gently, and even was willing to hold his hand and listen to their requests. The war of void invasion was extremely tragic, but under the leadership of Ye Xian, the ancient empire was defeated, but it never collapsed. Countless people were willing to die with Ye Xian. The war lasted for 1,000 years. Under Ye Xian's leadership, the ancient empire never surrendered, even though the empire had lost more than half of its territory. In the end, Ye Xian led the ancient empire and persisted until the will of apocalypse came. Ye Xian chose to sacrifice himself. He digitized himself and became the idea of the ancient empire, sealing all the void cracks. And the ancient empire has since restored peace. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian's dream, shook his head, and a hint of sarcasm and disdain appeared on his face. It seems that in his opinion, sacrificing oneself is an extremely stupid thing to do. These two completely different dreams shocked everyone. Qin Xian and Ye Xian are simply two extremes. In Qin Xian, a Euro trademark's dream, the Emperor Qin Xian was high above everyone else and never approached the people and soldiers. He was just alone, sitting high on the throne, listening indifferently to all kinds of information. And he used the most indifferent means to get the most favorable results. In his eyes, the people, soldiers, and even the 1.9 ministers were just pawns that could be sacrificed and used at will. Even after defeating the void, Qin Xian immediately learned from the void to invade other worlds and enslave the people of other worlds. The ancient empire under his rule was indeed powerful and prosperous. But it almost became another void. Ye Xian, more like a hero than an emperor. He loves his people and is willing to fight for them. He is also loved by his people. Later, he was willing to sacrifice himself for the countless people of the empire. Everyone was shocked by Ye Xian in the dream. If you use two adjectives to describe Qin Xian and Ye Xian, it is that Qin Xian is worthy of fear. And Ye Xian is worthy of admiration. Chapter 78. Two candidates for the Son of Prophecy, two completely different paths. Everyone was silent, with thousands of thoughts in their hearts. They were thinking, Qin Xian and Ye Xian, which one would be the real son of prophecy? If we look at it from a macro perspective, Qin Xian is undoubtedly the perfect template for the emperor. Under his leadership, the empire repelled the void in the next 100 years and ruled most of the universe. Even though, behind the prosperity and strength of this empire, there are countless bones and countless sacrificed people. And from their personal perspective, Ye Xian may be a more warm emperor. He is kind, sincere, and selfless, almost a collection of all the best and most desirable qualities of mankind. Chu Junyu looked at Ye Xian's dream, shook his head slightly, and his eyes were slightly sarcastic. Yes, Ye Xian is indeed a good person. But a good person can't be a good emperor. This world is full of dangers, calculations, cunning, conspiracy, and blood everywhere. A person with a fairy tale character is destined to be unsuitable for this cruel world. The real king only considers one thing, that is, to get more benefits. 11. However, if Chu Junwei was asked to choose an emperor, she would choose Ye Xian. Such a person could easily be controlled by others. Marika's face was full of holiness. There is only one child of prophecy. She looked at Qin Xian and said lightly, although you have passed the dream test, unfortunately, I don't think you will be the child of prophecy. Qin Xian heard this, without any anger on his face. Instead, he showed an interested look and asked with a smile, why do you think so? Marika looked a little indifferent and looked at Qin Xian. Although the empire you led repelled the void, your people are living in pain. In order to repel the void, you used all means, even practicing forbidden magic, using the lives of millions of people as sacrifices, which gave you tremendous power. Qin Xian was puzzled when he heard this, shook his head, and asked. Why not? If I don't sacrifice them, I won't be able to gain strength, and I won't be able to repel the void. By then, the number of deaths will not be just a few million, but billions, and the entire empire will be destroyed. Qin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, and said lightly, sacrificing millions of people to save billions of people, isn't it a very reasonable choice? Their sacrifice has brought me strength and peace for the empire. These sacrifices are worth it. Listening to Qin Xian's words, everyone felt a little cold. He is simply a political creature, without any emotions, only considering the gains and losses of interests. But they have to admit that Qin Xian's words still make sense. In that case, Qin Xian's choice is the best solution. But Marika shook her head and said angrily, but those who were sacrificed, are they willing? They are also your people. And you just sacrificed them and betrayed them. Qin Xian frowned slightly when he heard this, and said indifferently. They are just some ordinary people, just ants on the roadside. They have no value. Why should we care about their thoughts? Weakness is the original sin. Their death, in exchange for my power, is their only value. Hearing Qin Xian's words, Marika and the gods looked a little gloomy. Marika looked at Qin Xian and said coldly, the test of the dream is to repel the void, but the greater test is to save the empire. Saving the empire means saving all the people. No citizen can be given up. And you, in the empire you rule, the people are pawns and can be sacrificed at will. To read the violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Even in the end, the empire you rule began to invade other worlds. What's the difference between this and the void? So, although you passed the dream test, you have no emotions and are not the son of prophecy. The real son of prophecy is Ye Xian. Marika turned around and looked at Ye Xian, with a satisfied look on her face, and said gently, you are the son of prophecy. Your kindness, your sincerity, and your selflessness can influence everyone. Gathering all the power of everyone together is the king that the ancient empire really needs. This is the savior that this world really needs. A dazzling light appeared in Marika's hand, which was the origin of this world. She announced loudly, Ye Xian can get the most perfect blessing. He will be favored by the gods, and from now on, he is the new emperor of the Holy Nurmen Empire. Ye Xian heard this, and a trace of excitement appeared on his face. He never thought that he could become the final winner and become the son of prophecy. He looked at Qin Xian proudly. He was right to insist all the time. Although the road is tortuous, as long as you treat people sincerely, you will definitely be able to gain more. The benevolent are invincible. Now he can get the perfect blessing, and truly become an SSS-level dragon god from an SS-level dragon god apostle. He has become the new emperor of the Holy Nerman Empire. Behind him is the Temple of the Gods. Ye Xian only felt that the road that was originally desperate and hopeless suddenly became bright. As for you, Marika looked at Qin Xian, frowned slightly, and said lightly, although you have obtained 40 void crystal sources and ranked first in points, according to the rules you should get the perfect blessing. But I can feel that your heart is full of darkness, and your ruthlessness will make the world suffer. We once had an agreement with Apocalypse. We are the arbitrators of this copy. For the future of mankind, we will not give you the perfect blessing. But you can still choose one from the medium blessings. This is our last mercy. Hearing this, everyone looked at Qin Xian. No one thought that things would develop to this extent. Qin Xian, who ranked first in points, did not get the perfect blessing. Instead, Ye Xian, who did not fight the last two bosses, became the final winner. Qin Li heard the words, and the expression on his face suddenly became angry, full of hostility towards the gods. But Qin Xian, there was no anger on his face, but laughed. He laughed as if he heard a funny joke. After a long time, he stopped laughing and looked at Marika with a sarcastic look in his eyes. Ever Queen, I think you may have misunderstood something. Qin Xian showed a cold smile on his face. I came to the Temple of the Gods not to ask for your blessing, but to take it away. He looked at Marika and the gods without any awe or fear. Only indifference. It was the look of looking at prey. P.S. There are 3 more chapters today, which will be updated in the afternoon. Chapter 79. Not to ask for blessings, but to take them away. Marika and the gods all looked gloomy and ugly when they heard this. They could feel that Qin Xian, a human, did not seem to be particularly respectful to the gods. But they did not expect that Qin Xian would be so arrogant. He actually dared to snatch the grace of the gods. How dare you, mortal! All the gods were furious. The god of war Qin looked at Qin Xian angrily and took a step forward. The terrifying divine power filled the entire temple. Remember your identity. Mortal! Leave the pantheon now, or you will not receive any blessings. The anger of the gods, all the powerful humans in the temple, were filled with fear. Humans and gods, after all, are 2 different classes of existence. Even though these gods have been robbed of their main godhood, they are still gods, and they have a natural suppression of humans. But Qin Xian still had that calm expression. It seemed that the so-called divine power had no effect on him. Facing the gods, he chuckled and said, "There is nothing I cannot get, no one can refuse me, not even gods." The god of war Qin said coldly, "I want to know what the consequences of refusing you will be." Qin Xian's eyes flashed with sarcasm. The next moment, his body suddenly disappeared, and then appeared in front of the god of war Qin. Qin Xian's body burst into extremely dazzling holy light. Behind him, 6 wings emerged and bloomed, and the whole person exuded extremely terrifying divine power. So much so that the surrounding space continued to collapse and annihilate towards him. Qin Xian, with the sword chopped at Qin's head. Qin was furious, and his fists suddenly rose with endless divine light, and his whole body became extremely majestic. A punch blasted towards Qin Xian. This punch almost pierced the stars. "Mortal, you are looking for death." But the next moment, Qin's face showed a look of shock. His fists were directly cut off by Qin Xian, almost crushing them, and the holy sword broke all of Qin's divine power. Cut off Qin's head directly. The head of the god of war Qin fell to the ground, with an expression of disbelief on his face. He was not completely dead yet, and he murmured this, how is it possible? But then, Qin Xian, expressionless, crushed Kenchi's head with one foot. It was like crushing a watermelon. Blessing of the Archangel of Great Light, enter the Archangel state, transform into a demigod of holy light, all attributes increase by 300%, skill level strengthened by 10 levels, immune to any control, all skills come with the deterrent effect of the sacred gods, lasting for 30 minutes, and a cooldown of 48 hours. Qin Xian killed the god of war Kenchi with one sword. Although the gods of the pantheon are genuine gods, they are also incomplete gods. Their godhood was deprived by the great terror of the void, and they can only survive in the pantheon. Their combat power plummeted by 90%, which is about level 50. Qin Xian has stacked his attributes to over 1,000 levels because of the killing of gods, plus blessing of the Archangel of Great Light. Qin Xian's combat power has surpassed these gods. Kenchi's divine power and the remaining fragments of the godhood are being drawn by the holy sword and converging into Qin Xian's body. Qin Xian saw the prompt of getting new fragments of the godhood on the system panel. Reward of the God of War, Godhead Fragment, all main attributes increased by 10%, all skill levels increased by 1 level, Godhood Progress plus 10%, immune to any god's deterrent skills, obtain the Oracle of the God of War. War God Oracle, gain the War God skill, able to see through the weaknesses and flaws of all the target's skills, lasts for 2 hours, cools down for 24 hours. Another fragment of the Godhead is in hand. With a plop, Kenchi's headless body fell. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He lost all his divinity and vitality. Qin Xian still had a smile on his face, looking at the gods, looking polite. Now, do you know the consequences of rejecting me? This scene directly shocked everyone. Qin Xian actually killed a god. And more importantly, Qin Xian actually dared to kill a god. This is the biggest difference between Qin Xian and others. In the minds of others, including Ye Xian, gods are supreme beings. They cannot disobey the will of gods. They can only please gods and get the recognition of gods. But Qin Xian is different. What does the god not give him? Then kill the gods together. As long as they block Qin Xian's way, Qin Xian will kill gods and Buddhas. Marika and a group of gods looked at Kenchi's body, and some of them didn't react. The god of war Kenchi, who fought against the void and shattered countless gods in the past, is actually dead? Died in the hands of a human? Then, Marika was furious, her angry body trembled, looking at Qin Xian, gritting her teeth and said, "How dare you kill a god?" But more than anything, she felt a little bit of fear in her heart. Kenchi, the god of war, is the being second only to her in power in the pantheon. But he was still killed instantly by Qin Xian. Seeing the fear in the eyes of Marika and the gods, Qin Xian showed a hint of sarcasm on his face. These gods, still think they are omnipotent? Over the past 1,000 years, they have seen batches of human professionals coming. All human professionals worship them and treat them with great respect. So they also think that they are really unquestionable. But when Qin Xian lifted the last fig leaf of these gods, he will find that these gods, nothing. Qin Xian looked down at Marika and the gods indifferently, and smiled. "If you kneel down now and pledge allegiance to me, if you offer your blessing obediently, I can still consider letting you go." Chapter 80. The remaining human professionals looked at Qin Xian with shock. Qin Xian not only killed a god, but also wanted other gods to be loyal to him? How domineering! Chu Junyu's beautiful eyes flickered with strange colors, full of admiration for Qin Xian, and a strange feeling gradually rose in her heart. And Qin Li looked at Qin Xian with eyes full of admiration and admiration. This is her brother. More powerful and noble than gods. Court death. Foolish mortal, you don't understand the anger of the gods at all. Hearing Qin Xian's words, the gods were extremely angry. Qin Xian, dared them to kneel down and surrender? They are gods. The forest god Mandus roared, and countless flowers emerged under his feet, and then giant trees grew one by one, and the whole temple seemed to have become a forest wilderness. The power of Mandus came from all directions, and the giant trees seemed to be his arms, rolling towards Qin Xian. And his power, with the breath of the gods, was full of solemn and solemn. God's deterrence, this is the greatest advantage of God over humans. The power of God has God's deterrence, which can make humans have no idea of resistance from the bottom of their hearts. It is somewhat similar to the blood suppression in the void world. Moreover, God's deterrence can also make mortals' attacks on God basically ineffective. 047. So mortals killing gods is basically a legend. But Qin Xian didn't feel anything at all. He was an SSS-level Oracle Knight, a demigod himself, immune to God's deterrence. Qin Xian had 6 winged angel wings behind him, wearing holy light armor, holding a holy sword, floating in the air. Compared with the gods, he was like a god. Majestic and unstoppable. Facing countless giant trees, Qin Xian held the holy sword in his hand, burning everything, and directly burned the entire forest to ashes. The holy fire followed the forest and gathered towards Mandus. Mandus showed a look of fear on his face. He could never have thought that his own god's deterrence had no effect on Qin Xian. The next moment, Mandus was engulfed by the holy fire. In just a few minutes, 2 gods fell in succession. This time, the gods finally understood what kind of guest the pantheon had welcomed. Qin Xian was completely different from the humans before. His nature had already been revealed in the dream. Cold, cruel, ruthless, and intolerant of any disobedience. It was just that the gods at that time just hated Qin Xian's nature and didn't think Qin Xian was important. After all, the strength in the dream is not the strength in reality. But now, they are shocked to see that Qin Xian also has the strength to kill them. Qin Xian has become their nightmare. The other human strongmen, with shocked expressions on their faces, retreated one after another. The battle between Qin Xian and the gods is no longer something they can participate in. Even if they are affected, they will be directly crushed. Qin Xian looked at the terrified gods with a sneer in his eyes. Gods have never been great. Because gods can bleed, get hurt, and die. As long as you have a stronger power than the gods. Only power can be eternal. And now, these gods are just a group of prey in Qin Xian's eyes. Marika looked at Qin Xian, and suddenly she felt regretful. Maybe she was wrong. Even if Qin Xian was not the son of prophecy, if she had given Qin Xian the perfect blessing normally, perhaps things would not have developed to this extent. One god after another fell and died under Qin Xian's holy sword. Their divine power, as well as the fragments of divinity remaining in their bodies, were all plundered and absorbed by Qin Xian. At this moment, Marika finally understood what Qin Xian had said before. He came to the temple of the gods, not to pray for blessings, but to take away blessings. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Since the gods don't give it, he will rob it himself. Stop! Ye Xian roared and rushed towards Qin Xian. It was the gods who saved him and recognized his identity. For Ye Xian, the gods of the pantheon were his companions. But he had already activated the skill transform into dragon god and would not be able to transform into dragon god again for a few days. But Malika stopped him. Mirror wall. Marika's long hair stood up, Kfei, burning like a flame, and her eyes turned into a terrifying divine light. The space around Qin Xian suddenly turned into countless mirrors, each of which reflected the other side of Qin Xian. Hundreds of independent spaces were created, trapping Qin Xian in them. Then, Marika pointed her fingers on Ye Xian's forehead, and the origin of the world appeared behind her. The power of the origin of the world poured into Ye Xian's body, and Ye Xian's body trembled, feeling a mysterious feeling. Transformation blessing, all skills are upgraded, and special professions can evolve once. This is the transformation blessing that Xian has always dreamed of. With transformation blessing, his SS level dragon god apostle can evolve into an SSS level dragon god. Your profession has not yet completely transformed. I will send you to the imperial treasury, where the essence of successive empires is stored. There, you can become stronger and inherit everything from the empire. After Marika finished speaking, she used her divine power to teleport Xian to another space and sent the pantheon away. Then, the countless mirrored worlds shattered. Qin Xian appeared, looking down at Marika, his eyes full of indifference. Marika looked at the pantheon, which was almost in ruins, and took a deep breath. Then, she stared at Qin Xian coldly. It was like looking at a dead person. I admit that you are very powerful, human, and your strength has surpassed mine. But you have forgotten one fact. That is, although this is a copy made by Apocalypse, it is also the world I created. And in this world, you need to abide by the rules of this world. In front of the origin of the world, any living being must submit to the rules. Marika roared, and the origin of the world in her hand burst into an extremely dazzling light, covering her and Qin Xian. The next moment, she and Qin Xian appeared in another space. It was as if they had come to the starry space, with an extremely magnificent planet under their feet, which was the plane where the Holy Nurmen Empire was located. Marika held the origin of the world in both hands and ordered Qin Xian coldly kneel down in front of the origin of the world, mortal. The supreme power of the law immediately suppressed Qin Xian. But soon, Marika showed an unbelievable look on her face. Because Qin Xian was still standing, the power of the law of the origin of the world was ineffective against him. How is this possible? Marika looked at Qin Xian in shock, then she seemed to have thought of something and screamed. You are not a pure human. You have the blood of the void in your body. Qin Xian showed a strange smile on his face. It seems I need to introduce myself again. His pupils suddenly turned into a strange purple, and he gave an exaggerated gentleman's salute to the eternal Queen Marika. The Lord of the First Royal Court of the Void, Qin Xian, the son of the Queen of Death, pays tribute to you. Weak God. Chapter 81. The eternal Queen Marika stared at Qin Xian dully. Her body couldn't help but tremble, and a sense of fear suddenly arose in her heart. From the moment Qin Xian was not affected by the power of the law, she was able to determine that Qin Xian was not a pure human. Instead, he had the blood of the void. Because the origin of the world is the foundation of a world. Any living being in this world must be bound by the laws of the origin of the world. Except for the void. The void is an evil race that feeds on the origin of the world, so the power of the law of the origin of the world is ineffective against the void bloodline. This is why most of the worlds have been defeated in the face of the invasion of the void. It's just that Marika never thought of it. Qin Xian is actually the offspring of the Queen of Death. The heir to the First Royal Court. The Queen of Death, also known as the Queen of Death, the Lord of Death. The Master of the First Royal Court of the Void. This name is a nightmare for all races and all gods in the universe. A nightmare that makes all living beings despair. For countless epochs, the Queen of Death and Silence has devoured countless worlds. She has eaten the origins of countless worlds, turning these worlds into dead and silent places forever, without any vitality. Even the void creatures cannot survive. It is also unknown how many gods have been devoured by the Queen of Death and Silence. Some gods even have their souls enslaved by the Queen of Death and Silence, who transformed them into void creatures. He suffered torture in the First Royal Court and served the Queen of Death and Silence. The great terror of the void who invaded the ancient empire, destroyed this world, and almost forced the eternal Queen Marika and other gods into a desperate situation. He is the true master of the Third Royal Court of the Void, the Lord of Qin. Although the 7 royal courts of the Void are essentially not divided by status. But the First Royal Court is still recognized as the most powerful royal court in the Void. And the Queen of Death and Silence is also the most powerful Great Terror of the Void. Marika knows the origin of Qin Xian. He is the eldest son of the Qin family, the most powerful family among humans. Qin Xian's ancestor was one of the 12 firstborns of mankind. In other words, Qin Xian has the blood of both the firstborns and the first royal court of the void. No wonder when Marika first met Qin Xian, she felt an aura that made her uncomfortable. It made her very alert. It wasn't because of Qin Xian's character that Marika didn't like him. It was because Qin Xian himself was the blood of the void. Looking at Marika's dazed look, Qin Xian no longer hid and directly changed his second profession, the Lord of the Void. Qin Xian looked at the origin of the world in Marika's hand, and a trace of crazy desire and hunger flashed in his eyes. For void creatures, especially the Lord of the Void, the origin of the world is the supreme delicacy. Devouring the origin of the world can allow the Lord of the Void to gain extremely powerful power. His mother, the Queen of Death, has already devoured dozens of world origins. In other words, it is the destruction of dozens of worlds. Seeing Qin Xian transform into the Void Lord, Marika looked extremely ugly. At this moment, her heart was filled with fear. She had an unforgettable memory of the Void Lord. It was even a fear reflected in the depths of her soul. Even though Qin Xian was only a young Void Lord. The reason why humans can quickly become stronger and can hold their own against the void is because the advent of the apocalypse has opened up the digital age for humans. They have the most efficient and advanced means of evolution in the universe. A Void Lord who has the means of digital evolution, to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. She almost dared not think about how much she could grow in the future. And Marika also realized that she had made a very serious mistake. She shouldn't have brought Qin Xian and her to this space. A Void Lord saw the origin of the world. Marika's biggest reliance was one of the laws of the origin of the world, but when Qin Xian showed his void bloodline, her so-called reliance completely lost its effect. Marika looked at the cold look on Qin Xian's face and couldn't help asking, from the beginning, your goal was the origin of the world? Whether we bless you or not, you will take action. That's right. Qin Xian showed a cruel smile on his face. From the moment I entered this copy, the fate of you gods has been determined. Asking for flowers. Marika gritted her teeth, and the divine power in her body continued to emerge. One by one, the phantoms of stars rose in front of her. It turned into a surging force and blasted towards Qin Xian frantically. But her so-called power was directly crushed by Qin Xian. Qin Xian in the state of Void Lord was even stronger than when he was the Oracle Knight. Qin Xian snapped his fingers, and then countless void cracks suddenly appeared in the space around Marika. Then countless void tentacles emerged from the void cracks and directly wrapped around Marika tightly. Her delicate body and limbs were tied up, and she was pulled into an extremely shameful posture. Let me go. Marika's face flushed, her eyes were full of shame and anger. She was the creator of this world, a noble and holy goddess. She had never been humiliated like this before. Her current posture was just like a slave girl. Looking at the ashamed and angry Marika, Qin Xian walked in front of Marika with an expressionless face. Looking at Marika trapped by the tentacles, Qin Xian stretched out a finger and scratched Marika's delicate body. Marika seemed to be greatly stimulated by Qin Xian's touch, and couldn't help but groan. For countless years, no one dared to approach her. Not to mention being so touched by Qin Xian, blasphemy? This was a scene that was enough to make any man's blood boil. But Qin Xian had no expression on his face, and there was only deep indifference in his eyes. You should be grateful for my kindness, Malika, because I won't kill you. That would be such a waste. Qin Xian smiled, with a strange look in his eyes. A seed suddenly appeared in his hand, emitting an extremely strange aura. A Euro-ancient god cauldron, corrupt a weakened god, dominate his soul, and turn him into your slave. The ancient god cauldron skill is the ability of the Queen of Death. She used this ability to enslave many gods. As the descendant of the Queen of Death, Qin Xian also inherited this skill after awakening the Lord of the Void, and Chapter 82. Marika looked at the purple seeds in Qin Xian's hand, her face full of fear and despair. Finally, she gave up her pride as a god and begged for mercy. Let me go, I am willing to give you the most perfect blessing, even if you devour the origin of the world. Eternal Queen Marika, the creator god of the ancient empire, once led the empire and the void to fight for thousands of years. Even in the most desperate moment, when the tentacles of the great terror of the void surrounded the pantheon, she did not surrender. But now, she surrendered. Because the skill of ancient god Cauldron is so terrifying. In the palace of the first royal court of the Queen of Death, countless gods were enslaved. Those gods were once as noble as the eternal Queen Marika, high above, and revered by hundreds of millions of creatures. But after being enslaved by ancient god Gu, their souls were controlled by the Queen, and their life and death were all in the mind of others, and they could only become the lowest slaves. Eternal Queen Marika is not afraid of death. But she feared slavery, which was more terrible than death. Seeing the fear on Marika's face and the shameful posture of being tied up by tentacles, Qin Xian had no mercy in his eyes. He showed a gentle smile on his face, but the words he said were chilling. I have never had a god slave before. Eternal Queen Marika, you should feel honored because you are my first god slave, but you will not be the last. Qin Xian directly pinched the cherry mouth of Eternal Queen Marika and stuffed the god poison seed into it. The next moment, Marika's screams rang out throughout the entire dimensional space. And these no longer attracted Qin Xian's attention. He turned around and looked at the origin of the world floating in the air. The origin of the world, the foundation of the world embryo, contains countless laws of power. The so-called blessing of the gods is actually to bestow the laws of fragments on mankind through the origin of the world. For the Lord of the Void, the origin of the world is the most precious delicacy in the universe. Every time the Lord of the Void devours an origin of the world, his strength will soar, and he can also gain the power of the law. Qin Xian no longer hesitated and began to devour the origin of the world. Broken Heaven, the Imperial Treasury. The Imperial Treasury is the treasury of the Saint Nerman Empire of all generations, which contains countless treasures. When the Void invaded, the emperors of the empire used the power of the law to hide the treasury in the dimensional space, so it has never been touched by the Void. After the fall of the empire, the treasure house has been sealed in the Void. The Imperial Treasury is a huge tomb. The floor of the treasury is covered with gold and gems, which make the entire treasury bright and dreamlike. But in the Imperial Treasury, gold and gems are only the lowest value. In every corner of the treasury, there are countless magical treasures, various precious equipment, weapons, and extraordinary items. Emperor Armor, purple quality equipment, no level requirement, strength plus 150, constitution plus 150, spirit plus 100. Reduces damage received by 20%, when health is below 30%, gains a shield of 100% of maximum health, lasts for 20 seconds, cools down for 2 hours. Void Hunting Sword, purple quality weapon, strength plus 200, damage to void creatures increased by 50%. Shield of the Divine Code Michelle's Spear Sword of Grace. Powerful equipment floats in every corner of the treasury of the Empire. Any piece of equipment here is a supermodel equipment of purple quality. If it is placed outside, it can be easily auctioned for tens of billions or even hundreds of billions, causing countless major forces to scramble for it. After all, the ancient empire was once an extremely powerful civilization in the universe. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The collection accumulated over countless epochs is indeed amazing. When Ye Xian first arrived at the treasury, he was almost dazzled. The Ye family was destroyed, and he, the orphan of the Ye family, was actually wandering around the world, with no resources to enjoy. Although the equipment on his body is good, it is almost a world apart compared to the ones in the treasury. So Ye Xian directly changed to a set of purple levelless equipment, and his combat power soared several times. At this moment, around Ye Xian, a number of majestic figures appeared. They were all emperors of the ancient empire. Their souls were once imprisoned and tortured by the great terror of the void. However, after the death of the void warlord Ka Crocodile, their souls led people to the pantheon. Then they returned to the treasury. The moment Ye Xian stepped into the treasury, they woke up again. They felt the mark of the gods on Ye Xian and knew his identity. Ye Xian was the new emperor of the Holy Nurmen Empire. The Holy Nurmen Empire was different from the human world. The emperor was chosen by the gods and there was no real royal family. There was no blood relationship between each emperor. So for Ye Xian, the emperors of all dynasties immediately recognized his identity. Ye Xian came to the deepest part of the treasury, where there was a huge golden pool. In the golden pool, countless stars gathered, which were extremely bright and contained surging power. Here it is. Ye Xian showed a look of shock on his face. Because the energy in the golden pool was so huge, it made him feel afraid. This is the essence of the empire. When the emperors of each dynasty died, they would pour their power into the golden pool. Now, it is yours. We can feel that you have great potential, but to unleash this potential, you still need a lot of energy. The golden pool is the place where you will transform. The emperor's voices echoed in the treasury, full of vicissitudes. Ye Xian nodded slowly and stepped into the golden pool. The next moment, he felt countless brilliant powers gathering towards his body. He couldn't help but shout, and his eyes instantly turned golden. Golden dragon scales also appeared on his skin. Chapter 83. In the golden pool, Ye Xian's body looked more majestic and terrifying. His aura became stronger and stronger, and the dragon's might gradually permeated the entire treasure house. After an unknown amount of time, Ye Xian slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes had completely turned golden, and he looked so majestic and frightening. Ye Xian exuded a domineering aura. It was as if he was born to be the king of this world. Name, Ye Xian. Occupation, Dragon God. Level, LV40. Strength, 1115. Agility, 1020. Physical fitness, 831. Spirit, 732. Intelligence, 826. Skills, Dragon God's Might, Dragon God's Body, Dragon Breath, 10,000s of people submit, Dragon Throne. At some point, the souls of the emperors of the ancient empire have disappeared. And with them, the star power of the golden pool has disappeared. 14. This is the essence of the power of the emperors of all dynasties. Although most of the golden pool was consumed in resisting the invasion of the void, the remaining remnants still allowed Ye Xian to complete the transformation from the Dragon God Apostle to the Dragon God. And the remaining essence of the golden pool was converted into experience points and additional attribute points. It allowed him to directly upgrade from less than level 30 to level 40. His main attribute strength has even exceeded 1100 points. Ye Xian looked calm, staring at his hands. At this moment, he had never felt that he was so powerful and so powerful. Qin Xian. A hint of confidence flashed in Ye Xian's eyes. He could feel that he was now stronger than Qin Xian. Before, he had almost no power to fight back in front of Qin Xian. But now it was different. The situation has been reversed. Ye Xian's mouth curled up with a sneer. Now, what he has to do is very simple. Find Qin Xian, then defeat him. Finally, rescue his sister. It's that simple. But thinking of Qin Li, Ye Xian frowned slightly. He remembered the scene when Qin Li killed innocent people. Qin Li's character was very unfamiliar to him. It was not at all what he imagined. But Ye Xian did not care, let alone blame his sister. After all, the people around the red are red, and the people around the ink are black. The people of the Qin family are so cold-blooded and cruel. Qin Li grew up in the Qin family since he was a child, and naturally he would be influenced by the Qin family. It's okay, after he rescues his sister and tells her the truth, I believe that under his influence, his sister should be able to turn over a new leaf. After all, they are blood brothers and sisters. In the dimensional space, Marika's screams have disappeared. Instead, there are indescribable moans and whimpers. Marika's whole body is shaking constantly, rolling her eyes, and even some saliva is flowing from the corners of her mouth. Her soul has been completely broken by the torture of the ancient god. Being controlled by the ancient god is an extremely painful process in itself. To read the violent novel, go to Philo Novel Network. On the side, the origin of the world in front of Qin Xian is now weak to the point that it can be ignored, and is being swallowed by Qin Xian. Qin Xian's breath is becoming stronger and more terrifying. Finally, the origin of the world is completely swallowed by Qin Xian. Qin Xian slowly opened his eyes. What kind of eyes are these? Qin Xian's eyes are full of distortion and madness, but under the madness, they are extremely indifferent and cold. Qin Xian only feels that his whole body is trembling slightly. This is a trembling of joy. The feeling of swallowing the origin of the world turned out to be so wonderful. So fascinating. Swallowing the origin of the world allowed Qin Xian to gain the power of law, which is an ability that only the Lord of the Void possesses. But even though Qin Xian had just devoured a world origin, he was not very satisfied. Instead, he was even more hungry. He wanted to devour more world origins. This was an instinct deep in his blood. But soon, Qin Xian's eyes regained their calmness, and he forcibly suppressed the twisted impulse in his heart. Qin Xian would never let his emotions affect his brain. He will always remain in the calmest state. The origin of the world is not so easy to devour. Each world origin is the foundation of those worlds and is protected by the gods. To devour the origin of the world is equivalent to conquering that world. Obviously, with Qin Xian's current strength, it is far from possible. The origin of this world was once coveted by the Lord of Qin of the Third Royal Court and was almost swallowed by it. Later, this world was shattered by the void and became a copy after being digitized by Apocalypse. This gave Qin Xian the opportunity to devour the origin of the world. Even if this world origin is a very weak world origin. But the young Lord of the Void can devour a complete world origin, which is also an extremely rare existence in the history of the Void. Qin Xian looked at his panel with an indifferent look. Although he only devoured a weakened world origin, it still made Qin Xian's strength soar. Name, Qin Xian. Occupation, Void Lord. Level, LV35. Strength, 1897. Agility, 1580. Physical fitness, 1274. Spirit, 1288. Intelligence, 1284. Skill Void Mastery Incarnation of the Void Distorted Space Ancient God Cauldron Nightmare Queen's Touch. Whether it is level or attribute points, Qin Xian has almost doubled them. However, Qin Xian did not care about these. His eyes were on the status bar. Swallow Origin. After swallowing the origin of the world, the damage to gods is increased by 150%, immune to any god-given skills, and gain control of the laws. Law control, gain the power to control the laws, create or influence a domain, within which you can make any rules. Devouring the origin and control of laws are the biggest benefits that devouring the origin of the world brings to Qin Xian. As for the improvement of level and attribute points, instead, it is an additional feature. Chapter 84. Swallow the origin increases the damage to gods by 150%, which is an average effect for Qin Xian at present. But the immunity to any god-given skill effect is really terrifying. God-given skills are the most powerful skills in terms of power, effect, and damage among all human professions. They are the ultimate skills of each profession. As a result, Qin Xian can be directly immune. It is equivalent to destroying the opponent's trump card. And law control can create a domain, in which Qin Xian can make any rules. Qin Xian said that everything in the domain is of ice attribute, so everything in the domain is ice. He said that the domain is turned into a vacuum, so all the air in the domain will disappear. In the domain, Qin Xian is the omnipotent creator. Qin Xian in the state of the Lord of the Void can directly create a void world, and his combat power is stronger. This is why the Lords of the Void are eager to swallow the origin of the world. After swallowing the origin of the world, the Lords of the Void can spread the void to every corner of the universe. Qin Xian showed a sneer on his face. He slowly turned around and looked at the eternal Queen Marika, who had been completely enslaved and controlled. Marika had been completely controlled by Qin Xian. Qin Xian could feel Marika's soul. As long as he had a thought, Marika would die without a burial place. Qin Xian showed a slightly evil smile on his face. "Come here and kneel, my goddess." Marika's eyes did not show any struggle, but were full of desire, as if being close to Qin Xian was such a great honor for her. The tentacles disappeared, and Marika walked in front of Qin Xian. She knelt down directly and crawled at Qin Xian's feet. In this scene, she was no longer like the noble and holy goddess before, but like a dog. This is the horror of the ancient god Gu. The gods controlled by the ancient god Gu have completely lost all their dignity. Everything about them is longing for the master's praise. Qin Xian smiled slightly, stretched out his finger to hook Marika's chin, and stared at this beautiful and holy face. Even Qin Xian had to admit that Marika's appearance was probably the most outstanding in the world. Even Chu Junwei, Qin Li, So Keqing, those stunning beauties, would be eclipsed in front of Marika. After all, Marika is a god, a true goddess. "My master, Malika is always willing to give you everything." Marika looked at Qin Xian with a dazed look in her eyes. If Qin Xian wanted, she could sacrifice herself at will. Seeing Marika letting him do whatever he wanted, Qin Xian couldn't help but feel the urge to ravage her. However, Qin Xian's eyes soon regained clarity. He knew very well that the most important thing now was to deal with Ye Xian. As for Marika, there would be plenty of time and opportunities to enjoy her in the future. "Tell me, Marika, where did you send Ye Xian?" "He went to the Imperial Treasury, my master." Marika did not hesitate at all and immediately told Ye Xian's whereabouts. In the Imperial Treasury, he should have received the infusion of the power of the Golden Pool, and was able to transform into a true dragon god, and his strength would also become much stronger. Now, he should have completed the transformation. Speaking of this, Marika's face was full of fear, and she looked at Qin Xian cautiously. She was afraid that Qin Xian would punish her for this. "Master, do you need me to take you to the treasure house?" "No, let's go back to the Pantheon." Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a hint of coldness appeared on his face. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Li is in the Pantheon now. Ye Xian will definitely go to find Qin Li first. The Ye family has been exterminated for almost 20 years, and there is still a grasshopper that doesn't jump. It's time to deal with it. The Pantheon was already in ruins. The gods fell, Ye Xian and Qin Xian were teleported away by Marika, and the remaining human warriors could only leave silently. Although they have not yet accepted the blessing of the gods. The gods are almost killed by Qin Xian, so what's the point of blessing? And they estimated that the broken kingdom of heaven copy should also become history. In the end, the boss void warlord Ka Crocodile died, and the ancient gods of the Pantheon also died. Without the blessing of the gods, the status of the broken heaven dungeon declined rapidly. It is estimated that it will be just an ordinary large dungeon in the future. As for Chu Junzhuo, he seemed to have sensed something and hurriedly left the temple of the gods. Qin Li was the only one left in the temple, still anxiously waiting for her brother Qin Xian. Qin Li had a blank expression on her face, and she clenched her hands tightly. A trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. She hated her own weakness. She had no way to participate in her brother's battle, and she couldn't help her brother. Qin Li took a deep breath, and she swore secretly in her heart. She wanted to become stronger, and she would do anything to become stronger. At this moment, in the temple of the gods, a tall and majestic figure appeared, exuding extreme majesty, accompanied by bursts of dragon roars, as if the dragon god had descended to the world. Qin Li's face was happy at first, and then her face was full of vigilance and hostility. It's you. It's me. Ye Xian's figure slowly appeared. He looked at Qin Li tenderly, his face full of excitement. He wished he could hold Qin Li in his arms and kiss her right now, so that he could realize how much he missed his sister. The excitement on Ye Xian's face made Qin Li feel nauseous. If she was Qin Xian, Qin Li would be very happy. But unfortunately, Ye Xian is not Qin Xian. Looking at the indifference on Qin Li's face, Ye Xian hurriedly explained, "Sister, I am your brother. We are siblings, and we have the same blood in our bodies." Qin Li frowned tightly when he heard this, and directly used sound of death on Ye Xian. "Shut up! Who is your sister?" Qin Li was furious. To her, she was only Qin Xian's sister. This man who came out of nowhere suddenly said he was her brother, which touched Qin Li's reverse scale. Chapter 85. For Qin Li, she is proud of her identity. She is not the eldest daughter of the Qin family. She is Qin Xian's sister. In Qin Li's heart, Qin Xian is the most perfect man in the world. He is handsome, and looks many times more handsome than those so-called stars. His facial features and figure seem to come out of an oil painting. He is powerful and is recognized as the first genius in the human world. He is deep-minded. When the powerful children of the same age are scheming for some trivial matters and false names, he only knows how to play with female stars. Qin Xian has already participated in the decision-making of the Qin family and has become one of the chess players behind the scenes of this empire. Although Qin Li is also good enough, the reason why she can be so close to Qin Xian and stand together is because she is Qin Xian's sister. In the imperial capital, there are countless noble ladies who envy Qin Li to the extreme. Now Ye Xian said that Qin Li is not Qin Xian's sister, but his sister. This is of course very angry for Qin Li. Anyone who dares to alienate her and her brother should die. Qin Li directly entered the Angel of Death state and killed Ye Xian. Although her level has been raised to level 23 after she passed the level, there is still a big gap between her and Ye Xian. But her profession is Angel of Death, and her skills have a chance to trigger instant death. Even though Ye Xian has transformed into a dragon god, he dare not take it head-on. Ye Xian's body suddenly moved like a dragon, dodging Qin Li's attack. He hurriedly explained, "I'm telling the truth. Sister. Your name is not Qin Li, but Ye Li. We are all descendants of the Ye family. If you believe it, when you awakened your profession, did you have a dream and saw a long snake?" Qin Li heard this, her expression changed slightly, and the attack in her hand slowed down a bit. She did have a dream and saw a long snake when she awakened her profession. But no one knew about this except her brother Qin Xian. How did Ye Xian know? Seeing the hesitation on Qin Li's face, Ye Xian quickly added, "Do you have a long snake-shaped birthmark on your calf?" "I have one too." After that, Ye Xian directly lifted up his trouser legs, revealing a long snake-shaped birthmark. Seeing the mark that was exactly the same as his own, Qin Li was finally stunned. Beb. It's rare to say that this Ye Xian is really his biological brother. Ye Xian finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Qin Li stop attacking, and a smile appeared on his face. He said to Qin Li excitedly, "Our Ye family is the family of the 12 firstborns, and we have the blessing of the Long Snake Palace." "Ye family, I 1/4 why?" Qin Li showed a trace of doubt on his face. Seeing the doubt on Qin Li's face, Ye Xian's heart was filled with sorrow. After the extermination of the Ye family, the empire had been diluting the traces of the Ye family's existence in ancient times. Many traces of the Ye family were erased. Less than 20 years have passed, and the once famous Ye family has almost been forgotten by the world. Even Qin Li, a descendant of the Ye family, has hardly heard of the Ye family. "Sister, we are all descendants of the Ye family. Our father is Yebuxiu, the head of the Ye family, our Ye family was wiped out. Ye Xian's expression was gloomy, and he slowly told the story of the Ye family being wiped out. The Ye family was wiped out, I barely escaped, and you were adopted by the Qin family. Over the years, I have been trying to find you, but I never had the chance. This time, I came to the Broken Heaven dungeon just to rescue you. And now, I have finally succeeded. Ye Xian was so excited that he couldn't help crying for joy. He said silently in his heart, Father, Mother, I finally found my sister. From now on, I will never be separated from my sister again. But compared to Ye Xian's excitement, Qin Li seemed even more excited, calm, or indifferent. She had no expression on her face and remained silent. This is her life story. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. In fact, when Qin Li was very young, she knew that she was not Qin Xian's biological sister, but the adopted daughter of the Qin family. But she didn't delve into it, because Qin Xian told her that she only needed to know that she was his sister. So over the years, Qin Li has been carefree by Qin Xian's side, following her brother, and her life is also very simple. In Qin Li's world, Qin Xian is everything to her. But now, Ye Xian suddenly appeared and told her that she was the daughter of the Ye family, and that the Ye family and the Qin family had a blood feud. Qin Xian was not only no longer her brother, but was her enemy. She wanted to work with him to avenge the Qin family and kill Qin Xian. In fact, Qin Li did not have much hatred in her heart, but was full of panic. She had no feelings for Ye Xian and the so-called Ye family. She only cared about Qin Xian. She was afraid that if the truth was revealed, Qin Xian will he still treat her as a sister? Will his brother Qin Xian alienate her directly? Or even disown her? This is what Qin Li fears the most. Ye Xian looked at Qin Li and couldn't help but walked up to her, wanting to hug his sister tightly to ease the longing in his heart. He had seen Qin Li and Qin Xian hugging each other at the entrance of the copy before. He was extremely envious and jealous. And now, they are finally recognized as brothers and sisters. Ye Xian's heart was full of excitement. He wanted to touch his sister's face and smell her scent. But Ye Xian soon discovered that Qin Li's face did not show any happiness or excitement. Instead, his face was gloomy. A trace of doubt and confusion flashed in Ye Xian's eyes. This was completely different from what he imagined. In his imagination, when he told his sister the truth, Qin Li should be extremely excited, and the brother and sister would hug each other and cry with joy. Then they would regard each other as the only support in this world. In the end, the brother and sister joined forces to kill Qin Xian, summoned the old subordinates, avenged the Qin family, and revitalized the Ye family from then on. But now, why was Qin Li's reaction wrong from the beginning? Qin Li's face was not excited or happy. Instead, it was full of gloom. I don't know if it was Ye Xian's illusion. He also saw a hint of disgust with yourself. Chapter 86. At this moment, the space in the Pantheon fluctuated again. Two tall figures descended in the Pantheon. They were Qin Xian and Marika. Seeing Qin Xian return safely, Qin Li was delighted at first and called him brother, but soon she showed some hesitation on her face. Because she didn't know, could she and Qin Xian still be considered siblings now? And Ye Xian looked at Marika beside Qin Xian with excitement. Winning is a sure thing. Among the four people in the Pantheon, Marika, the Eternal Queen, is the god who blessed and recognized him, and is the most powerful god in the ancient empire. Qin Li is his sister. Although her level is not high, as an angel of death, her skill comes with instant death. It can restrain Qin Xian very well. Eternal Queen, sister, come stand beside me. Ye Xian smiled, staring at Qin Xian, his eyes full of confidence. One is his goddess, the other is his sister. Plus he is a level 40 dragon god. 3-1. How can I lose? Ye Xian smiled at Marika and said, "Respected Eternal Queen, I have successfully transformed into a dragon god, thank you for your blessing. I will help you get back the blood debt of the Pantheon." Ye Xian held his head high, waiting for Marika's praise. He knew how much Marika admired and liked him. Now that he has become a dragon god, he is still so powerful, which will definitely make Marika happy. But soon, the smile on Ye Xian's face froze. Because the look in Marika's eyes when she looked at him was full of indifference. There was no love at all. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. At this time, Xian found something wrong. Because Marika came with Qin Xian, and was standing next to Qin Xian, it looked like, so, respectful. "Marika, Ye Xian asked you to go over." Qin Xian showed a sarcastic smile on his face. Marika immediately knelt beside Qin Xian and said respectfully, "Marika will only stand behind the master. Everything about Marika belongs to the master." After that, Marika continued to kiss the tip of Qin Xian's shoe. It was so humble and lowly. Seeing this scene, Ye Xian could hardly bear to imagine his eyes, and was stunned. He was full of disbelief in his heart, and murmured, "The Queen of Eternity, what's wrong with you?" Marika was the first god Ye Xian had ever seen, and she was also the benefactor who rescued him when he was in the most critical moment. Especially when he first saw Marika, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed by Marika's holiness, nobility, and stunning appearance. So in Ye Xian's heart, Marika was an incomparably noble goddess, holy and majestic. Even getting closer would be a blasphemy to Marika. And in Ye Xian's heart, he couldn't help but have a little affection for Marika. Perhaps when he has enough power, he will be able to stand beside Marika, or even become Marika's partner. And now, the goddess who cannot be blasphemed in his mind is now kneeling in front of Qin Xian. Humble and lowly like a female slave. What on earth is going on? Qin Xian killed a group of gods, shouldn't he be Marika's enemy? What happened during the time he was transforming into a dragon god? This sense of shock made Ye Xian's head dizzy. His heart was filled with anger and pain. And Qin Li looked at Qin Xian, tears welled up in her eyes, and couldn't help asking, "Brother, is what he said true? Is she really the daughter of the Ye family?" Qin Xian looked at the expression on Qin Li's face and understood instantly. It seemed that Ye Xian had already told her about Qin Li's life experience. To read the exciting novel, go to Flylu Novel Network. But Qin Xian didn't care. Because it was a matter of time. Qin Li would know the truth sooner or later. Qin Xian nodded directly. "Yes, you are indeed the daughter of the Ye family, the daughter of Ye Buxiu. In terms of blood relationship, you are indeed his sister." Qin Xian directly admitted everything. He told Qin Li openly. "There is indeed a blood feud between us." Qin Li's face was full of complexity when she heard it. She could accept that she and Qin Xian had no blood relationship, but she could not accept that she and Qin Xian had hatred. Because in this case, she would not even be qualified to stand beside Qin Xian. Looking at the sad and painful Qin Li, Qin Xian looked very calm, just looking at Qin Li quietly, his eyes were indifferent, as if he had no feelings. He and Qin Li grew up together, the two were inseparable, and lived for almost 20 years. Of course, he had some feelings for Qin Li. But only a little. This little feeling would not affect any decision of Qin Xian. In fact, if he wanted to retain Qin Li, Qin Xian could explain, deceive, or even do some self-torture to get Qin Li's forgiveness. But Qin Xian didn't. Because he was Qin Xian, he would never do these things to please others. Not even Qin Li. If Qin Li really chose Ye Xian, then Qin Xian would kill Qin Li without hesitation. It's that simple. So those who betray him will have to pay the price. When Ye Xian heard Qin Xian's admission, a smile finally appeared on his face. Qin Li might not have believed him just now. Now Qin Xian has admitted it. Will his sister finally recognize him as her brother? Qin Xian looked at Qin Li, and Qin Li was also looking at Qin Xian. At this moment, Qin Li's heart seemed to be cut by a knife. She was full of despair. She seemed to be no longer Qin Xian's sister. It seemed that she could never stand by Qin Xian's side again. Qin Xian saw the despair and pain in Qin Li's eyes. He looked calm and stretched out his hand to Qin Li. But I once said that you don't need to know who you are, you just need to know that you are my sister. This sentence is still valid. You are still my sister, if you are willing to sign a soul contract with me. A Euro soul contract, legendary item, the highest level contract, can never betray the owner. Ye Xian heard this and thought Qin Xian was crazy. Who does he think he is? Qin Li now knows the truth of the matter, how could he follow you? Not to mention signing a soul contract. But the next moment, Ye Xian was stunned. He saw Qin Li smile and walk towards Qin Xian without any hesitation. Chapter 87. When Qin Li heard that Qin Xian was willing to continue to recognize her, it was like a drowning person grabbing a life-saving straw. The whole person had hope again. Without any hesitation, she rushed to Qin Xian and hugged Qin Xian again. Qin Li cried and murmured, I will, brother, I will never betray you. Everything I have belongs to you. Perhaps it can be said that Qin Li did recognize the thief as her father, regardless of her blood feud. But for Qin Li, her life is all Qin Xian, and all Qin Xian's kindness to her. For nearly 20 years of relationship, her memories are all Qin Xian, and her feelings are all Qin Xian. As for the Ye family, it is just a distant symbol to her. Now Ye Xian wants to betray her beloved brother with 6, 7, 3 and revenge Qin Xian with him. Why? She doesn't want to care about the messy blood feuds of the previous generation. She just wants her brother. She is so selfish. What's wrong? As for Ye Xian, her biological brother, Qin Li has no feelings at all. I don't want to recognize him. Qin Li signed a soul contract with Qin Xian without hesitation, and then she could feel that her soul was bound to Qin Xian, blending seamlessly. However, this kind of binding is one way. Qin Xian can control Qin Li's life and death at will, but Qin Li cannot betray Qin Xian. Even a bad thought cannot be born. The soul contract is actually a little better than the slave-master-servant contract. But Qin Li didn't care. On the contrary, she felt very relieved at this moment. All the hesitation and uneasiness before disappeared at once. Because at this moment, she really became her brother's person. Ye Xian stared at this scene blankly, motionless. Qin Xian and Qin Li love each other, brother and sister love each other deeply. What about him? He felt like a clown. Ye Xian showed an unbelievable look on his face, looking at Qin Li, shaking his head unconsciously. He felt like he was having a nightmare. He couldn't believe it, and couldn't understand it. Why? Why did Qin Li choose Qin Xian even though he knew the truth of the matter? If Qin Xian had deceived Qin Li, or said something begging for forgiveness, and Qin Li chose Qin Xian, Ye Xian would understand. After all, a relationship of more than 10 years cannot be broken off just like that. But Qin Xian just looked so indifferent and directly admitted the truth of the matter. Qin Li still chose Qin Xian without hesitation and signed a soul destiny. Ye Xian couldn't figure it out. He didn't understand, was Qin Xian really so charming that Qin Li would stay with Qin Xian regardless of the blood feud? The Qin family wiped out the entire Ye family, and their parents were killed by Qin Xian's father Qin Ming. Looking at Marika and Qin Li beside Qin Xian, Ye Xian's heart was full of pain, his face was pale, and he was so depressed that he wanted to cry. His goddess, his sister. They all chose Qin Xian. 3-1? It was indeed 3-1. But he was the one. At this moment, Ye Xian's mentality collapsed. To read the exciting novels, go to Flylu Novel Network. His parents were killed by the Qin family, and his family was destroyed by the Qin family. Everything he had was taken away by Qin Xian. He only has one sister now. But this sister was also taken away by Qin Xian. Ye Xian's body was shaking, but he took a deep breath and calmed down. He has been hunted by the Qin family for more than 20 years, and his mind is extremely strong. He stared at Qin Xian, his eyes full of hatred. All this is Qin Xian's fault. He wants to kill Qin Xian, and then rescue his sister and keep her by his side. One day, his sister will wake up. As long as Qin Xian dies, it will be fine. And Qin Xian was also looking at Ye Xian with a smile on his face. This is the second time we meet, but it will also be the last time we meet. He showed a cold smile on his face. After you die, I will not let go of those old members of the Ye family. Anyone who has a relationship with you must die. The Ye family should not exist in this world. Hearing this, Ye Xian roared angrily, you deserve to die. Ye Xian's roar, like a dragon's roar, resounded through the sky, full of majesty and solemnity. His entire body directly transformed into a dragon god. And this time, Ye Xian did not just enter the state of a dragon god, he was now a genuine dragon god. I am already a level 40 dragon god. Ye Xian clenched his right hand tightly, feeling the endless power in his body. At this moment, he felt so relieved. Only power was the only thing that could accompany him. Dragon realm is coming. Ye Xian pointed with both hands, and the next moment, the space of the entire pantheon was directly shattered. Countless dragon shadows emerged from his body. They directly brought Qin Xian and him to a brand new space. Although Qin Li's choice broke Ye Xian's heart. Qin Li was Ye Xian's sister after all. In order to avoid affecting Qin Li, Ye Xian still chose to fight with Qin Xian in other places. A Euro-Dragon Realm arrives, summon the Dragon Realm. In the Dragon Realm space, all your skills have real damage and the damage is increased by 0.550% for 120 minutes. The Dragon God state entered by the Dragon God Apostle is still a long way from the real Dragon God. The real Dragon God is completely a God-level profession. It is known as the most powerful existence of SSS-level professionals. That's why Yingxia was able to create an empire. Ye Xian looked at Qin Xian coldly. Ye Xian stared at Qin Xian intently. Ye Xian, who was under the Dragon God, was full of pride. This was the arrogance of the Dragon God. The way he looked at Qin Xian was like looking at a prey. You are finished, Qin Xian. Ye Xian said to Qin Xian seriously, as if announcing Qin Xian's fate. He raised 3 fingers to Qin Xian. The battle is over in 3 moves. Subscribe to Chinese Novel Audio Wave. Chapter 88. Ye Xian's body became extremely tall and huge, his eyes turned into golden pupils, and 2 huge dragon wings appeared behind him. The terrifying dragon might permeated his body. It made him look like he was full of extreme power. Ye Xian took a step forward, and his aura became extremely terrifying and violent. A confident smile appeared on his face. Qin Xian, I know you are very strong. When I fought with you before, I could feel that your strength attribute was at least 1000 points. But now, my strength attribute has reached 1115 points. In other words, my strength has surpassed yours. Ye Xian suddenly jumped up and punched Qin Xian. With this punch, a giant dragon shadow suddenly appeared, covering the sky and the sun, like a dragon that destroys the world. It directly shattered the space in front of it and made it distorted. Dragon Blood Fist, single physical attack of 15 points, summons the shadow of a giant dragon, causes 40,000 points of physical damage, and marks the target with Dragon Power Shock, increasing the subsequent damage by 50%, lasts for 120 seconds, and has a cooldown of 10 seconds. This is the power of the SSS Dragon God. All skills are completely different from the Dragon God Apostle. Dragon Blood Fist combined with Dragon Realm Arrival, these 2 skills directly increase damage by 100%. Ye Xian's face was full of smiles. He wanted to use this punch to smash Qin Xian's face that made him hate it. Boom! The dragon roared, the space was broken, and the overwhelming power made the dragon realm space tremble, the power to destroy the world. But the next moment, the smile on Ye Xian's face solidified. Qin Xian looked at him expressionlessly, just stretched out a finger, and blocked his dragon blood fist. Not even a drop of blood was lost. Ye Xian's punch didn't even break Qin Xian's defense. Ye Xian's pupils shrank suddenly, and his eyes were full of disbelief. How is this possible? He didn't expect to kill Qin Xian in one move. But in his expectation, this move could at least break Qin Xian's defense and knock down more than half of his health. In the end, it didn't even break the defense. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian, who had an extremely wonderful expression, with a hint of sarcasm in his eyes, and then he grabbed Ye Xian's arm, and terrifying power emerged. Directly picked up Ye Xian and flew. Then his body also rushed up. Ye Xian gritted his teeth, roared, and also rushed towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian held the holy sword, and the six-winged angel wings behind him, like an archangel. And Ye Xian had an extra golden scene in his hand, wearing a dragon-patterned armor, and the dragon god descended. Their bodies were extremely fast, like a startled wild goose, and even dragged into a series of afterimages. Constantly colliding, every collision erupted with extremely terrifying power. Their combat power far exceeded that of the city lord level strongmen. Even the 50-level strongmen, I am afraid that many of them are not their opponents. Dragon breath. All people surrender. It is destiny. Ye Xian kept roaring, but he was getting more and more frightened and angry in his heart, because he found that even with all his skills, he still couldn't do anything to Qin Xian. Qin Xian was only level 35. Qin Xian was indeed an SSS level Oracle Knight, but he was also an SSS level Dragon God. Ye Xian didn't understand why. His profession and Qin Xian's were both top level SSS level, and his level was higher than Qin Xian's. In the Imperial Treasury, he also obtained many rare equipment, and his equipment and weapons were not much worse than Qin Xian's. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But why couldn't he defeat Qin Xian? Why? Looking at Qin Xian's relaxed and calm expression, Ye Xian suddenly stopped and looked at Qin Xian with an ugly expression. His body trembled, and he roared angrily, You! Are you using me as a training ground? He suddenly woke up. Until now, Qin Xian had not used his true strength. The skills he used were not even the professional skills of the Oracle Knight, but ordinary skills of the general system. Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian, who was shocked and angry, and smiled slightly. Not bad. He was indeed practicing. After all, Qin Xian's current strength attribute has reached nearly 2000 points. And his level is only level 35. Normally, the strength attribute of a level 35 professional is less than 200 points. But Qin Xian's strength attribute is 10 times higher. Although the high main attribute gives Qin Xian great strength, it also makes him a little uncomfortable. In short, the attribute points Qin Xian now has far exceeds the scope of this level, making Qin Xian feel a little unfamiliar with his own body. Datafication does not mean that all skills and strengths are fixed and there is no fluctuation. In fact, it is just more intuitive. Controlling one's own power is also a compulsory course for all human professionals under the Apocalypse system. For example, if Qin Xian cannot adapt, he might just shake hands with someone and kill him. It was a happy trouble. So Qin Xian needed to adapt to his terrifying attribute of 987 points through fighting. Ye Xian was the best training tool. Ye Xian looked extremely ugly. He originally thought that this battle was a one-sided crushing of Qin Xian by him. But he became Qin Xian's training tool. He was the Dragon God. The founding emperor of the empire, the same profession as the legendary Ying Xiu of mankind. What a humiliation this was for Ye Xian. Come on, Qin Xian. Shame and anger made Ye Xian's face turn red. He roared at Qin Xian, activated the body of the Dragon God, and turned into a giant dragon. With the breath of destruction, he rushed directly towards Qin Xian. Qin Xian smiled slightly. As you wish. His eyes condensed, and the holy sword in his hand suddenly burst into an extremely dazzling light. The holy sword fell, and everything in front of him was split open by him, and even the entire dragon world was directly cut in half. And what was cut off was Ye Xian's body of the dragon god. Ye Xian screamed immediately. His body of the dragon god was broken, and his right arm was directly cut off by Qin Xian. Even the terrifying power of the holy light began to burn his flesh and blood. Ye Xian's face was pale, full of disbelief, and a little panic. There was no longer the confidence and pride he had just started. Qin Xian almost killed him in one blow. Chapter 89. Ye Xian gritted his teeth, his body trembling continuously. Then a magical scene appeared, where Ye Xian's broken arm suddenly grew a new arm. Bloodline of the Dragon God, passive skill, temporarily survive fatal injuries, recover from all injuries, and regenerate broken limbs. Cooldown time, 24. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and sighed in his heart. This bloodline of the Dragon God is almost available to all professions. In addition to his rebirth from the ashes and invincible holy light, it is the most perfect life-saving skill. Not to mention that it can also regenerate broken limbs. Ye Xian knelt on one knee on the ground. The activation of bloodline of the Dragon God almost consumed all his strength. At this moment, Ye Xian finally woke up. Qin Xian is really an enemy that is enough to make him feel fear. Ye Xian stood up tremblingly and looked at Qin Xian. There was no arrogance on his face anymore, but calmness. He nodded slowly. Qin Xian, I admit, you are really amazing. Your main attribute, it should be close to 2000, right? Speaking of this, Ye Xian himself couldn't help but feel a little shocked. The main attribute of level 35 is close to 2000. It is really unheard of and unseen. But all this ends here. Ye Xian clasped his hands together and slowly closed his eyes. The Dragon God profession has a hidden divine skill. This time, I will use it to send you on your way. Dragon God Oracle. Ye Xian suddenly opened his eyes ignited with flames, and his whole body was shrouded in dragon flames. Dragon God Oracle, God-given skill, causing 60% of the target's maximum health and physical damage, and sealing all the opponent's skills, reducing the target's defense by 90%, lasting 120 seconds, with a cooldown of 72 days. A magnificent and majestic dragon god world appeared behind Ye Xian, and then gathered into a terrifying torrent. Blast towards Qin Xian from all directions. The next moment, the space where Qin Xian was located began to annihilate and distort, and the space shattered into countless fragments. Ye Xian slowly smiled. Everything is over. Dragon God's Oracle is equivalent to an invincible skill in single combat, with physical damage of 60% of the maximum health, and silence for 120 seconds, plus a 90% reduction in defense. No matter who the target is, they are basically doomed to die. The reason why the Dragon God is called the most powerful SSS level profession is because of this God-given skill. Invincible in single combat. After Qin Xian was hit by this skill, he could kill Qin Xian with just 2 ordinary skills. Looking at the broken dragon world space, Ye Xian showed a bitter smile on his face. What a difficult battle! But fortunately, he is the final winner. The smoke cleared, and Qin Xian's figure slowly appeared, and Ye Xian's expression froze again. Because Qin Xian was not in the least bit embarrassed, and even his health bar was still full. Not a drop of blood was lost. Ye Xian's expression was extremely wonderful, full of shock and disbelief. Dragon God's Oracle, Dragon God's strongest skill, and a hidden God-given skill, his deepest and strongest trump card. But it didn't work on Qin Xian. At this moment, Ye Xian was finally completely desperate. Cough cough. Qin Xian frowned, fanned the smoke in front of him with his hands, and looked at Ye Xian, who looked desperate. After swallowing the origin of the world, he gained immunity to any god-given skills. It was too amazing. It directly destroyed Ye Xian's ultimate trump card. However, Qin Xian couldn't help but sigh, worthy of being the strongest SSS-level professional dragon god. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. He is indeed almighty. Whether it is single combat power, group combat power, or recovery power, it is the existence of a hexagonal god of war. Even to be fair, the dragon god profession should be higher than his oracle knight. If Qin Xian hadn't devoured the origin of the world and hadn't stacked the passive of god-killing growth, he would have to spend some time to face Ye Xian, who had transformed into a dragon god, and at least he would have been forced to use the second profession of Void Lord. Maybe Ye Xian still has a chance to escape. But there is no if. Seeing the desperate Ye Xian, Qin Xian did not hesitate and directly transformed into the Void Lord form, using Void Devouring on Ye Xian to plunder his skills. Ye Xian saw Qin Xian in the Void Lord state, and his pupils suddenly shrank. He was about to say something, but was directly crushed to death by Qin Xian. Qin Xian in the Void Lord state is more powerful than the Oracle Knight. The last dragon professional in the human world, and an SSS-level dragon god, died in Qin Xian's hands. As Ye Xian died, the panel of the villain system also appeared in Qin Xian's mind. The third main mission is completed, eliminate the threat of Ye Xian, 1/1, and get a reward, 200 villain points. Current villain level, 4. Current experience points, 230/400. Allocable additional attribute points, 200. Obtained additional talent blessing of the vampire ancestor. All attacks have a 35% blood-sucking effect, and are immune to blood skills. Qin Xian raised his eyebrows. This additional talent is not bad. With his current attack power, it is estimated that each attack can restore tens of thousands of health points to himself, and the recovery capacity is really maxed out. And more importantly, it is immune to blood skills. Blood skills are a large category of skills. The skills of professions such as blood mages, blood knights, and blood apostles are all blood skills. Qin Xian directly faces these professions and becomes truly invincible. In comparison, blood-sucking is just a byproduct of Qian Li. However, what Qin Xian cared about was the innate skill he had plundered from Ye Xian. On Qin Xian's skill panel, there was an additional skill. Dragon God's Oracle. Qin Xian showed a satisfied smile on his face. The Dragon God's strongest skill, probably also the strongest single-player skill of all professions, is now in his hands. Looking at Qin Xian looked at Ye Xian's body with a blank expression, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Ye Xian is dead, but the old members of the Ye family are still there. Ye Xian's ability to grow to this level is definitely inseparable from the support of the old members of the Ye family. It's time to clean up the old members of the Ye family. As for how to find the old members of the Ye family, it's very simple. Over the years, the Qin family has been tracking the whereabouts of the orphans of the Ye family, but there has been no news. There must be old members of the Ye family in the Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Empire. Chapter 90. After Ye Xian's death, the Dragon Realm space was also shattered. Qin Xian returned to the Temple of the Gods. Owner. Brother. Seeing Qin Xian appear, Marika and Qin Li came to his side, their faces full of excitement. As for Ye Xian, none of them asked. It seemed that to them, Ye Xian was just a stranger and they didn't need to care about him at all. It must be said that this is really sad. The goddess and sister that Ye Xian cherished the most didn't care about him at all. Ye Xian was like a wild dog that died on the side of the road, without causing any waves. This time, the Broken Heaven copy really made Qin Xian gain a lot. In fact, in comparison, the gain from killing Ye Xian was just that. There were two things that really made Qin Xian soar. One was that after swallowing the origin of the world, Qin Xian's Void Lord evolved directly once. Another one was that he killed 9 gods in the Temple of the Gods and got 7 fragments of the Godhead. After all, all the gods in the temple of the gods were terribly weak. Some gods didn't even have fragments of the godhead. However, after plundering 7 godhead fragments, plus the godhead fragments given by the system before, Qin Xian now has 8 godhead fragments, 903 pieces. In addition to divine oracle punishment, in addition to the war god's reward, there are also the forest's kindness, full moon blessing, echoes of the hurricane and winter hope, etc. Forest kindness increases maximum health by 50%. In combat, restores 5% of maximum health every 10 seconds. Full moon blessing, at night, you gain an additional +5 bonus to all skills. If it is under a full moon, all skills +10. Echo of the hurricane, agility increased by 50%, dodge increased by 50%, immune to any slowdown and delay control effects. The effects of these fragments of the godhood are far inferior to punishment of the oracle and reward of the god of war. The progress of becoming a god is only 5%. After all, the strength of these gods themselves is not strong. They are not the main gods, but only secondary gods. But the fragments of the godhood are the fragments of the godhood. Qin Xian now has 8 fragments of the godhood, 2 main fragments of the godhood with 10% progress, and 6 secondary fragments of the godhood with 5% progress. The progress of becoming a god has reached 50%. After the progress of becoming a god reaches 50%, Qin Xian's Oracle Knight will evolve into Archangel. Now there is an additional professional task in Qin Xian's system. Sacred Evolution, kill a Void Lord to prove your power, an apocalypse will bless you and transform you into an Archangel. Mission duration, 3 years. The terrifying thing about Oracle Knights is their extremely high growth potential. When you reach 50% of the progress of becoming a god, you can evolve into a demigod level Archangel. When you reach 100% progress, you can become a true god, go to the holy realm of Apocalypse, and become a member of the Council of Gods. The pantheon of the Temple of Apocalypse is the real pantheon, all of which are powerful main gods. In the Broken Heaven, the only gods who can be called main gods are Marika and Kenshi, and the other gods are only sub-gods. Of course, this is only theoretical. After all, it is not so easy for humans to get fragments of the godhood. Normally, in the late stage of Oracle Knights, that is, when they reach 50% of the progress of becoming a god, they become demigod-level archangels. In human history, there was once an Oracle Knight who, at level 88, obtained the fragments of the godhood given by the system and the fragments of the sub-godhood by chance. He became a demigod-level archangel. After becoming the archangel, he became the strongest person in the human world of that generation. Later, he was invited by Apocalypse to go to the holy world of Apocalypse, to read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But Qin Xian was obviously an exception. When he was level 35, he had already reached 50% of the progress of becoming a god. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes as he looked at his professional mission. Void Lords are all at least level 70. The Void Lord that Qin Xian could summon was only a short-lived manifestation, not a real Void Lord. He couldn't complete the mission. Hunting a Void Lord is not an easy task. Even if the Qin family's power is used, it will cost a lot. But for Qin Xian, it was very simple. Because he also had another identity, the heir of the first royal court of the Void. It seems that I have to take time to go to the Void once in 3 years. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly, and a terrifying but kind figure appeared in his mind. The Void, the first royal court. For humans and other races, the Void is undoubtedly a terrifying and mysterious huge alien world. The Void is another universe. It is extremely huge, and no one knows where the boundary of the Void is. It is endless. In the depths of the Void, between a dead nebula, sits an enormous palace complex. This palace complex is as big as a planet. The buildings in the palace complex are extremely magnificent, hundreds of meters high, covered with runes and strange statues, full of power and distortion. In the Void, there is a terrifying atmosphere, filled with eternal death. This is the first royal court of the void. There are a total of 7 royal courts in the void, and there is no distinction between the 7 royal courts. But the first royal court is recognized as the largest royal court. The lord of the first royal court, the Queen of Death, is also the most powerful terror in the void. In the first royal court, countless terrifying void monsters are entrenched, and the powerful void warlords stare coldly at the monsters under their command. Above the first royal court, there are huge portals. Countless void monsters, led by the void warlords, are passing through these portals to invade and devour various worlds. Deep in the first royal court, there was a strange temple hidden in the thick and silent starry sky. Around the temple palace, the terrifying aura became stronger and stronger, and there was also a very distorted and terrifying sound. It was the sound of the end of the world and the wailing of countless creatures before they died. In the endless silence, a terrifying figure loomed. This was a woman. Or rather, a terrifying existence similar to a woman. She had a graceful figure and extremely beautiful appearance, but her skin was a light grey-purple color, which did not affect her beauty at all, but instead gave her a unique weird and twisted beauty. But I am afraid no one dared to appreciate her beauty. Because her eyes were full of indifference and ice. Not cold and ruthless indifference, but a dead silence, without any emotional fluctuations, like the will of the dead world, watching everything. Being stared at by such a pair of eyes is enough to make anyone fall into fear and madness. Chapter 91. This terrifying existence is the true lord of the first royal court, the Queen of Death. Inside the palace, the Queen of Death sat high on the throne of death. At her feet, prostrated and surrendered to numerous void lords and corrupted gods with terrifying auras and sadistic personalities. The entire first royal court was filled with a chilling and terrifying atmosphere. There was no life, only eternal cold and dead silence. In the palace, those unruly, tyrannical and bloodthirsty void lords also lowered their heads, their eyes full of fear, not daring to breathe. They are all the followers of the Queen of Death. Their souls are controlled by the Queen of Death. Life and death are all in the Queen's thoughts. Supreme Lord. At this time, a tall and graceful figure appeared in the palace. He was extremely beautiful, wearing purple armor, and behind him were 8 broken and corrupted dark wings. His whole body was filled with extremely terrifying divine power. However, this divine power was filled with a disgusting and decayed smell. It can be seen that she was once an extremely powerful light-related god. Her name was fallen Saint Heloise. Heloise was once a powerful and righteous god. She was the main god of a world, very powerful, and protected after the world she created was swallowed by the void. Heloise's soul was also enslaved by the Queen of Death. She became a member of the corrupted gods. The corrupted gods are the name of the gods enslaved by the first royal court. Although they still retain their strength in life, their personalities have become twisted and tyrannical, even those void lords. The male gods enslaved by the Queen of Death were castrated by the first royal court and became eunuchs of the first royal court. The female gods became court ladies. Fallen Saint Heloise, after being enslaved by the Queen of Death, gradually became the Queen's trusted general. Over the past few hundred years, she has been fighting for the first royal court. This time, fallen Saint Heloise successfully invaded a world, killed the gods of that world, and took away the origin of the world. Heloise walked to the front of the Queen of Death and knelt down respectfully, her face full of excitement. My lord, your most loyal servant Heloise has annexed the Hydra realm for you and brought you the origin of the world. Heloise's face was full of fanaticism, and she took out a magic box with both hands. In the magic box, there was an extremely magical and sacred light, and an origin of the world was sealed in the magic box. Seeing the origin of the world, the eyes of many void lords in the palace were full of desire. For void creatures, the origin of the world is the most attractive delicacy. But soon, these void lords lowered their heads. They knew that this kind of thing was not something they could covet. Just thinking about it was extremely dangerous. On the throne, the Queen of Death looked at the origin of the world in front of her, and there was still no expression on her beautiful face. Even her eyes did not move. She lightly tapped her right hand, and a void crack appeared in front of her, directly taking the origin of the world into it. Heloise said to the Queen of Death excitedly, "My lord, this origin of the world is my gift to you. Please swallow it now. This is for your most loyal servant. This is the supreme reward." After these words came out, the eyes of the Queen of Death, which were as indifferent as the glaciers of eternity, finally moved and looked at Heloise. The next moment, Heloise's face suddenly showed an extremely terrified look. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Her whole body suddenly burned with a dark blue flame. She was directly wrapped in the flames of death. In the palace, Heloise's wails and screams suddenly sounded, extremely painful screams. In just a few seconds, Heloise was directly swallowed by the flames of death, without even a dregs left. Completely disappeared from the universe. In the palace, many Void Lords just watched quietly, without any fluctuation or surprise on their faces. I have long been accustomed to this scene. After Heloise died, the Queen of Death slowly stood up from the throne and disappeared. After the Queen of Death left, the many Void Lords and corrupted gods in the palace breathed a sigh of relief. Now that the Queen is here, they are under great pressure. A Void Lord looked at the place where Heloise had just died, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. This Heloise, she really forgot her identity. He was a huge fat man, wearing a wide black robe, and his whole body was shrouded in the shadow of a hood. Strangely, there were 3 shadows under his feet, and each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. His name was Evil Omen Hybrid Delku, and he had served the first king's court for tens of thousands of years. His name was notorious in the universe, and he was ranked 13th in the ranking of dangerous species in the human world. A corrupted god whispered, "Heloise, why?" Delku said in a deep voice, "The origin of this world was prepared by His Majesty for the little prince." Heloise actually prayed to Her Majesty the Queen to devour the origin of this world. The corrupt god showed a look of fear on his face. In fact, Heloise had not committed any crime. She prayed to the Queen of Death to devour the origin of the world, which was also a manifestation of her loyalty to the Queen. Her only mistake was that she did not consider the mysterious prince, the heir of the Queen of Death. But this point was her eternal damnation. Heloise was one of the most trusted and beloved generals of the Queen of Death. She had held a high position in the first royal court for hundreds of years. Even others regarded Heloise as the chief deputy of the first royal court. But in the heart of the Queen of Death, compared with her own offspring, Heloise was nothing. Heloise's words made the Queen of Death feel unhappy. Then, she died. In the palace, the Void Lords and corrupt gods were filled with fear. This was the Queen of Death, their true master. She was moody, cruel, and cold. The greatest terror in this universe. 3. Chapter 92. Deep in the first royal court, there was an enormous pool. In the pool was an endless black ocean, churning with black water. The figure of the Queen of Death appeared, expressionless. She tapped her finger, and a crack in the void appeared, spitting out a world origin. And that world origin was immediately pulled into the pool by an inexplicable force and swallowed by the rolling black water. All the laws of the origin of the world began to slowly dissolve and merge into the pool water. They were transformed by the void and became the laws that conformed to the void creatures. "My lord!" A graceful and beautiful female figure appeared, kneeling behind the Queen of Death in respect and fear. Her name was Tiffany, the Witch of Disaster, and she was once a god. After being enslaved by the Queen of Death, she became a court lady, and has been guarding the void pool for so many years. This void pool was built by the Queen of Death by tearing up 1/10 of the void origin. It can turn everything into void. Back then, because the void origin was torn into 1/10, it even caused dissatisfaction among other royal courts. Now the void pool has already decomposed the origins of 3 worlds, which contains extremely huge void energy and the power of laws. Tiffany looked at the origins of the worlds that were gradually transformed and decomposed, and said respectfully, the void pool has already digested the origins of 3 worlds. Just waiting for His Royal Highness to enjoy it. Tiffany bowed her head deeply. As the personal maid of the Queen of Death, she knew that Her Majesty had a mysterious air. Over the years, Her Majesty had been preparing for the evolution of that mysterious prince. This void pool was one of them. The Queen of Death and Silence looked at the void pool in front of her with an expressionless face. In front of her, a scene suddenly appeared. In the scene, a handsome and noble young man stood with his hands behind his back. Although he had a human face, the coldness and indifference in his eyes were exactly the same as those of the Queen of Death and Silence, very similar. It was Qin Xian. Looking at the image of Qin Xian, a trace of emotion finally appeared in the eyes of the Queen of Silence. For her, everything in the universe is food that can be devoured. As a great terror in the void, she has no emotions. Even the human with the blood of the firstborn who combined with her at the beginning, they only had what they needed. If the Queen of Death and Silence still has one last trace of emotion, it should be for her own offspring. Her eyes were filled with extreme doting, and she whispered, "My child, my only child. You will be the most powerful Void Lord in history. We, mother and son, will devour the entire universe. But now, you still need to learn in the human world, under the system of apocalypse, growing up." Qin Xian, Qin Li and Marika left the Pantheon and returned to the Broken Heavenly Kingdom instance. Now that the origin of the Broken Heavenly Kingdom has been devoured by Qin Xian, the Broken Heavenly Kingdom instance will be just an ordinary instance. Marika, the main god, does not need to stay in the Broken Heavenly Kingdom. She will become one of Qin Xian's followers. Although Marika has lost most of her divine power and the fragments of her main godhood, her strength is still around level 50. To read the best novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In addition, her divine power and skills with divine deterrence still have some value. If Marika can recall the fragments of the Godhead later, then she will have a chance to recover her former strength. There are basically not many people left in the Broken Heavenly Kingdom. A group of Qin family warriors are still waiting outside the Temple of the Gods. When they see Qin Xian appear, they smile and salute him. "Master, Miss." They are the strong men kept by the Qin family. If Qin Xian has any accident, they will not go out. It is still the best choice to stay in the copy and be buried with Qin Xian. But now, Qin Xian has passed the copy perfectly, and has gained so much. These Qin family masters will also receive extremely generous rewards. Although the Qin family is cruel and ruthless, they are never stingy in rewarding their subordinates who have made contributions. This is why so many people are willing to join the Qin family. Let's go. Qin Xian smiled at Qin Li, led everyone to open the dungeon interface directly, and chose to leave the dungeon. The next moment, Qin Xian and others were enveloped by a ray of light and teleported out of the dungeon. They appeared at the entrance of the dungeon. But then, Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly and found something wrong. The atmosphere in the entire Hengzhong area was very serious. There were many professionals wandering around, and there were imperial troops everywhere, as well as security officers from the security committee. The entire Hengzhong area had been blocked. "Everyone, stay away. I want to see who killed the students of Jixia Academy." An angry voice exploded in the sky. Then a group of tall and majestic figures appeared, all with angry expressions. They were the masters of Jixia Academy. Seeing this scene, Qin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. There was no surprise in his heart. It seemed that the people of Jixia Academy had come. But this was normal. More than 20 students were killed. If the people of Jixia Academy did not react, then Jixia Academy would not be worthy of being called one of the 3 major universities in the empire. Qin Xian 3.0 smiled slightly and didn't care. As he said, if the Son of Destiny was hiding in Jixia Academy to practice peacefully, then he really had no good way. Even if it was the Qin family, it would be impossible to rush into Jixia Academy to kill people. But now that the person has been killed by him, Jixia Academy wants to hold him accountable. It's not that simple either. He's just a dead man. How dare Jixia Academy take action against the young master of the Qin family because of a dead man? At this moment, a middle-aged man with a dignified face suddenly appeared in front of Qin Xian, looking at him with a bad face. This person is none other than the vice president of the Demon Hunting Academy of Jixia Academy, Mo Chongshan. Chapter 93. Mo Chongshan looked at Qin Xian coldly, his face unfriendly. The people from their Jixia Academy were preparing to teleport directly to the Hengjiang area. But they found that all the teleportation arrays in Tianlu province were unusable. You know, Tianlu province is the base camp of Jixia Academy. From the speaker to the heads of various departments, they are all related to Jixia Academy. As a result, in Tianlu province, the teleportation array was not used. But Jixia Academy had no choice. After all, the teleportation array was under the jurisdiction of the Imperial Transportation Bureau. So they had to take a plane, first flew to the neighboring province, and then came to the Hengjiang area through the teleportation array. But when they arrived, the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon had been opened. They were over level 40 and could not enter the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon. They could only wait outside. In the past few days, he has been investigating this matter. He stopped countless professionals who came out of the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon. Among them, he got several very important information. First, the students of the Imperial Capital Academy had a conflict with the students of his Jixia Academy. Second, someone saw that when the prequel mission started at 17, Fog Rose and the Qin family's strongmen were together with the students of Jixia Academy. Then after the prequel mission ended, all the students of Jixia Academy died. So Mo Chongshan began to suspect Qin Xian. If it was just this, Mo Chongshan would not be so sure. But with the blockade of the teleportation array in Tianlu province, it was different. The teleportation array in Tianlu province cannot be blocked just like that. Tianlu province is a large province and one of the transportation hubs of the empire. After it was blocked, the transportation of half of the empire was paralyzed. There are not many families that can move the Imperial Transportation Bureau. The Qin family is one of them. Mo Chongshan looked at Qin Xian coldly with an unfriendly expression, and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Qin, I have something to ask you." Qiu Bo appeared in front of Qin Xian, facing Mo Chongshan, and said coldly, "Mo Chongshan, you are insolent." Seeing Qiu Bo appear, a trace of fear flashed in Mo Chongshan's eyes. Qiu Bo is a level 58 strong man, and Mo Chongshan is a level 59 strong man. The strength of the two is on par. Moreover, at this level, there are only so many strong men close to level 60 in the empire, and the two have met several times before. They can be regarded as old rivals and old acquaintances. Mo Chongshan snorted coldly, "Qiu Ce, my Jixia Academy students have been killed, and this matter must be investigated thoroughly." Qiu Ce is Qiu Bo's name. Seeing that Mo Chongshan and the Qin family had a conflict, more people also came. "Dean Mo, do you have any clues?" "Dean Mo, what happened?" The several powerful men in the lead were dignified and all of them were high-ranking officials of Jiangnan province. Hengjiang district is located at the junction of Tianese province and Jiangnan province, and is closer to Jiangnan province. This time, more than 20 students of Jixia Academy were killed. In addition to the anger of Jixia Academy, Jiangnan province also took it very seriously. Although Jixia Academy does not seem to be regarded by the powerful and high-ranking officials of the empire, that incident was even favored by the imperial parliament. But no matter what, Jixia Academy is one of the 3 major universities in the empire, a giant with a transcendent status. For Jiangnan province, it is enough for them to pay attention. Therefore, Wang Minghui, director of the Security Committee of Jiangnan Province, Deng Zhengke, director of the Police Department of Jiangnan Province, and other high-ranking officials also rushed to Hengjiang District to assist in the investigation. Wang Minghui, Deng Zhengke, and others also came here. Then they saw Qin Xian, and their expressions changed immediately. Obviously, they all recognized Qin Xian's identity. At their level, they naturally knew about the top dignitaries in the empire, and knew who they should not mess with. Unfortunately, Qin Xian happened to be the person who should not be messed with. Young Master Qin. Wang Minghui, Deng Zhengke, and others felt a sinking feeling in their hearts, thinking that it was not good, and quickly introduced themselves. Oh no, we have entered into muddy water. And it is very dangerous muddy water. Although the governor of Jiangnan province is not from the Qin family, he has always had a good relationship with the Qin family. In the Jiangnan province, these people are more or less considered officials. But looking at the empire, in front of the Qin family, they are nothing. Mo Chongshan did not care about the thoughts of Wang Minghui and others. He stared at Qin Xian coldly and said in a deep voice, "Young Master Qin, some people said that they saw your Qin family and the students of my Jixia Academy together in the end. Now that all the students of my Jixia Academy are dead, you have nothing to say." Qin Xian smiled slightly and said lightly, "Dean Mo, I did stay with people from Jixia Academy. But after the prequel mission started, we went to hunt the void monsters separately. As for the death of your students, I think he might have died at the hands of a void monster. To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Mo Chongshan was furious when he heard this. The void monsters in the prequel mission were all average in strength. The strength of the students in the Jixia Academy was outstanding. How could they die at the hands of a mission monster? Mo Chongshan looked stern and took out a black rectangular block. Tracing scroll, it can mark a dead target and show the scene within 20 seconds after it was damaged, which lasts for minutes. Qin Xian narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw this. The origin scroll is a very precious scroll that cannot be crafted and can only be dropped from several high-level bosses. The most important thing about the tracing origin scroll is not the retracing scene, but the material that can be used as the resurrection scroll. So basically no one will use the tracing origin scroll. In the entire empire, there are probably no more than 10 tracing origin scrolls. Jixia Academy directly used one. It seems that they really spent a lot of money. Mo Chongshan directly hit 590 to open the scroll, marked the scroll with Xiaoming, and then the tracing origin scroll suddenly burst into light. Above the scroll, a scene was created. The scene above is clear and a little blurry, but it can still be recognized that Qin Xian is with a group of students from Jixia Academy. Then Qin Xian ordered a group of Qin family strongmen to attack the students of Jixia Academy. Although this scene is only 20 seconds long, it can prove everything. Mo Chongshan saw this scene, his eyes were red, staring at Qin Xian. "Now the evidence is solid, let's see what you have to say." In fact, Mo Chongshan also knew that with Qin Xian's identity and background, even if there was evidence, it would be difficult to bring him to justice. But at least the Qin family must pay some price. Otherwise, the face of Jixia Academy will be really lost. Wang Minghui, Deng Zhengke and other officials all looked very ugly at this moment. If possible, they really wished they had never been here. Qin Xian looked at the scene shown in the tracing scroll, and saw a group of Qin family strongmen slaughtering the students of Jixia Academy. He smiled. He smiled slightly and looked at Wang Minghui, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Committee, and Deng Zhengke, director of the Jiangnan Provincial Police Department, with a deep look in his eyes. He chuckled and said, "Doesn't the scene above show that the void monsters are hunting the students of Jixia Academy? What does it have to do with me? Don't you think so? Director Wang? Director Deng." Chapter 94. The Void Monster? Wang Minghui couldn't help but feel a little confused. He glanced at the scene in the tracing scroll, where the Qin family was slaughtering the students of Jixia Academy. This is definitely the Qin family's doing. Where did the void monster come from? Wang Minghui glanced at Qin Xian again. When he saw Qin Xian's deep and cold eyes, he suddenly shuddered all over. Wang Minghui showed a firm look on his face. He walked to the tracing scroll and looked at the scene carefully, as if he was very serious. Then he said firmly, yes, it was indeed the void monster who did it. I see that the scene above shows that the students of Jixia Academy were killed by the void monster. Deng Zhengke, the head of the Jiangnan Provincial Police Department, wanted to say something. But when he heard Wang Minghui's words, he also reacted. He nodded in agreement. Yes, this tracing scroll clearly shows that the students of Jixia Academy were killed by the void monsters. What does it have to do with young Master Qin? The officials of Jiangnan province present, who is not a shrewd person who has been in the officialdom for half a lifetime. Knowing that if you want to get in the empire, the most important thing is not ability, but standing in the team. Hearing the two leading bosses say this, a group of security officers and high-level police inspectors also said, yes, it was the void monster that did it. The students of your Jixia Academy died at the hands of the mission monsters. Everyone had a firm and serious look on their faces, as if what they saw was the void monsters hunting the students of Jixia Academy. This is the truth of the matter. Not some Qin family strongman. Mo Chongshan was stunned, looking at the determined faces of the people, and somehow he took another look at the tracing scroll. He even began to doubt himself. Was it possible that he had seen it wrong? But looking at the scenes that kept revolving on the tracing scroll, and looking at the slaughter of the Qin family strongmen in the scenes, Mo Chongshan was furious, and said angrily to Wang Minghui, Deng Zhengke and others, this scroll clearly shows that people from the Qin family. Where is the void monster? What are you doing? Wang Minghui still had that firm look on his face, and smiled at Mo Chongshan. Dean Mo, you saw it wrong, it is clearly a void monster on it. Where is young Master Qin? I know you are very anxious, but don't be anxious. Don't wrongly accuse a good person. Before, Wang Minghui was quite enthusiastic and polite to Mo Chongshan. Mo Chongshan is not only a level 59 warrior, but also the vice president of the Demon Hunting Academy of Jixia Academy. Over the years, he has many students all over the world, and his students are spread across all walks of life in the empire, and his network of contacts is extremely extensive. If he can make friends with Mo Chongshan, it will be extremely helpful for his career. But compared with Qin Xian, Mo Chongshan is nothing. Even the Jixia Academy behind Mo Chongshan is not good enough in front of the Qin family. If he offends the Jixia Academy, he can continue to be the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Committee. But if he offends the Qin family, he will probably go to the front line of the void as a death squad tomorrow. So Wang Minghui immediately chose to stand on Qin Xian's side without any hesitation. There was no psychological burden at all. Not only Wang Minghui, but also Deng Zhengke and a group of officials from Jiangnan province, and even several officers, nodded seriously. Pointing at the Qin family strongmen in the scene, he said seriously, these are obviously void monsters. This scene is extremely absurd, it was chilling. At least the experts of Jixia Academy and the professionals watching nearby felt a wave of fear rising from the bottom of their hearts, and their bodies were chilled. Am I seeing wrong? To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Mo Chongshan looked at the officials with serious faces, and then glanced at the picture on the tracing scroll. These officials watched the Qin family experts in the scene, and insisted on saying that they were empty monsters. Mo Chongshan was filled with anger. Extremely angry. These people. How could they be so shameless? This origin tracing scroll is right in front of the world, and everyone can see the scene on it. As long as you are not blind, you can see the truth of the matter. How dare they confuse right and wrong in public and call a deer a horse? Seeing Mo Kongxian's face turn pale and blue, Qin Xian smiled slightly, stood with his hands behind his back, and said leisurely, Dean Mo, I think this origin tracing scroll should be able to prove my innocence, right? The smile on Qin Xian's face was slightly sarcastic. What is the use of the tracing origin scroll? In this world, white is not white and black is not black. As long as you have power, black can also be white. He smiled and said, if you still don't believe me, you can find a few more people. After that, Qin Xian pointed at a professional who was watching and asked calmly, look, is it me or the void monster? The professional who was watching was shocked when he was named. He glanced at Qin Xian and the officials, then looked at Mo Kongxian, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. But soon, a flattering smile appeared on his face. It's a void monster. He is just an ordinary person, how dare he provoke the Qin family? Good. It seems that the case can be closed. Wang Minghui clapped his hands, a smile appeared on his face, and he nodded with Deng Zhengke beside him. The 24 students of Jixia Academy died in the prequel mission of the Broken Kingdom. It was not man-made, but an accident. Then he looked at a security officer behind him and said lightly, is it recorded? The security officer had a tablet in his hand, clicked on it a few times, and then said respectfully to Wang Minghui, Director Wang, it has been recorded and the case has been sealed. As the director of the Security Committee of Jiangnan Province, Wang Minghui has the authority to seal files. In other words, the 24 students of Jixia Academy have been officially recognized by the Empire as having died in an accident. Yes. Wang Minghui nodded slowly, showing the majesty of a provincial official. Then he looked at Qin Xian, and a respectful and even flattering smile appeared on his face. He switched from a majestic boss to a flattering villain. The change of expression was natural and there was no violation. Mr. Qin, do you think this is okay? Chapter 95. Mo Kongxian looked at this scene and saw Wang Minghui directly define the case. His lungs were about to explode. He was full of grievances. The truth was right in front of him, but everyone turned a blind eye to it. Because they were afraid of the power of the Qin family. Could it be that Xiaoming and the others really died in vain? Mo Kongxian was a violent person, especially since he had been in Jixia Academy for many years and had not been infected by the outside world. I didn't expect that these people would be so shameless. What happened to this world? Is there really no justice in this world? If possible, with Mo Kongxian's temperament, he really wanted to do everything he could to suppress Qin Xian. Give Jixia Academy justice. But he knew that this was impossible. Not to mention suppressing Qin Xian, just taking action against Qin Xian would bring extremely serious consequences to Jixia Academy. If the person from the Qin family was really angry, let alone him, maybe the entire Jixia Academy would become history. Mo Kongxian's heart was filled with sorrow. Could it be that Xiaoming and the others died in vain? Looking at the angry and frustrated Mo Kongxian, Qin Xian smiled slightly and said lightly, Dean Mo, if you have any questions about this matter, you can also go to the Imperial Supervision Department to appeal. Of course, if you need help, I can also help you say hello to Minister Sheng. After all, my words are still of some use to Minister Sheng. The Imperial Supervision Department is responsible for supervising and reviewing various departments and has great authority. Anyone who has objections to the Security Committee and the Police Department's handling of sealed cases can also appeal to the Supervision Department. But the problem is, Sheng Yan, the head of the Imperial Supervisory Department, is from the Qin family. Sheng Junchen, the head of the Imperial Supervisory Department, can be said to be the most controversial boss in the empire. He is most famous for climbing from an ordinary supervisor to the position of the highest head of the supervisory department in just 10 years. The speed of promotion is rare in the world and is astonishing. Until now, Sheng Junchen's speed of wealth can be called a legend. But the more famous, he is cruel and ruthless. Over the years, Shang Junchen has controlled the supervision department and eliminated dissidents for the Qin family. He often destroys people's families and is cruel and ruthless. He completely disregards his own reputation. Qin Xian said that what he said had some effect on Shang Junchen. He was really too modest. Generally speaking, when one reaches this position, one would pay more or less attention to the impact on one's image. But Shang Junchen was not like that. Compared with the highest official of the supervisory department, Shang Junchen considered himself a loyal dog of the Qin family. On Qin Xian's birthday last year, Shang Junchen actually learned to bark like a dog in public in order to please the eldest son of the Qin family. For a while, he became a laughing stock among the top leaders of the entire imperial capital. Qin Xian's words might be more effective than Shang Junchen's own father's. Mo Kongshan's face was gloomy and frightening. He naturally knew the relationship between Shang Junchen and the Qin family. The whole empire is filled with Qin family members, how can we investigate? Seeing Mo Kongshan fall into silence, Qin Xian smiled slightly, stood up, and led a group of Qin family masters to leave slowly. The onlookers were shocked. This is the power of the top family. I killed your people from Jixia Academy and I can still walk away with a swagger. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. Wang Minghui and Deng Zhengke, as well as a group of officials from Jiangnan province, immediately followed and served them, asking about their well-being. As for Jixia Academy, I'm really not familiar with it. Director Wang, Director Deng, thank you for your hard work this time. Deng Zhengke was about to say a few polite words, but Wang Minghui interrupted directly. Mr. Qin, you are too polite. Why did we have to work so hard? It was obviously the people from Jixia Academy who made a mistake and almost wronged Mr. Qin. We are just seeking truth from facts and say what we have to say. Wang Minghui followed Qin Xian with a fawning face. Qin Xian looked at the fawning and respectful expression on Wang Minghui's face and couldn't help laughing. The director of the Security Committee of Jiangnan Province is really a talent and quite interesting. In fact, this Wang Minghui is a villain. But unfortunately, Qin Xian likes such villains very much. Because this kind of person can be used by him without any bottom line. Qin Xian smiled and said, how long has Director Wang worked in the Security Committee? Wang Minghui's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, and a hint of excitement flashed in his eyes. In response to Mr. Qin, I have been the director of the Jiangnan Provincial Security Committee for 13 years. As soon as this was said, many people looked at Wang Minghui with strange eyes. Director Wang, there really is no bottom line. It's okay to respect Qin Xian's background, everyone respects him. But as the director of the Security Committee, you actually call yourself a subordinate to Qin Xian, which is a bit too shameless. Feeling the slightly contemptuous eyes of others on him, Wang Minghui looked normal. He knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. He was not from a noble family, but he was lucky enough to marry a wife from a noble family. With the help of his Yu family and his own business research, he climbed to the position of director of the Security Committee. But Wang Minghui also knew that this position was his limit. If he climbed up further, his Yu family would not have enough energy. So normally, he would work in this position until he died, and then get a nominal position as the vice president of the provincial parliament before retirement, which would be considered a blessing. But after meeting Qin Xian, Wang Minghui was keenly aware of it. This might be his chance. If he could hold on to Qin Xiao's thigh, he might be able to climb up again. So Wang Minghui directly abandoned all his face. What's the use of face? Can it be eaten? I heard that Shang Junchen used this trick to get close to the ruling leader. Maybe he can become the second Shang Junchen. Seeing the expectation and excitement on Wang Minghui's face, Qin Xian smiled slightly. I wonder if Director Wang is willing to work in the capital. Chapter 96. Do you have the will to work in the imperial capital? Wang Minghui almost floated up when he heard this. Of course he would. At his level, if he was transferred to the imperial capital and was still in the security committee, he should be able to enter the standing sequence. If he went to the Ministry of Supervision, he should be at the level of Chief Inspector, able to command a department. Although his level is similar to that of the Director of the Provincial Security Committee, his authority is incomparable. As the Chief Inspector of a department, he can inspect the supervision, police, and security systems of the provinces of the Empire. At that level, he can really be considered a figure. He can have some voice in the entire empire. Unlike him now, although he has a lot of power in the Jiangnan province, once he leaves the Jiangnan province, basically not many people recognize him. More importantly, after being transferred to the imperial capital, his path to promotion suddenly became clear. In the province, being the director of the security committee is basically the end of the road. The only positions that are stronger than this are the provincial speaker, the provincial government secretary general, and the governor. It is extremely difficult to be promoted from the director of the security committee to the secretary general. Not to mention the provincial speaker and the governor. But above the chief inspector, there are inspector general, chief inspector general, and even deputy minister of the inspection department. Promotion is not that difficult. Wang Minghui was overjoyed and was about to say yes. But when the words came to his mouth, he suddenly had an idea and swallowed them down. He bowed his head and said respectfully, "It's all up to Master Qin to order. From now on, I am Master Qin's soldier. Wherever Master Qin tells me to go, I will go." As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at Wang Minghui sideways. Damn! So good at flattering? Qin Xian smiled. In fact, for the powerful people like them, how could they not know what the subordinates think about their flattery? But he still likes to use such people. The reason is very simple: such people are very obedient. If a person can't even flatter, how can he be willing to do something shameful for him? As for loyalty, don't even think about it. As long as the power of the Qin family is still there, then this kind of person is the most loyal. Qin Xian was about to say something when his cell phone rang. He opened the phone, took a look, and raised his eyebrows. It was Chu Junyu. This mysterious senior seemed to have encountered something in the Temple of the Gods and left the dungeon. Qin Xian was also quite wary of her. This Chu Junyu must have a big secret. The speed at which she became stronger in the Broken Kingdom of Heaven copy was almost as fast as Qin Xian's. If the system hadn't reminded him, Qin Xian would have almost thought that Chu Junwei was also a girl of destiny. "Junior Qin Xian, don't forget the agreement between us." Chu Junyu's gentle and cold voice came from the other end of the phone. "Don't worry, since I've already promised, I won't regret it. During this period, I have to go to the Void Front. When I return from the Void Front, I will trouble my junior brother Qin Xian." The two chatted for a few more words before hanging up the phone. Then, Qin Xian saw Wang Minghui, who was looking at him eagerly. He thought for a moment and said to Wang Minghui indifferently, "You can go to the second department of the supervision department to be a chief supervisor. I will say hello to Minister Sheng and the Imperial Official Affairs Department later." The head of the second department of the supervision department. Wang Minghui was so happy that he almost fainted. The security committee is closely connected with the supervision system and the police system, commonly known as the safety supervision and police are inseparable, so he also has some understanding of the supervision department. The various departments of the supervision department inspect the various administrative districts of the supervision empire. Among them, the second department is responsible for supervising the various departments of the imperial capital. This is the real power in hand. Wang Minghui was so excited that he couldn't speak well. He bowed deeply to Qin Xian and almost crawled on the ground. "From now on, I am willing to die for you." Qin Xian smiled slightly and continued to walk forward. This position may be a step to heaven for Wang Minghui. But for Qin Xian, it was just like that. However, since the second department of the supervisory department supervises all departments in the capital, transferring Wang Minghui there will make many things easier in the future. Everyone was completely shocked when they saw this scene. They looked at Qin Xian, with only one thought in their mind. Is this power? They all knew how big the gap was between the director of the Provincial Security Committee and the head of the second department of the Supervision Department. It could be said that there was a gap of several generations of struggle between them. In the end, in front of Qin Xian, only one sentence was needed to decide: to read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Deng Zhengke, who was standing by, looked at Wang Minghui with envy. But even though he was envious, Deng Zhengke couldn't fawn on him like Wang Minghui. Although he was also afraid of Qin Xian's background, he was willing to make friends with Qin Xian. But after all, he came from the military and had worked in the police system for many years. He still had some bottom line. Qin Xian and a group of Qin family strongmen came to the teleportation array. Wang Minghui had just ordered his security officers to close the teleportation array. Clear the area directly and let Qin Xian use it first. Qin Xian, Qin Li, and others stood in the teleportation array and nodded to Wang Minghui. Then Director Wang, we will meet in the imperial capital. Young master, take care. Wang Minghui bowed deeply to see Qin Xian off. Then a white light flashed, and the figures of Qin Xian and others disappeared in the teleportation array. And Wang Minghui still kept bowing. Lao Wang, it's okay, Mr. Qin has left. Deng Zhengke couldn't bear to watch it anymore, and couldn't help but patted Wang Minghui on the shoulder, reminding him to pay attention to the impact. All the security officers lowered their heads and looked away. It seemed that they didn't see this scene. But what they were thinking in their hearts it's not difficult to guess. Wang Minghui stood up, with an excited blush on his face. Until now, he still couldn't believe it. He became the director of the second department of the supervision department. He made up his mind that he must hold Qin Xian's thigh tightly. If he could become Qin Xian's confidant, that is the real promising future. Lao Wang, no, Director Wang, let's have a quick meal together tonight. Deng Zhengke's face was Wang Minghui and Deng Zhengke were of the same rank. But because Deng Zhengke had a close relationship with the governor, he was usually more casual with Wang Minghui and always called him Old Wang. But now, he unconsciously changed his name. When Wang Minghui was officially transferred to the imperial capital, maybe the governor would be polite to Wang Minghui. After all, Wang Minghui is now a member of the Qin family. Door. Chapter 97. Imperial Capital, Zhou Family. Zhou Nan, you are just an illegitimate child, are you worthy to come to this simulated fighting arena? Several Zhou family members looked at Zhou Nan with a sneer. This simulated fighting arena is a space that can simulate various enemies and monsters. Being able to enter the simulated fighting arena to hone one's combat skills. Although there is no experience value, it is also a very rare existence. The Zhou family spent a huge price to build such a secondary copy in the family. But because it takes a lot of resources to use it once. Therefore, only the direct descendants of the Zhou family can enter it. Today, Zhou Nan also came to the simulated fighting arena, which immediately caused dissatisfaction among many Zhou family members. Although Zhou Nan Babhe is the heir of Zhou family patriarch Zhou Xingkong, after Zhou Nan returned to the Zhou family, Zhou Xingkong seemed to have forgotten this son. Same. In addition, the mistress of the Zhou family is extremely disgusted with Zhou Nan. So these direct descendants also have a very bad attitude towards Zhou Nan. Zhou Nan stood in the hall of the simulated fighting arena, listening to the ridicule of a group of Zhou family children, and clenched his fists tightly. He is also a young man with full blood, and he is excluded from the extraordinary every day. How can he not be angry in his heart? However, Zhou Nan calmed down. He knew that now was not the time to turn against the Zhou family. He thought that although he had copied a lot of skills now, it was not enough for him to ignore everything. In the simulated fighting arena, a beautiful girl slowly appeared. She looked arrogant, full of nobility and arrogance. Seeing this girl appear, several direct descendants of the Zhou family greeted her with a smile. Sisters Hiking, you broke the clearance record again. She is truly worthy of being the proud daughter of our Zhou family. This absolutely beautiful girl, named Zhou's Hiking, is the eldest daughter of the Zhou family, born to Zhou Xingkong and the mistress of the Zhou family. She is extremely talented, an SS-level Blood Realm apostle, and is very much loved by Zhou Xingkong. In name, she should be considered as Zhou Nan's half-sister. But unfortunately, Zhou's Hiking's attitude towards Zhou Nan is very cold, even disgusting. Zhou's Hiking had an indifferent expression, and when she saw Zhou Nan in the corner, a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She couldn't help but sneered, really all kinds of cats and dogs can come in. Zhou Nan was furious when he heard this. He glanced coldly at this so-called sister. He swore in his heart that one day, he would take back everything that belonged to him and become the master of the Zhou family. At that time, he would teach this sister a lesson. Zhou Nan thought with some malice in his heart. He kept looking around and looked at these Zhou family members. He sighed in his heart. The skills and talents of the Zhou family members were basically copied by him. Now Zhou Nan is almost a hexagonal god of war, with all kinds of rare god-given skills. Especially the SS-level Zhou Jianzhong, who directly increased Zhou Nan's combat power several times. But these Zhou family members can no longer satisfy Zhou Nan's appetite. Zhou Nan had a blank expression on his face. He walked directly to a corner and closed his eyes to rest. He just pretended not to hear these taunts. Seeing Zhou Nan's dead pig fearless look, several Zhou family members flashed a trace of sarcasm in their eyes, but they couldn't just go up and beat Zhou Nan up. They could only pretend not to see it. Several Zhou family members who had just come out of the simulated arena began to chat. And now, the most talked about person in the entire empire is naturally Qin Xian. In the Broken Kingdom of Heaven dungeon, Qin Xian killed more than 100,000 people alone and killed the final boss in seconds, setting a dungeon record. This matter has spread throughout the empire. For these powerful children, they admire Qin Xian very much. To read violent novels, go to Philo Novel Network. As for killing more than 100,000 people, although the means are a bit cruel, but it is more to their liking. A real man should be like this. The Broken Heaven dungeon has ended, and Qin Xiao should be back in the capital. I heard that Qin Xiao has reached level 35, and he is only 19 years old. Has he set a new record? In a few days, when the Apocalypse auction house opens, young Master Qin will definitely go there. We might be able to make friends with young Master Qin by then. Zhou's Hiking also showed some anticipation and admiration on her face. She and Qin Xian had met a few times, although not often, but Qin Xian's handsomeness and nobility also made Zhou's Hiking very fond of him. Zhou Nan, who was standing by, heard this and his eyes suddenly lit up. Qin Xian is finally back. Qin Xian is the #1 genius in the human world. His SSS level Oracle Knight is a mythical class. If you can copy Qin Xian's innate skills, then he must be ready to take off. Imperial Capital, Teleportation Array. The Imperial Capital is very large, with a total of 18 districts, each of which is comparable to a provincial capital. Therefore, there are more than 20 teleportation arrays in the Imperial Capital to disperse the pressure of traffic transmission. Imperial Capital, 17th Area Teleportation Array. The white light of the teleportation array flashed, and the figures of Qin Xian and others appeared. Looking at the people coming and going, countless high-rise buildings, and the majestic and solemn Imperial Capital, 1.7 Qin Xian couldn't help but smile. The Imperial Capital is his home. At least one of them. At the entrance of the teleportation array, a motorcade was already prepared. Qin Xian and Qin Li got into a luxurious car. The motorcade started and drove away in a cloud of dust. There were even 2 police cars clearing the way in front of the vehicles. Many people stopped to watch and talked about it. I wonder which big shot is going to travel with such a grand ceremony? After a long time, the motorcade finally stopped slowly in front of a magnificent building complex. At the gate, there were also several powerful professionals with a strong aura guarding. This is the Qin family's mansion. Chapter 98. The gate of Qin's mansion was very lively. Cars with red license plates kept stopping at the gate of Qin's mansion, and middle-aged men with solemn demeanor got out one after another, entering and leaving the gate. These people were all high-ranking officials from various departments of the empire. They came to Qin's mansion just to meet Qin Ming, the ruling official of the empire. Sometimes, they worked hard in the officialdom for several years, but were not as good as a word from Qin Ming. There was even a long queue at the gate of Qin's mansion. Those bosses who had the final say in their respective departments could only wait obediently. Even when facing the Qin family's guards, they were very polite and did not show off their bosses at all. The power of the Qin family can be seen from this. When they learned that Qin Xian had returned, they all gathered around and greeted him. They were all under the Qin family and were considered retainers of the Qin family. Qin Xian, the heir of the Qin family, was their 18th young master. Qin Xian smiled slightly, stayed where he was, and exchanged greetings with everyone for a while. Although he was young, his words were gentle and very measured, making everyone feel like they were in the spring breeze. After entering the Qin family mansion, you can feel the terrifying atmosphere inside the Qin family mansion. As the most powerful family in the empire, the Qin family's foundation is incomparable to other families. On the surface, there are more than 20 strong men above level 70 under the Qin family, occupying half of the entire empire. Qin Xian asked Chu Bo, "Has so Keking been arranged?" He had not forgotten this gentle and obedient woman. After all, she was an experience buff machine. The higher Qin Xian's level was, the more he needed this experience buff. Chu Bo nodded and said respectfully, "It has been arranged. Miss Su is now in Henki Manor in District 7. Qin Xian nodded and said, "I will go to see her in a few days." "Okay, I'll notify Miss Su." Soon, Qin Xian and Qin Li finally arrived at a 3-story marble building. This is the main building of the Qin mansion. Their father, Qin Xian, works and lives here. When the brother and sister walked into the building, the Qin family's servants and maids saw them and showed awe on their faces. "Master, Miss, welcome home." Qin Xian smiled slightly, nodded, and went to the study on the second floor with Qin Li. Their father, Qin Ming, was working in the study at the moment. Qin Xian knocked on the door, then opened the door and walked into the study. In the study, Qin Ming was listening to the reports of several senior officials. When he saw Qin Xian coming in, a smile suddenly appeared on his originally majestic and expressionless face. He waved his hand and signaled the senior officials to withdraw. Qin Xian and Qin Li bowed slightly to Qin Ming. "Father, I'm back." Qin Ming smiled and nodded. He looked at Qin Li, and the smile on his face was slightly cold. He just said lightly, "Xiao Li, you go out first. Your brother and I still have something to say." Qin Li looked calm, and she had obviously long been accustomed to Qin Ming's coldness towards her. She nodded, then glanced at her brother Qin Xian before turning around and leaving. After Qin Li left, only Qin Ming and Qin Xian were left in the study. Qin Ming stood up, walked in front of Qin Xian, looked at him carefully, then smiled with satisfaction. Okay, it seems that you have become a lot stronger after this trip." But soon, his face showed coldness again. "Qin Li, did you know something?" Qin Xian nodded and admitted the orphan of the Ye family, Ye Xian, also appeared in the broken kingdom of heaven, and told Xiao Li the whole truth. Qin Ming heard this, expressionless, with a flash of murderous intent in his eyes. He said lightly, "Then kill her." Qin Ming adopted Qin Li for nearly 20 years, and he killed her without any hesitation. To read the exciting novels, go to Philo Novel Network. All his emotions were given to Qin Xian alone. Qin Xian shook his head. "That's not necessary. Xiao Li and I signed a soul contract. She will never betray me and the Qin family in this life. Qin Ming heard this and the murderous intent in his eyes slowly disappeared. In that case, you decide for yourself. However, Qin Ming frowned slightly and said, Ye Xian, it seems that the Ye family still has some power. Qin Xian nodded. We have been tracking the Ye family for so many years, but there has been no news. It seems that there should be some problems with the Civil Affairs Bureau. The Ministry of Civil Affairs of the Empire is in charge of the star system of all citizens of the Empire. Under the system of Apocalypse, as long as you have a system panel, you can find it in the system of the Ministry of Civil Affairs. Qin Ming heard 173 words, walked to the desk expressionlessly, and made a phone call. Isolate and investigate all officials below the department level in the Ministry of Civil Affairs, and check who has ever had any relationship with the Ye family. That's it. It was just a short phone call, but a bloody smell came over us. The Ministry of Civil Affairs will usher in a major investigation and purge. And who knows how many people will lose their heads. After Qin Ming hung up the phone, he looked at Qin Xian again and suddenly asked, Secret source, have you got it? Qin Xian nodded and took out the secret source. The secret source floated in the void, emitting an extremely terrifying aura. Under the strange purple light, it seemed as if one could see the destruction of countless worlds. Seeing the secret source, even Qin Ming, who was very cunning, couldn't help but laugh out loud. Good, good. With the secret source, our Qin family's plan can proceed smoothly. Qin Ming stretched out his hand and patted Qin Xian on the shoulder, with a frightening ambition flashing in his eyes. Apocalypse. We can take their place. Chapter 99. We have got the final chapter of Tianping Palace. Qin Ming's eyes were deep, and a seal appeared in his hand. This seal exuded an extremely mysterious and terrifying aura, and it contained extremely huge power. And on the seal, there was a pattern of the Libra constellation engraved. Qin Xian took this Apocalypse final chapter, and he couldn't help but show the state of the Lord of the Void. The terrifying power of the Void began to erode the final chapter of the Libra Palace. The final chapter of the Libra Palace was constantly eroded by the power of the Void, and Qin Xian's aura was gradually getting stronger. Although his level and attribute points have not changed. But the feeling it gives people is more terrifying than before. An extreme aura of annihilation began to rise from Qin Xian. Although he is the Lord of the Void, at this moment, he seems to have become more terrifying than the Lord of the Void, and a higher level of life. Like a god of the Lord of the Void. Qin Ming looked at Qin Xian, whose aura was becoming more and more terrifying, with a satisfied look on his face, and nodded. The final chapter of the Libra Palace has been obtained, plus the Demon Lion Palace, the Long Snake Palace, the White Tiger Palace, the Jade Phoenix Palace and the Sagittarius Palace. We now have 6 of the 12 firstborn finales in our hands. We have also heard about most of the remaining firstborn finales. When we have collected all the 12 firstborn finales, you will be able to evolve once again and become a race more powerful than the Lord of the Void. At that time, not only will you be able to become the God of the Void, but you will also be able to use the secret source to corrupt the Apocalypse terminal and become the master of the Apocalypse. The entire universe will be ours. Qin Ming stared at his son with blazing flames in his eyes. Qin Xian has no mother, and everyone thinks that Qin Xian's mother is a lucky woman or a noble lady from aristocratic family. But no one knows that Qin Xian's mother is the owner of the first royal court of the Void, the Queen of Death. She is also the most dangerous enemy in human cognition. I'm afraid that if this matter is made public, no one will believe it. After all, the Qin family is a family of firstborns and the noblest bloodline among humans. And the Queen of Death is the most terrifying existence in the Void and the mortal enemy of mankind. How could there be a connection between the two? But the Qin family and the first royal court are not only connected, they combined to give birth to Qin Xian. Neither Qin Ming nor Queen Silent had any feelings for each other. The combination between them was just cooperation, each holding what they needed. The Qin family and the first royal court both needed Qin Xian, a descendant who possessed both the blood of the firstborn and the blood of the void. However, Qin Ming and Queen Silent also poured all their emotions into their descendants. Over the years, the Qin family has been collecting the final chapter of the Apocalypse. It is in order to use the final chapter of the Apocalypse to cultivate Qin Xian and evolve from the Lord of the Void to a higher level of existence. Qin Xian put away the final chapter of the Balance Palace and felt the desire again. For him, the feeling of corrupting the final chapter of the Apocalypse and absorbing the final chapter of the Apocalypse is even more fascinating to him than devouring the origin of the world. Everyone thought that after the Qin family wiped out the Ye family, they took away the final chapter of the Long Snake Palace of the Ye family, sitting on 2 final chapters of the Apocalypse. But in fact, the Qin family already has 6. Over the years, the Qin family has been secretly collecting the final chapters of the Apocalypse, and I don't trademark know how many tragedies have been committed. Qin Ming said in a deep voice. 10 years. The remaining final chapters of the first birth must be collected within 10 years. Qin Ming looked up at the sky with a gloomy look, and said gloomily, the will of Apocalypse has noticed me and is about to discover my true level. At most 10 years, I will be invited by Apocalypse to go to the Holy Realm to become the so-called God. When he said the word invite, Qin Ming's smile was slightly sarcastic. Jiangnan Province, Zhangzhou City. As the director of the Security Committee, Wang Minghui is considered a powerful boss in the province. His mansion is naturally located in a wealthy area where the powerful and wealthy gather. Wang Minghui returned home with a happy look on his face. His wife is named Sun Yao. She is from the Sun family, an old and established family in Jiangnan Province. She is in her 40s this year and is in excellent condition. She still has some charm. Mr. Sun is the former speaker of the Jiangnan Province. Although he retired a few years ago, he still has some connections. The Sun family also contributed a lot to Wang Minghui's promotion to the director of the Security Committee. Mrs. Sun saw the smile on Wang Minghui's face and asked curiously, "What's wrong? Didn't you get rid of the matter with the Jixia Academy? Already processed. Why are you so happy? Why, have you made friends with people from Jixia Academy?" Sun Yao was born in the Sun family, so she had some experience. She knew that if she could make friends with people from Jixia Academy, it would also help her husband's career. Jixia Academy? Jixia Academy is shit. After returning home, Wang Minghui was relaxed and couldn't help laughing. I got to know young Master Qin. From now on, I belong to young Master Qin. Young Master Qin? Which young Master Qin? Sun Yao saw this and showed some confusion on her face. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Wang Minghui smiled mysteriously, stretched out his finger and pointed to the sky. Sun Yao was stunned for a moment, then thought of something, her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and she said in disbelief that one. Wang Minghui smiled and nodded. Young Master Qin has already said that I should go to the capital and serve as the head of the second department of the supervisory department. The transfer order will come in the next 2 days. Meet young Master Qin, head of the second department of the supervisory department. These 2 pieces of news were like bombshells, shocking Madame Sun so much that she almost thought she was dreaming. Madame Sun, who came from a noble family, naturally understood what these meant. Looking at the shocked madam, Wang Minghui couldn't help but feel a little proud. He was born a commoner, and he was able to climb to this position because of his Yu family. So when facing madam, he was a little less confident. But now, he is different. With young Master Qin as a backer, his status should be turned upside down in the future. Soon, the news that Wang Minghui was close to the Qin family and was about to be transferred to the imperial capital spread throughout the Jiangnan province. In the evening, the old man of the Sun family led a group of Sun family members to Wang Minghui's house in person. Old Master Sun no longer had that reserved feeling. He was so polite and enthusiastic towards Wang Minghui, calling him a good son-in-law all the time, and was extremely affectionate. Other relatives of the Sun family were even more fawning, looking at Wang Minghui with extremely warm eyes. Looking at this scene, Wang Minghui had mixed feelings. In the past few years, as he became more and more powerful, the Sun family became more polite to him. But he could still feel the contempt for him in their bones. After all, it could be said that everything he had was given by the Sun family. But now it is different. These members of the Sun family treated him as if he were their own father, and some were even cautious to please him. Of course, Wang Minghui understood why all this happened. Because he met Qin Xian and became a member of the Qin family, it was that simple. Wang Minghui sighed and secretly swore in his heart. He must report Qin Xiao's thigh. He suddenly thought that his daughter was about the same age as Qin Xian, and she was also very beautiful. Is it? Ahem, although this is almost impossible. But what if? As a man, you must have dreams. Chapter 100. The next day, people from the Imperial Ministry of Civil Affairs came to Zhengzhou City to talk to Wang Minghui. Of course, this conversation was just a formality. They also brought Wang Minghui's transfer order. Effective immediately, Wang Minghui, Director of the Security Committee of Jiangnan Province, will be transferred to the position of Director of the Second Department of the Imperial Supervision Department, as Chief Inspector. The two inspectors of the Ministry of Official Affairs, who were originally high and mighty, now treated Wang Minghui with a smile and were very polite. They all called each other brothers. Obviously, they had also heard that Wang Minghui was appreciated by Qin Xian. After the transfer order came down, Wang Minghui and his family prepared to move to the imperial capital. When he left, the top leaders of Jiangnan province held a banquet to see Wang Minghui off. At the banquet, even the provincial speaker Hao Qi took the initiative to find Wang Minghui to toast. The provincial speaker Hao Qi smiled and said, "Director Wang, after you are promoted to the imperial capital, don't forget these friends in our Jiangnan province. Director Wang, you are from Jiangnan, and Jiangnan province will always be your home." 897 How the chairman raised a glass of white wine and toasted Wang Minghui. The two of them tried to give way to each other for whose glass was lower. In the end, Chairman Hao held Wang Minghui's glass with one hand, and then lowered the glass of his other hand to clink it, and drank it all in one gulp. Then he said carefully, "If you have done anything wrong to me in the past, don't take it to heart. It's all for work." Looking at the smile on Chairman Hao's face, Wang Minghui was very moved. Chairman Hao is the second in command of Jiangnan province, and his power and status are second only to the governor. He is usually high and mighty. As the director of the security committee, he has received more or less reprimands from Chairman Hao during his work over the years. But now Chairman Hao took the initiative to toast, and he was afraid that he would bear a grudge because of this. Thinking of this, Wang Minghui couldn't help but have a deeper feeling about the two words power. That young Master Qin changed his life with just a few words. It's really that 20 years of struggle is not as good as a noble person's appreciation. Not only Chairman Hao, but other officials of Jiangnan province all surrounded Wang Minghui. Even if they did not seek to befriend Wang Minghui, at least they could not be hated by Wang Minghui. However, Nai Jianzhong, the governor of Jiangnan province, was quite reserved. At the level of governor, he was already the most powerful and influential official in the empire. He did not need to curry favor with the Qin family. However, he also smiled and said a few words to Wang Minghui, and his attitude was gentler than before. After the feast, Wang Minghui went home. "Dad, you're back." A beautiful and lovely girl saw Wang Minghui and shouted happily with a smile on her face. The girl's name is Wang Xiao, and she is Wang Minghui's daughter. She is 18 years old this year, and has awakened an A-level professional astrologer. She is lively and lovely by nature, and is the apple of Wang Minghui's eye. "Daughter, are you back?" Wang Xiao went to a dungeon to level up and came back today. Now Wang Xiao is already level 14. This speed can be considered a genius. "Well, Dad, I heard that you are going to be transferred to the imperial capital. Wang Xiao nodded and asked excitedly. The imperial capital is the center of the empire and the entire human world, so the girl naturally yearns for it. Yes, the transfer order has come down. Wang Minghui smiled proudly and said, Director of the Second Department of the Imperial Supervision Department, our whole family can move to the imperial capital tomorrow. Wang Minghui, Jada, glanced at his wife and said in a deep voice, Please prepare the gifts, and we will visit Mr. Qin when we arrive in the imperial capital. Go directly. Mrs. Sun was a little hesitant when she heard this. She was born in a noble family, so she knew that not everyone could enter the Qin family. Woman's words. Wang Minghui snorted coldly and scolded, It is precisely because young Master Qin still remembers me now that I have to visit as soon as possible. If after a while, young Master Qin has long forgotten who I am, I can't even enter the Qin family's door. If it were in the past, Wang Minghui was so tough, and Madame Sun would have been furious. After all, Wang Minghui relied on her Sun family to become the director of the security committee. But now, Madame Sun only thinks that her husband is really wise and brave, and has extraordinary insight. The whole person seems to be shrouded in a halo. He nodded hurriedly and said, I know, then I'll prepare now. Seeing his wife's attitude change drastically, Wang Minghui felt comfortable and refreshed all over. He instructed, Don't prepare anything expensive. What is young Master Qin's identity? What is there? Just prepare some rare things with heart, let young Master Qin know the sincerity of our family. He glanced at his daughter Wang Xiao beside him, hesitated for a moment, and said, When the time comes, you will also dress up and go to visit young Master Qin with me. Wang Xiao was a little confused when she heard this, and didn't understand why she had to go too. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. But since her father had spoken, Wang Xiao nodded obediently. Wang Minghui thought to himself that if young Master Qin fell in love with his daughter, he would be truly blessed. As for his daughter's happiness, Wang Minghui comforted himself that being favored by young Master Qin, even if she was just one of many women, would allow his daughter to become a top dignitary in the empire. He would also be able to rise to prominence with his family. Are you used to living here? In the imperial capital, Henki Manor. In an extremely luxurious villa, Qin Xian stood on the second floor, looking at the elegant environment, and nodded with satisfaction. Turning around and looking behind him, So Keqing nodded with joy on her face. It's a good place to live, and the environment here is very good. She is a traditional woman. After being taken away by Qin Xian for the first time, she has always regarded herself as Qin Xian's woman. These days, she lives alone in the imperial capital. She has also been worried about gains and losses in her heart. What if Qin Xian doesn't want her anymore? After all, with Qin Xian's status, he can have any woman he wants. So Keqing is very self-aware of this. Thank you for watching. Continue exploring the fascinating world of Chinese novels with us. Hit that subscribe button on Chinese Novel Audio Wave to stay updated with our latest stories. And never miss out on a great listen.